try to leave, cause we both know what we'll choose. If you pull and I push too deep, then I'll fall right back to you. Cause you are the piece of me I wish I didn't need. Chasing relentlessly, still fine and I don't know why.
Infantry, sir.
I only have one rule.
It took me all day to make that intro. It's finally here. It's finally. Two things are finally here. One, the update to the 11th edition points of the Guard, which are very bad. But there's one good thing that's come out of it. It finally prompted me to make another Reject the Meta, Embrace the Guard video. Oh, that video, it's... I'm going to try and tidy it up a little bit, but I will be putting it out onto the channel at some point. Probably tomorrow. I could put that version out, but I wanted to like sort of maybe try and get the pictures all to like fit the screen and everything. But yeah. But we'll see. But yeah, the points cost is here. The points cost is here. It's dog shit. It's bad. Like, it's... Not only is it bad from just a selfish Guard perspective, it's just bad from a macro perspective. From the entire, the health, from a interfactional balance perspective. It's fucked. It's so bad that GW ball washers like Tabletop Battles, formerly known as Goonhammer, have already said that Tower going to be a problem for months. Like, they've said Tower going to be so bad they're going to need like multiple passes. And it's so strange. Necron's doing very well. Few issues, but came out of it pretty unscathed. Tau doing very well. Space Marines, it's now Space Marine squad is now as cheap as a Guardsman squad.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
And then you've got other factions which have been utterly gutted. Internal balance within all the factions, gigafucked. It's bad. It's very bad. In fact, I'm going to say something controversial. But I mean it. I've been in this game a long time, boys. Boys, girls, Small Fig Cooks, Alpha Centauri. This is the worst balance update I have seen in... Could be 10 years. It's very bad. It's very bad. It would have been better if they hadn't changed anything. And yes, that does include Defiler spam and Catan spam. It's, as I said the other day, Devil Lords got it right here. Literally 7th edition again. This is 7th edition levels of imbalance. This is like, apart from Eldar at the beginning of 10th, this is worse than beginning of 10th. Worse than beginning of 9th. It's very bad. Just to put things into perspective, it's now the same points cost for basically 20 boys as it is for 20 Cadians or 20 Catachans. It's now 10 Guardsmen cost the same as a squad of Intercessors. And Tau Fire Warriors are now cheaper than Guardsmen. Tau Crisis Suits are now cheaper man for man than Terminators. Than the cheapest Terminators. It's 110 space for Intercessors. Dude, we're talking 5. No one takes them in 10s. We're talking 5s, man. I mean, if it was fucking 75 points for 10 Space Marines, that would be even something else. Yeah. that'd be worse than 7th edition, yeah. But I'm just gonna say I'm just gonna say that the reason it's this bad is very obvious. Okay, I'm not. The reason this is bad. The reason it's this way is obvious. It should be obvious to everyone at this point. This entire edition has been half-assed and phoned in. Think about it. They didn't give you they haven't given you a meaningful points update in 6 months. Catan spam went unnerfed, essentially. Defiler spam went unnerfed for 6 months because, and everyone told us, all the ball washers said, because they were working on 11th edition. Okay? They were working on 11th edition. Well, this is what they produced. If you gave me, on my own, 6 months, I could have come up with a better data slate than this. Ask yourself this. Ask you there. If it was your full-time job, if you were getting paid for 8 to 10 hours work every single day, 5 days a week, for 6 months, would you have been able to produce a better data slate than this? And you're one person. Obviously, you would be able to. Obviously, you would. It's just bad. It's bad. It's embarrassing, and this was the to me this is the last piece of evidence. The last piece of evidence that this entire edition has, they have taken the piss with it. They have put zero fucking effort into it. Got told, oh no, wait, don't worry. Wait, wait for X, wait for Y, wait for Z. Wait and see again and again and again and again. Well, I've waited and I've seen, and what I've seen looks like shit. It's just like, guys, I'm wearing the t-shirt, man. I'm wearing the t-shirt. 6 Ogren are now cheaper than Guardsmen. Ogren are now cheaper than Guardsmen. It's now cheaper to take a hippogriff, to take a fucking vehicle, like a light vehicle, than to take a squad of Guardsmen. And GW lied. And the big thing is, GW lied. Because they said 20-man squads would go down. They didn't. They said that artillery would go down. It barely changed. In fact, they actually, on the Field Ores battery, the only paid upgrade is for the indirect fire option. So they lied. Again. How many times will the lesson be learned? How many times will GW lie, swindle, bullshit, smoke and mirrors before people just go, we cannot trust them? Not a single word they say can be trusted. Yesterday I said I don't drink anymore. This is a very large, very strong rum and coke. I needed it for today. Lies! Deception! Every day, more lies. So, we are going full beef mode tonight. Guys, I have tried, despite what some of you may think, I am not a GW hater. I'm not a Warhammer 40k hater. I don't like GW, but I don't, I'm not like someone that no matter what they do, I will always find the negativity in it. Okay. That's not what I do. I've even done videos once or twice leading up to this release going, you know what? I'm starting to feel a bit more positive about it. Right. I've been trying, guys. I've been trying, Share. I've been trying. Okay. And one of the reasons I've been trying is I've had a lot of feedback from people saying, Mordian, you're too negative. You're too negative. You're too beefy. Like, it's my fault that the situation is this gigafucked. Okay? Mordian, you were very trying. I love that. I've been trying to be positive about this edition. It's balked. I no longer, but you know when people say, oh, from day one, but people say, oh, GW releases one edition and then they're already working on the next edition. If this is what 3 years of GW's hard work looks like, it's a joke. They clearly phoned this in over the course of a few months. And if this is honestly, I'm going to say it again. This is their flagship product. Flagship, more like. This is their flagship product. This is the best they can do. Think about that for a moment. You can't have the excuses you had with Heresy. You can't have the excuses you had with AOS. You can't have the excuses you had with fucking Darkwater. Okay? You can't have any of those excuses. This is Stalingrad. Sorry, any time to quote Enemy at the Gates. This is 40k. This is their best foot forward. This is the launch of an edition. It's the launch of an edition. And it's fun. Guys, the app is like broken day one. The app doesn't work. Apparently, if you try and add like 2 characters, I haven't looked into it myself yet because I don't use the shitty GW app. But apparently, if you try and add like 2 characters, the app just goes and just breaks and basically crashes. And then if you try and open it, it's like, no. Yeah. It's just, it's bad, man. It's bad, and yeah. Try to use the app today on iOS at 8 date sheet. It crashes and closes. Exactly, man. Can't use the app because I have to buy the 10th codec to see the 11th edition profiles. Oh. Yeah. The official app is demanding you go to new recruit. Oh, man. It's bad. Anyway, that's the headline. The headline, this is a very bad update. This is a very bad start to the edition. It's embarrassing for GW, but I guess we need to get into the details. Yeah. We need to get into the details. We've got some super chats coming in here first. I imagine pretty much all of these are going to be related to the update. So I'm not going to do roll call today. We've got 440 odd people in the stream already, which is amazing. So thank you so much to all of you. 459 actually. Thank you so much everyone for joining. If I could ask you to like and subscribe and all that bollocks. I know every YouTuber asks you to do it and it's cringe as fuck, but it does actually help. So that's why everyone asks you. But yeah, there you go. But also let's do the super chats and then let's get into the details of the update. Because I imagine many of these are going to be related to how people are feeling. You know what? Let's do a poll, right? Let's do a poll. Are you happy with the balance data slate for the launch of the new edition? A simple yes or no answer. Let's see what happens. Hey, who knows? Maybe I'll be in the minority. Maybe everyone's gonna love it. Who fucking knows? I guess there's only one way to find out, right? There you go. All right. Starting off, we've got some super chats coming here. Let's have a look. Starting off, I want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the support, sir. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Entromactivity. Thank you for the super chat, man. The hype train is leaving the station. Let's have a look. Wait. What is this? What is this? John Stallard has confirmed a new Epic Range pre-order will be going up in 2 weeks' time. Hype! Rumor is it's the medieval period, 100 Years' War. That is the era they said they wanted to do. So there you go. So when we did the open day last year, they said that they wanted to do. They said they wanted to do Boer War. So that would be kind of. They were not Boer War. They wanted to do Agincourt or 100 Years War style stuff. So that would be awesome if that's the era they do, man. Be interested to see what they end up going with. So yeah, they mentioned this a year ago, so it's interesting that they might be doing it. As for the Boer War, I believe that the Boer War stuff has been working. They've been working on it for a little while now, and the idea is that you can use either bolt action or black powder rules for it. So if you want to do a bigger battle, use the black powder rules. If you want to use a smaller battle, sort of like when I say smaller, we're still talking like 30 or 40 miles on each side kind of thing, right? We're not talking like 5 or 6, not like a skirmish game, like a squad game. So you use the bot actuals, which would be kind of cool. Yeah. Enjoy activity. Stop talking about Warlord games, right? There's going to be so many people who play K47 who are going to be fucking crowing over this, aren't there? Oh my god. I feel like Anakin. What have I done? Oh my god. Put your hand up in the chat if you're someone that doesn't play 40k anymore and you play any other game and you're just here to eat the popcorn and watch the 40k players crash out. Oh my god. What have we got next? It's a me, Marco. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. I'm sorry, though. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to put the price up on the gifted memberships. I need to... The price of the memberships is now directly linked to the price of infantry squads in 40k. So, sorry. Gifted memberships are getting nerfed. They're not really. They're not really going up. I was taking the piss. Kazakin 40k. Thank you so much for becoming a channel member, sir. Thank you for doing your part. It's a me, Margot. Thank you for the super chat. Is it as dumb and dead as it looks? Tell me the truth, Timmy. My marine list got cheaper and my guard ones appear to be overcosted now. Please say my eyes lie. I'm sorry. Your eyes do not lie. These eyes are crying.
Good for you.
So basically, look, right. A skeptical man, a cynical man might say, it's quite interesting that Marines and Orcs both saw some quite positive changes overall. Isn't that a coincidence? How strange. So yeah, Marines made out like bandits overall. They're severely undercosted now. and guard are severely overcosted. With the step costs everywhere, infantry corps absolutely fucking dead, artillery corps absolutely fucking dead. The only choice you've got left now is to basically spam cavalry and tanks. That's your only choice. That's it. Cavalry and tanks, boys. That's the whole thing. You know that meme where you've got like that video where you've got like the tanks driving forward and the cavalry like running next to them in like in that show? That's basically it. So from a guard perspective, GW is like, you are going to buy the fucking horses whether you want to or not. And the guard community is like, look, in the nicest possible way, we like infantry. Can we have an infantry? No more infantry for you. Naughty. We made the Rough Riders. We made the Death Riders. We gave them shitty fucking rules. It's tough shit. You're gonna have to buy them now. That's basic. There you go. And the thing is, the horses, like, if I wanted to play look, don't get me wrong, I like cavalry. As like, even to be fair, Rough Riders even got a nerf, so it's not even cavalry. You will buy the Death Riders. You will buy it. You fucking plebs. You fucking whales. You fucking scum. You will buy the Death Riders. We made them in plastic, and you're gonna fucking buy them now, whether you want to or not. And if you don't want to buy them, get the fuck out of here, you filthy casual. That's what GW's basically saying to you. There we go. So yeah, that's my attitude there can be no doubt that these points costs have just been done to like try and sell Death Riders. There you go. All right. What have we got next? Meryl, thank you for the gift of membership, sir. Thank you for the support. I also want to say a big thank you to Marco again. Marco coming in with another 10 gifted memberships. Yes. Dude, thank you so much for the support, man. Thank you so much for the support. Oh, my days. Elite Rex, Valkyrie got 20 points cheaper. Indeed. But they took the hover keyword away from it. So, good luck transporting anything in it. Why has it got a transport capacity again? Yeah, interesting, right? It's almost like they didn't do any work. It's almost like they fucking phoned it in. Oh, that's an aircraft. Take hover away. That's an aircraft. Take hover away. Like... I refuse to pay for Warhammer now. I refuse to pay for this shitty product. That's it. It's it. I refuse. It is. They are. If they are taking, they are not taking my money and spending it in a way that I think is conducive to the good of the game, to the good of the product that I buy. That's it. James Homer, Morning Glory, send me to the black ships. I said phoned in. You did. You did say it was phoned in. Yeah. Why? Can anybody explain to me why the Cyclops demolition vehicle went up 40%? A 40% nerf. Why? Are we sure they don't use AI for this? I'm becoming increasingly convinced they do. Wait, what? Yeah, it went from 25 points to 40. It can't do actions. It has 0 OC. On top of this, the app is utter dog shite right now. Yep, app isn't working for half the people. Yeah. AI wouldn't be as bad. Oh, that's true. This is actually like, this is worse than AI. Imagine, like, you're so bad at your job that the people of the internet are actually saying to you, the people who generally aren't very pro AI are saying, like, yeah, GW, maybe you should be using AI. You know, people go, no, we must never use AI. Even those people are having pause for thought at this moment and going, you know, AI might have some use. It might have some use. GW ran out of tokens, so they couldn't make. They ran out of tokens to prompt the AI. So they just only did half of the work on the data sheet. I bet that's true. I bet that's so true. Oh my god. There you are. The GW is making the points they so bad just to prove they are, in fact, doing it on purpose. Dyson Glory, it's terrible, man. The guard stuff alone is bad. When you look at the interfactional balance that they've done, it's horrific. You've got to look at the big picture. You've got to look at the big picture. It's horrific, man. It's horrific. It's so bad that even the most ardent GW ball washers are saying, like, for example, with Tau, I've been calling this for months. Send me to the black ships, by the way. Send me to the black ships. Did I not say Tau were going to be the most broken faction at the beginning of 11th? Did I not say that? And to everyone who told me, no, Mordian, you just don't like the Tau. They're so bad that even paid GW ball washers, people who are literally paid up, NDA signing motherfuckers are saying Tau are a problem. That's how fucked this data slate is. That's how fucked it is, boys. There you go. The Blonde Demon, thank you for the 13 months. Xbox, baby! All shall bow to the Lehman Russ Tank Commander Eradicator meta. Dude, don't even get me started on the Eradicator. Guys, if there was one vehicle in the entire guard roster, like one, if you had one job to give granular points to one unit in the entire of the guard, it was the Lehman Russ Tank Commander. Obviously, right? Like, obviously. A goddamn greenhorn, wet behind the ears, fucking white shield could tell you that the tank commander needs granular points costs based on its weapons. And GW said they were going to do that. Did they do it? Ooh, I wonder, did they? Did they fuck? Did, did they fuck? Do you want to know something? You want to look for granular points costs? Guys, I found where you can get the granular points costs in 11th. It's all right. It's all right. GW's already released the document for it. If you want to find granular points costs for your Imperial Guard, you've got to get this. This is the document that has it in there. Okay? This is where you'll find your granular fucking points costs, all right? Jesus fucking wept. Jesus, man. Jesus. All right, what have we got? Ed Bailey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. So tell us, Timmy, is 40k dead in the ditch or is it fine? Okay, it's just supremely gigafucked. It's just bad. It's just bad, man. It's, yeah. Oh my god, Ashley Garrett, you're probably right. This is punishment for Imperial Guard players asking for Steel Legion, in my opinion. Oh my god. That's it. I'm not even joking. I bet that's it. GW is full of very petty people. You hear some of the horror stories coming out about staff who've worked there. You better fucking believe it. Yeah. We made them do some work. Now they have to revenge. Yeah. Yeah, man. The Whispering Monk, thank you so much for the super chat, man. I'm here for the pain, so make it good. Huzzah! The pain! Ah! Put your hand in the box. What's in there? The guard points update. If you remove your hand, you will die. The Gom Jabbar is at your neck. Ah! I don't want to play 11. Ah! There you go. Dark Knight Current. Thank you for the super chat. So Tau Fire Warriors are cheaper than Guardsmen now. Half a point cheaper, that's true. And a 10-man Izzo squad only costs 5 points more than 20 Guardsmen. I think we can lambast the wait and see crowd now. Yeah. 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 Tau Fire Warriors being 70 points is actually a joke. The Tau Fire Warriors were already really good. I proved that. I fucking proved it. So bad. It's so bad. They fucked it, man. Johnny Johnson. At least they didn't nerf agents. Guys, agents didn't get any changes. I'm pretty certain agents remained like unchanged. Maybe they got like, or did they get nerfed? No, I think agents, didn't the agents get nerfed? No. I think agents actually got nerfed. I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. Where is the, oh my god, where is the fucking Mutorn Field, man? I literally can't even find it. Have they taken it down? No, there you go. I'm sure agents got nerfed. I'm sure the immolators went up, didn't they? Agents use sisters. They got nerfed. Yeah. And I genuinely think Imperial agents actually got nerfed in this update. Or they didn't or they didn't change anything. I'm 99% sure that some units actually went up. Where is it? Was it the immolator, maybe? I can't fucking... I hate this. Can I just say, I hate this fucking website. It's so shit. This is not easier to read. It's just not... like, look, this bit's like... This is like way... I just don't like it. Anyway, where even is it? I can't even find the immolator. Why is it not in order? Wait. Does it go from left to right now? Oh my god. Why? Why? Why wouldn't you just go down in columns like we... That worked! Oh my fucking god. Honestly. This is just something else, boys. It's just bad. It's so bad I fucked my YouTube overlay up. Let me just change it. There you go. What? Right, where is the fucking immolator? I can't even find it. Right. It's rounded. Is it Adeptosaurus immolator? Oh, maybe it's the same. Maybe it's fine. I'm not sure if it's got cheaper or not. But basically, agents by and large unchanged. Don't worry, guys. They'll definitely fix agents soon. They definitely haven't forgotten about agents. No, you know what's true? They haven't forgotten about them. They willfully don't update them. Yeah. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. It's just embarrassing. Like, I'm just gonna say this, okay? Like, if I was employed at GW and I did this bad a job, I would expect to lose my job. Like, if you were think about this, if you were this bad at your job, you would get fired. I used to work in a corporation for 10 years. I did my time. 10 years of it in Azkaban. And I knew people who got fired for a lot less. You know, people, you know, if any of the companies that I worked at, if you fucked the launch of your headline product this badly, you would be fired. Yeah. Snowpiece T, thank you for 6 months. Thankfully, I didn't commit to pay any troops. Yeah, thank fuck, right? Me too, yeah. Dark Knight, thank you for super chat. I refuse to buy a towel for love without protest. That's very honourable of you. I'm thinking of becoming a towel player. Fuck it. Fuck it. You know what? Maybe just fighting the good fight. I've been fighting the good fight for too long now. You know, fuck it. Maybe I'll meta chase. You know, can't beat them, join them, right? No, I'm not going to do that. Fuck that shit. Hodor Fury, thank you for 4 months. Just finished 60k yesterday. Big oof. Dude. There's nothing, dude, I actually feel for you, man, because there's nothing more, like, demoralizing than completing the finishing touches on, like, a hobby project and that you were looking forward to, like, using on a tabletop, only for it just get fucking slapped. Like, yeah, I feel for you, man. Aldeus, thank you for the super chat. GW has set the table. Warlord and Archon need only sit down and feast on the freshly, beefly, roasted corpse of 40k. Reject the meta, embrace the rift. Okay, like, I'm going to say this right now. By the way, Aldeus, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I know there's going to be a lot of people in this chat who are going to be like, who will hear, you know, conflict. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of people who play other games that are going to be sort of kind of crowing over this, right? And I know there's going to be a lot of people that are like, Mordian, shut the fuck up about K47 and stuff. I know, okay? Like, there's nothing worse than you being fucked off about the game that you're playing and someone going on about how good the game that they're playing is, right? I get it. I get it, okay? But those people didn't write the balanced data slate. Remember that. Brothers, remember that. If you're angry at the balanced data slate and someone is going, well, at least my game's all right, don't get angry at the person. It's not their fault. It's important to recognize that. But it is also important to recognize that it is very annoying when someone's like, play K47 instead. Like, I get it, right? I get it. Now, I'm also going to say this, though. So, I've established I'm not being a ball washer right now, okay? I've established a very fair, balanced, objective stance, all right? All right. So, I'm going to say this next thing, and I don't want anyone think it's just ball washing. I'm saying this truthfully. I would not be surprised if this balanced data slate caused a lot of people to reevaluate their relationship with 40k. Now, let me explain what I mean by that. So you don't just think it's hyperbole. Because it might be, but I do have a little bit of like, not evidence, but logical reasoning behind it. All right? Imagine you are someone who has been holding on to the end of 10th edition. Let's say you've been holding on for the last 9 months. You through all of the broken bullshit of Victrix, you held on because you thought the next balanced data slate will fix that. And then when we got the Catan spam, you held on through the Catan spam. And you went, it's okay. They'll fix it the next balanced data slate. And then Defiler spam comes out. And you're like, it's okay. They haven't fixed it at any of these other times, but that's because they're definitely putting all of their effort. They're definitely going to make sure 11th edition lands well. But at every step, your faith has been waning. At every step that you've tried to like keep the faith, keep the fight, the good fight, despite all of the issues that the game's had at the end of the last edition, despite the issues you've seen taking place in some of the other games that GW's done, you've kept the faith. And then this comes out and you go, huh. If you're one of those people and you are reevaluating your relationship with 40k and with 11th edition, that is a perfectly natural response. I'm not going to tell you which game to go and play. If you decide you want to try something else out, maybe you want to try Old World out, maybe you want to try Battletech out, fuck it, War Machine's making a comeback. Maybe you've heard this weirdo on the internet talk about K47 all the time, right? It's a perfectly natural response. I don't think you're doing anything wrong. Now, if you want to stick with 11th, awesome. Awesome, of course, right? I'm not going to yuck your yum. I'm just saying, for those of you who feel like you've been clinging on for nothing and you feel like maybe it is time for a palate cleanser, that is normal. Everyone gets there at some point. Okay? Okay, so there you go. But I do think there will be people. I think there will be a not insignificant amount of people that will be reevaluating because of the timeline that we've laid out. Yeah. So there you go. All right, what do we got next? We've got I'll make sure I'm not missing anybody out here. I feel like I've missed someone who did a death strike. Don't I think YouTube, yeah, I think I have done. Give me a second. So I'm trying to do them in order just because it's been YouTube's kind of chugging a little bit, but let me have a look. Okay, yeah, give me a second. I don't want to be missing anybody out. There we go. We've got Corgen! Corgen, thank you for the Death Strike chat, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. We've got 700 people in the stream right now. Can you all spam 07? It just means salute, something dodgy. To Corgen, because he's just dropped $100 super chat in the stream. My God, it's popping up, boys. Well, feels bad, man. Time to bust a rift, baby. Yes. Dude, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 1,000 times thank you. From the bottom of my heart, bro. From the tip of my toes, the end of my big rubbery nose. Oh my God. Holy shit, man. That's a big super chat. Oh my days. And dude, this is exactly what I was just talking about a second ago, wasn't it? There's going to be people who are going to be like, well, this looks bad. I'm going to bust a rift. And I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I don't blame anyone else. And there are going to be a lot of people who have drifted away from 40k who are going to be looking at this situation and being like, man, I think I made the right decision. And that's not good from, you know, if you're GW, that's not a good thing. You don't want the people who like stop playing your game to think they did the right thing by stop playing your game. No, you want them to be like, you want to be drawing them back in. You want to be drawing them back in with this launch. Yeah. Dude, it's bad, man. Yeah. Thank you so much for the incredible support. I really do appreciate it. I raise my very strong drink to you, sir. And thank you for your incredible generosity. Holy shit, man. There we go. What have we got next? I've got to make sure that I'm not missing anybody here. So just give me a moment to go through these carefully. There we go. Okay. Next, we've got another big bit of support coming in here, actually. Because next, we have got David D. Davidson coming in with 50 gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Holy shit, man. 50 new conscripts. Right, I'm sorry, David, but that 50 infantry, you need to hand over a couple of super chats. The points have gone up. The points have gone up. I'm sorry, that's not enough anymore. I'm only joking. I'm only joking. Dude, again, thank you so fucking much for the incredible support, for supporting the channel, supporting the community, whole extra goddamn company of troops. Fucking hell. Oh, my days. Yes, yes. Many 07s, my good man. Many 07s. We've got Sir Newbie. Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat. Did GW shoot your vibe balloon? Yes, yes. Did GW promise the return of narrative? Yes. Can you point to the whispers? Yes, yes. Bust a riff. Ah! No, wait. Wait. Oh my God. He's only gone and done it. So the new point's coming out. My vibe balloon has been shot down before getting to the table. And as I hold my deflated vibe balloon, the whispers, they kept tempting me. So with a heavy heart, I turned to my friends and poured my woes to them. And I also spoke with whispers. And while they were hesitant about it, I pleaded with them to give a small chance. And they agreed. So I have ordered a kit, a footnote, a step towards the rift. The fire rises, brother! The revolution spreads. Oh my God. So Newbie, you have been saying for ages, you were like, no, I will not get into K47. I will withstand the whispers of the rift. Oh, dude, that's incredible. I honestly thought you were just yanking our chain. I honestly thought you were just blue balling us. I honestly thought you were just like, you know, teasing us with the whole, like, you were getting tempted. Holy shit, man. That's what guys, what I'm talking about. So I'm talking about, and let me just say something here. You know, obviously I'm very happy that someone's getting to K47 because I love K47, right? But I'm also concerned because I don't fucking want Warhammer to fucking fail. I want Warhammer to be the best it can be. And as I said, I guarantee you will see a lot of very pissed off people who are going to react to this. Who are going to react to this in a very specific way. I mean, just think about it, right? Just think about this for a moment. If you are someone that believed GW every step of the way, that brushed off the dissenting voices every step of the way, and you finally get to this picture, the full and final picture, and you see it, is the game more narrative? No. Are the missions balanced? No. Did the balanced data slate warrant 6 months of letting horrific spam rip through the competitive scene and the casual scene? No. At every step of the way, if you believe GW, you have been made a fool of. And nobody likes to feel foolish. Obviously. Very normal. Very, very normal. If you feel like you've been mugged off by GW and you're pissed off about that, that's a very normal response. And it's not your fault, by the way. You put your faith in something and it let you down. It's not your, yeah. Yeah, so Sir Newbie, welcome to the Rift, man. There we are. I want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Thank you for the Death Strike chat, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Holy shit, a second Death Strike. Oh my God, it's popping off tonight. It's popping. Okay, let's raise those glasses. Oh my God. Russell W, you salty beefy son of a bitch. Oh my days. Russell, thank you so much for the incredible support, man. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Thank you for taking off, nuking the entire site from orbit, and just blowing my nips off. Absolutely incredible. If you don't do roll call, GW wins, do roll call. Okay, I'm going to do like a self-assessment roll call. Okay? A self-assessment roll call. Because there's 750 people in the stream right now. There's no way I'm going to spend the next, 20 minutes reading out 750 names. So, if you want to declare you are in the stream, then spam your favorite emoji if you're a channel member, or do an 07 if you're not a channel member. 07, it just means salute. It's nothing dodgy in it or anything like that. And go ham in the chat. Spam away, because we are the Emperor's true finest, and we observe our traditions, because that is what separates us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors. It's roll call, baby! There you go. Look at the chat go, man. Look at the chat go. Holy shit, man. We got a lot of people in the stream tonight. We got a lot of people. Oh, my God. Incredible. And great to have you all here as well. Thank you so much to all of you who have joined and have liked and subscribed and have been chatting away and been super chatting away. You're amazing. Every single one of you, you're amazing. And I genuinely want to say, even if you're just lurking, I see you. Thank you for joining and lurking. I appreciate it. I believe every good internet community is built on a solid foundation of lurkers. So thank you for joining. There you are. So there you go. And Russell, you're right. Gotta have roll call. Even if it's a self-assessment roll call, still gotta do it. There you are. What have we got next? We have got Nimric. Nimric, thank you so much for super chat. Cavalry best infantry, now 60 horses. I mean, yeah, in a funny sort of way. GW it is now better by nearly every metric to take cavalry over infantry. Why? Why has GW decided to make us the cavalry faction? Nobody, okay, not nobody. Very few, okay, actually, you know what? Nobody in the Guard thinks we should be the cavalry faction. There are some people who like cavalry in the Guard and want to spam them. But even those people know it's their weird little niche that they want to explore, it's not the thing they think should be the identity of the Guard. But for some reason, GW's like, you guys are the horse faction. Why? Give us a detachment, sure. Let the horse people have their day, sure. But why is our whole thing be the cavalry detachment? I don't get it. Does a guardsman cost more than a fire warrior now? Yes. Yes, it does. And the fire warriors literally better in every measurable metric, literally better. Model, point for point, model for model. Even including special weapons. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Do you know what's funny? I've actually seen a lot of people in the Tau community say, okay, we like being powerful, but even this is beyond the pale. The prevailing wisdom in the Tau community is, oh, gee, people already hate us. Now they're really, really, really going to fucking hate us. In a funny sort of way, I can actually be very sympathetic towards that. Because I do think that, over the last 3 years, the Tau hate has transitioned people genuinely hating Play Against Tau to, just it being a bit of a meme. GW had almost, actually healed the scars of the Tau hate and the Tau beef. Nah, it's fully, those wounds are fully back open again now. Yeah. Yeah. Fully back open. Boom, resume. Thank you for the 3-month member flex, man. They want to sell us the Caden Recon squads. Dude, you're right. So the Caden Recon squad? It is, you know how good it is? It's only 5 points more than a regular Guardsman squad now. Why? Because they want you to buy them. That's it. They want you to buy them. Why would you ever take a basic squad now over the Recon squad? It's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy, man. The moaning and bitch about towers just over the top these days. People to get over it. Dude, I agree. I actually think there was no real reason to bitch and moan about the towel during 10th edition, apart from I thought the towel players overstated how bad they were. But I think now there will be legitimate reasons. I think now people will be as legit to complain about the current status of Tau as they were about the status of Eldar at the beginning of 10th. That's the level of grievance you're going to see. Yeah. Yeah. Tower 10th Eldar and they're going to get screwed. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. And I heard, do you know what's crazy? I heard there's other factions out there which have got absolutely gigafucked by this. I've been seeing some pretty gnarly shit going on for Chaos Space Marines. I haven't looked into the details myself, but I know some of you will be going, good, like the Defilers need to be nerfed. No, man, I'm talking like the majority of the faction got taken around the back of the chemical sheds. Like Defiler nerf, sure, but outside of that, yeah. It's like, this balanced data slate is so wonky because some factions have been utterly gutted and some factions have been just buffed to the moon. And it's, and this is what did I not say this earlier early last week? Did I not say that this edition was going to be an edition of extremes? It was going to be a 2-tier edition. Either you are going to be utterly OP as a faction, or you are going to be utterly trash. I said the internal balance was going to go, not internal balance, the external balance was going to go to shit. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. Yeah. Grundlestorm, GSC. Dude, GSC got absolutely wrecked, man. Absolutely wrecked. And wasn't it a bunch of like 20-man squads that went up as well? I'm pretty certain the neophytes got diddled, but correct me on that one. Yeah, like why? Was GSC going around rampantly dominating? No. Were they going to do it in this edition either? No, not really. They had some tricks, but yeah. Space Wolves and Black Templars both got ruined. I heard that. Yeah, Space Wolves had a 36% win rate and they've been nerfed. And I don't know what happened with Black Templar. Apparently, Crusaders got absolutely crucified. But the only reason that would happen is if the Crusader squad points went up. And GW assured me that 20-man squads went down, right? I was assured that big squads went down. Yeah. Sisters got nerfed into oblivion, apart from sister squads. Yeah. Sisters got their rules gutted and then got a price increase. Yep. Mr. Reds, I played Templars and GSC. I decided to set out edition. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I wouldn't blame you if you said, you know what, I'm gonna hobby. I've got a pile of shame. I'm gonna work on that. And you know what? I'm not telling you which game to go and play. Obviously, you know what my biases are, but I don't want to be giving you a hard sell or anything, man. But if you decide to go and check out another game, I wouldn't fucking blame you either. This shenanigans has been going on for too long now.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
This is in a really bad way. Yeah. What do we got next? David D. Davidson. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for the support, for the big support, man. Buster Rift, everyone. Oh my God. The K40s. The 40k crowd is going to get really angry with the K47 crowd. like, because the K47 crowd are just going to constantly be going, Buster Rift, Buster Rift. Look at our game. Oh wow, look at all the great stuff going on in our game. They're going to be insufferable for the next few months. Oh man, I'm just gonna say to the 40k people, don't get too upset with them. They're just excited. There's some genuinely exciting things happening in K47 right now, and they can't contain themselves. They're not feasting on your pain. They're just happy that their game is doing well. But we do need to be sympathetic to the. We need to be very sympathetic to the way 40k players are gonna be feeling right now. I mean, I play 40k, and I'm feeling very sensitive about this entire topic. Like it. I'm honestly.
There's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
This is the first time I've not wanted to play guard in 40k. And I played them all through 7th. I played them all through 6th and Helldrake spam, all through 7th and Invisible Death Star spam, all through 8th, even when they were bad, all through 9th we had like a 20% win rate, all through, well, not all through 10th to be fair. But actually to be fair, I still played a tournament 3 months ago. I think that counts, right? I've still been keeping an eye on the game. So I played guard all through fucking 10th edition. 11th edition and this launch is the first time I've looked down at my beloved faction, the faction which I have played for 22 years, and I've gone, yeah. I'm gonna play him. All right? Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna play him. I've signed up to a team tournament. I'm not gonna let my team down. I'm not gonna let you guys down. I'm gonna take the guard. I'm gonna play him. Obviously, right? Obviously. I'm not gonna let my boys down. But I'm not happy about it. Like, I want to play with my guard. Okay, so let me clarify. I want to play with my guard, but GW is making me sad about guard. Right? Does that make sense? Like, I love my guard. I wanna play him, but GW is making me feel like I don't want to play him. Yeah. I'm not taking guard to fight Tau. I'm taking guard one way or another, man. I'll find a way. We will improvise, adapt, and overcome. We will reject the meta. We will embrace the guard. And we will take our 20% win rate and we will like it. Oh, God. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see what the fucking win rates are from the first weekend. Because the first tournaments for 11th edition could be this weekend. We could get our first metadata this weekend. Who's looking forward to Meta Monday or win rate Wednesday? I think they do now. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah. What do we got next? Ed, let me have a look here. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat. I'm just shocked that a lot of you expected GW to pump out a good product, and I made it clear my gaming group, I'm just playing for the fun. You know what, Ed Bailey? The funny thing is, like, I didn't expect the balanced data slate to be good.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
I said this yesterday in yesterday's stream. I said I'm hoping for the best, but I'm preparing for the worst. This is like actually worse than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, this is worse than I thought it was going to be. I don't think that, like, it sounds crazy. I don't think they can wait a month to fix this. I don't think they can wait a month. If they wait a month, it's going to be a very, very fucking long month. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the thank you for the bean blade. I am now happy with the point, James, because now you see the truth. The only place is K47. Oh my god, there's gonna be so many of these comments. I'm happy we finally are mass off and the truth is shown. Welcome to Green Vault Glory. Meme for you in stream discussion. Buster Rift and welcome refugees. Fucking hell. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Where's the meme, Cosmic? Look, where is this? I can't actually find it. Oh, no, I have to scroll back up. I might have gone past it. There's a few good memes in here, though. Holy shit, man. I can't see it, Cosmic. I'm looking, but I can't see it. I don't think it posted, man. I don't think it posted, so I'll show this one off instead. GW complaint department. It's going to be another 3 years, Dan. And then I saw this one down here as well. Which is worth more points? Arguably the best warrior the Tau Empire has ever produced. A second nurse. That can't be true, one minute. I've actually got to check that out. That can't possibly be true. Right. Where's the towel? Like, I heard it was bad, but it's not that bad, is it? Right. Let's look at this terrible, terrible layout. So where is Commander Farsight? He's only 80 points? $80? That's 5 points more than a squad of guardsmen. This is it. That's it. GG. GG. Nori. This edition is fucked. It is beyond fucked. It is DOA. It is dead on arrival. I'm sorry, okay? I will be running 0 defense for this. I will be finding 0 things positive to say about this. That is beyond a joke. It is insulting to the intelligence of the community of Warhammer. Get fucked, GW. Get beyond belief fucked. Get fucked with an iron rake sideways. Okay? Like, what is going on here? Whoever wrote this balanced data slate should be fired. Should be fucking fired. The entire team should be purged. It should be like the Great Purge of the Red Army. Go through that shit and just purge them. All right? Done. 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 You're not doing your job properly. If I had done this when I worked at a company, I would have been fired. Done. Okay? It's actually a fucking joke. Okay? And whoever's in charge of the 40k team needs to be fired. Okay? Like, this is your flagship product. This isn't a small thing. This isn't a joke. This isn't a game, ironically. From a business point of view, this is your flagship product. This is where you show us the best that you can do, GW. If this is the best that you can do, I am not going to be one of your customers. Like, how can you ask me to hand over money for this? Like, what is going on? What is going on? 80 points? And then where's the Hospitaller? Well, I gotta go sideways, you know, because that's 85 points. What? What's going on here? There is only 2 possible explanations. One, this is some kind of 5D chess maneuver where GW has purposely made it all look terrible, but then later they can swoop in and correct a bunch of stuff and try and farm a bunch of goodwill, like create the problem, sell the solution kind of thing. Or they're just that incompetent. And based on what I saw at the UKGE, I think we're looking at the latter option here. There's no way you can fix this in 3 months. There's no way you can fix this in 3 months. I don't think you'll barely be able to get control of this in 6 months. This is a first year of the edition fuck situation. What happened at UKGE? Dude, I did a whole video on it. The GW display had like broken models in the display cases and like just awful. Honestly, it was just so bad. Yeah. Read the Cavs papers. I'll get to it, man. I'll get to it. Don't worry. Oh my God. But Mountain, thank you for the super chat. I'm happy with these changes because it is likely that I'll see more of you you all on the right side of the rift. Oh my God. I told you the K47 people are going to be getting on the 40k people's nerves. But they shouldn't be. The K47 people aren't wrong. Honestly, if you're a K47 person right now, you are sitting there feeling very sad for your 40k brethren, but very smug in the choices you've made. Yeah. Yeah, man. And you know what? You know what? I'm just gonna say it, and I hand on heart, do not mean this in a ball washing way. Okay, I know you won't believe me. I know some of you are just gonna think that I'm just using this as an opportunity to shill for my favorite game at the moment. I promise you, I'm not. I'm saying this as not. I'm saying this purely as a war gamer, as just an objective perspective. Okay. GW deserves to suffer because of this. They deserve repercussions. They deserve they deserve the community walking away from them. Walking away and the community walking away from them and going over to other games, whether it's K47, Old World, or whatever. Just what I wouldn't, you know what? Do you know what? I'm not even going to say Old World, man. I think if you go over to Old World, as much as I want to support Old World and I love that game, as much as I want to support it, you're still inside the GW ecosystem at that point. I'm sorry, you are. I think people need to walk away from the GW bubble. They need to. And I honestly, you know, if you wanted one recommendation of me, I would say K47. I would do, man. Like, we just don't have this shit over there. We just don't. We just do not have this shit, man. Yeah. It's fucking... And you know what? Do you know who I feel sympathetic for? People like Hardcover Pilot. I feel really, really, really sympathetic for those people that want to play something else, but just feel utterly trapped because the people that they play with are just so caught up in the GW mind virus. They're so caught up in the 40k programming, in the 40k matrix, that they just will never, ever unplug. And I feel sorry for those people. They do. I do. Yeah. It's crazy.
You heard me. I said
I really hope to all of you people who are in that situation, I really, 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 truly hope that this balanced data slate, this bold step forward for 11th edition, this truth that 40k will never get better, it will never improve, this is just the way it is right now. I hope that other people in your group can see that and you all get to go and enjoy other games, whatever the fuck it may be. Whether it's Old World, whether it's Bolt Action, K47, Battletech, fucking Burrows and Badgers, fucking Gaslands, fucking Mordheim, fucking Midhammer. Even if you just go and play Midhammer, all right? Like anything. I hope that you guys, this gives you a chance, because there's nothing worse than feeling like you're forced to play a game you don't even enjoy. Yeah. StarCraft, yeah. All that. Hexen Gaming, thank you for the super chat. Time for Operation Mass Assault. We take 20-man tournaments and send wave after wave until the points go down. Lord General Zap Brannigan. Here's the thing, man. Maybe we just have to like protest. Like purposefully tank the win rate. If we can get the guard win rate to a single digit just as a protest vote, that would be hilarious. That would actually be hilarious, man. Yeah. Yeah. I see. You see, the GW. I knew the GW balance team had a preset win rate, and once the faction dropped below a certain win rate, they would shut down. Slow plate 200 infantry. Man, it's so bad, isn't it? Oh my god, I got hiccups now. 1 second. Oh, there we go. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. It's Warlord Wednesday, my dude. No 40k, only K47. I tell you what, I'm gonna sum up this entire stream right now. Okay, right. I'm gonna sum up this entire stream right now. Let me just find it. I actually want to listen to this as well. This came out yesterday, and all I'm gonna say is send Evan to the black ships. All right. This is literally the entire stream right now. This is the entire stream. That's just the entire fucking stream right now. I'll link that down in chat for those of you that want to share it or something. Not trying to self-promote. I mean, like, if that sums your feelings up and you want to share it out to your friend group and stuff, feel free, of course, you know. All right, what do we got next? Commander HHL, thank you so much for the gift of membership, sir. And thank you for your support. Martin Kafka, thank you for super chat. If it's any consolation, I'm switching from Sisters to Guard for the start of 11th because I think it's less fucked. Let that sink in. By the way, Russell is right. Roll call makes us different from animals. All right, we did the roll call. Dude, if the sister situation is so bad that Guard looks like an improvement. Oh my god, I feel so bad. I feel so bad for you, man. A Silent Warrior, thank you so much. I can't wait for the legendary Tau crash out. I mean, I did a little one before, but I might need to do another one. Yeah. I mean, I'm tired, man. I'm like, I keep going from just like being exhausted at the situation to just being fucking outraged, man. Oh, 87 M Stock WE. Thank you for super chat. I'm living in a blissful place of K47 and Horus Heresy 2.0 in my local playgroup. Very with the updated points because I'm no longer invested, Lamau. Yeah. Great, dude. Dude, I am so jealous. Being in, I wish that I could play K47 and Midhammer and Horus Heresy 2.0. If that was my local playgroup, if that's what they played, I think there's a lot of people that would be very jealous of you right now, man. Very jealous. Board Powerbab, thank you for the 20 gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you for the extra platoon to hold the line. But that's a 20-man squad. Sorry. You're going to hand some more over. 20-man squads have got up now. Cheese Marine, thank you for super chat. Resin Death Riders mog the plastic. Sorry, GW. I don't necessarily disagree. I thought the Resin Death Riders generally looked very good. Yeah. But the new ones look good. They're just a pain in the ass to build. Elijah Snow, thank you for super chat. I've revised my position. I now believe it will take 6 months to be playable instead of my initial prediction of 4 months. I agree, man. I agree. I genuinely agree. I think GW, let that sink in for a moment. Let that sink in. GW have just launched a new edition of their flagship product, of the #1 game they make, and the game that frankly makes more money than all of their other games combined. It is the bedrock of their business. It is the foundation upon which their success is built. They've just launched a brand spanking new edition, and it's so fucked that it's now considered by even GW ball washers, although I'm not saying Elijah was a ball washer, I'm talking about some of the other people. He's echoing some other sentiments that I've seen elsewhere. But even GW ball washers saying it will take months, 6 months, to fix this situation, to get it, not even fix it, to get it playable. Imagine if a car company released a new car and it just didn't work for 6 months, and everyone who bought it just had to just have a car that didn't work for 6 months. Think about it, like video games launch. If a video game launches in this bad a state, it dies. Do you know what? I actually send me to the black ships. I got something for you. You know what? I got something for you. I'm gonna ruffle some feathers. I'm gonna go actually beyond. I'm gonna piss some people off, but you know what? I think it needs to be said, because I'm gonna say send me to the black ships. But you're gonna have to give me a second to scroll back and find it, because it was a long time ago that I made this meme. But I'm gonna do it. 1 minute. Oh my god, it's so goddamn. Why do we post a meme every single day? Jesus Christ, it's gonna take fucking ages. 1 minute. Fuck it. It's like it was months ago. 1 minute. 1 minute. Shit. 1 minute. 1 minute. Oh my god, it was so long ago. How far? Oh my god, 1 minute. We still gotta go. The joke is going to be unfunny by the time we arrive there. I'm just letting you know. Like, it's not that funny, the joke I'm gonna make, but fuck it. I've committed to the bit now. I'm not giving up. We're 2 months back. I made it this year, right? 1 minute. I definitely did. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. We've made so many fucking Calgar jokes. It's hilarious. All right, 1 minute. Oh, there you go. Here you go. I made this 3 months ago. And you know what? I'm just going to say, called it. 11th edition is the Concord edition. The next update will fix the game. Competitive tournament player. I made this 3 months ago. I made this 3 months ago. Just wait and see. Is this Concord 5 or Concord 4? I think this is Concord 4. Because we had Concord, and then we had High Guard, which was Concord 2. And then Marathon was Concord 3. So this is Concord 4. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. This is the first quadruple A board game. And I use board game on purpose. GW CEO, send me to the black ships. Oh, it was Ex Voto Concord 3. The thing is, I don't even think Ex Voto even managed to get out of the gates, did it? So it doesn't even count. Like, no one even knew that game was coming out and no one gave a shit about it. So I don't really count it. That was like Concord DLC.
Backbone
Yeah.
of the guard, ready to serve.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. Fucking called it. Called it 3 months ago. You know what? I've got to repost that, man. I'm going to repost it. Man, I'm going to repost it. Give me a second. I won't do it right now. I'll just save it to repost it later. Yeah. GW won't panic unless sales drop. Well, you know what? They fucking deserve to drop. Their sales fucking deserve to drop. I'm saying this right now. Anyone who pre-ordered that fucking launch box should refund it. That's why would you pre-order something that's not going to work for 6 months? No fucking way, man. Remember, guys, no pre-orders. We now have to apply that to 40k. No pre-orders. After the Armageddon box set and this launch, no pre-orders. Yeah, there you are. Dyson Glory, thank you so much for the 36 months. Triple X Force, baby! Plasma pistol, man! Hey, at least I have an agent's army. Yeah, no having an agent's army, just because you didn't get any nerfs as an agent player doesn't make the situation good. You were already dead. They couldn't make you any more dead. You've already flatlined. Okay? There's no life left. Pineapple Pinsol. Why are shock troops so expensive now? But the 20-man squads are going to go down in points. Dude. And that's not you. I'm taking the piss out of GW. I'll tell you why. Because 5%, if that, probably 1% of the guard community was doing well with recon at the end of 10th edition. So GW decided that not only were they going to give recon a terrible fucking disposition, but at the same time, also nerf everyone. This is the problem. I said it 6 months ago. I will say it again. Nothing that was wrong with 10th edition will get fixed by 11th. Nothing. Having detachments all share the same points values does not work. I've been calling this out for over a year. For a year, I've been saying we need to have a points value, a list of points for each detachment, or at the very least for groups of detachments, if we're going to continue with this detachment system. Because a Cadian squad in Recon is not the same as a Cadian squad in Siege, or a Cadian squad in Armored Infantry, and so on and so forth. It's not the same, but no. And all GW does is they play around the edges. Oh, well, we'll do some dispositions. Oh, we'll introduce step costs. Do you want to know what would fix people spamming units? Do you want to know what's a better system than step costs? A force organization chart. But they will never go back because they will never admit they were wrong to move away from it. There's only one thing that GW prides more than their money, and that is their pride. That's it. That's fucking it. That's it. Now, I'm not saying the old Force Org chart was perfect. I think a Force Organization chart, definitive edition with quality of life improvements would be amazing. It would be amazing. But I tell you what would fix fucking spam. Force Org. Yeah. That's it. Guys, honestly, what do you think is a better system? Because we've got enough data now. We've been doing this for years. What do you think is a better system? The Force Org chart or the detachment system with... Sorry, the Force Org chart with granular point system or the detachment system with the fucking step points? There's no question about it. Even if you don't think the Force Org chart is particularly good, it's about which system do you think is better. I think Fancy did better than 40k with percentage. I agree. I think percentage is even better. I think percentage with unit limits, like they do in Old World. But Old World's fucked it because they're too generous with the unit limits now. There's no way you should be able to take 6 great cannons as normal. It's stupid. Yeah. The lower decks, thank you for super chat. Condition mosaic. I'm gonna come back to lower decks lore tomorrow. Okay, it's now is not the time. Lower decks. I'm sorry, it's not. Dwarven Moray, thank you for super chat. I'm still at work, audience, so I don't have much time. How bad is the dock? Will guard be okay? I will say this: there will be some way for guard to pivot, but it's just going to be shit. Like, there's going to be a lot of people that got into the guard for certain playstyles, like mechanized guard, for infantry guard, for hybrid guard, for Rogel Dawns and stuff like that. There's going to be guard players that have got into the game, and I'd say the 99% of guard players are going to be looking down at the way that they like to play and going, this is bad. I don't like that. This doesn't work anymore. The way I like to play is now bad. Even tank spam doesn't work, guys. Because every Lehman Russ, I'll double check, but every Lehman Russ has got step costs after the first, I think. It might be the first two, but I'll check. First two. Every Lehman Russ has got step costs after the first two. And tank commanders are fucked. Rogel Dawns took a bunch of nerfs. Yeah. I think they even got my beloved Vank, didn't they? Yeah. Still cheaper, but they nerfed it. They nerfed the Vank by 5 to 10 points. Yeah, it's just shit, man. It's just a bag of shit. Yeah. Are Krieg okay? No. No. Krieg 100 now 75 points for 10, 145 for 20. And I think heavy weapon squads are now cheaper than guardsman squads. Fucking hell. Such a joke. Jared, man, thank you for the 33 months, man. Xbox, baby! More automatons for the king's glory! Yes! Buster Rift, man. I love it. Also, Jared, man, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, bro! Thank you for doing your part. We've got Icanthos! Hey! Great to have you in the stream, man. It's been a little while. 40 months! Triple Xbox, baby! Drukhari, no point nerf despite new fly rules. What the fuck? I think, isn't it because Drukhari are kind of shit are doing badly right now? I'm pretty certain that Drukhari just got forgotten about. Although the new fly rules do look pretty good. There is a bunch of you do have a bunch of step costs, to be fair. A lot of your stuff has been step costed. Also, I do want to ask this question because I've not seen anyone answer it yet. Did they ever clarify if dedicated transports don't have the rule of 3? Because I don't think I saw that get clarified in the rule book, but I don't know. Because if that is the case, then Drukhari players are going to be forced to take a lot of raiders instead of just venoms. Yeah. The app let you do it? Oh, okay. The app allows it, so I guess. Yeah, guys, but the app's fucked because the app doesn't allow you to add a command squad and a Castellan. So if we're going off what the app says, guard command blobs don't work anymore. Don't know if anybody missed that. Now on the guard battle line data sheet, it says you can add 2 leaders. But on the app, it won't allow you to add 2 leaders. So, does that mean Lord Marshal Dreer can now not take advantage of a Master Vox? Because that's going to fucking suck. That's going to fucking suck. The Battle Line 2 leaders is the defunct 10th edition one. Yeah. Complete oversight. I think it must be an oversight, yeah. Again, though, this is GW's premium product. What GW has launched is them laying out the evidence for why they believe they can charge the prices they get away with. I don't think it's okay to, you know, charge people for an app that doesn't work. What did I say? I said Lord. Did I say Drea? I meant Lord Solar. I meant Lord Solar. Not fucking Drea. Drea got a points cut. Yay! It only took 18 months, but we finally have the Drea Cavalry Blob. I mean, it still costs 185 points. But hey, if it took him 18 months to fix him, at this rate, 11th edition will be fixed by 20th edition. Sick. Yeah, the best news I got for you is they made Drea better. 75 points for Drea, 80 points for Farsight. Just going to say that again. 75 points for Lord Marshal O'Dear. 80 points for Farsight. Common Commander Chudsight W. Creed is 85 points. Farsight is 80. Tal Twins are 205. It's a hardcore palette. It's embarrassing. It's very, very embarrassing. And again, this is from the industry leader. This is from the company that says they are the best industry leading wargaming company out there. It's just not true. This is what they use to justify charging you so much money than every other wargaming company out there. It's ridiculous, man. Jared Man, sorry, what do we have? Let me have a look here. Sir Newbie, thank you, man. Guard aren't lying in a ditch, but GW have blown both their kneecaps and broken their arms, hooking them up to life support with copium tanks. It's all right, guys. The next update will fix it. Remember, guys, just wait and see. The next update will fix the game. Guard does have some avenues to play. So let me summarize the guard position. The way you like to play doesn't work now. You have other ways you can play, but they're weird and they're clunky and they don't really work, and the end result isn't particularly efficient. There will be ways to improvise, adapt, and overcome. You're just going to not enjoy it. Because we now do not have a broad spectrum of play styles to accommodate a broad community. We now have spamming pairs of tanks. There you go. But not 3. Don't take 3 tanks. If we take a 3rd one, we'll have to charge you more than a Riptide. What do we got next? Potato, thank you, super chat. The points are horrendous. How the fuck does 10 guard equal the same as a Space Marine Intercessor squad? Guardsmen should be cheap and disposable. Where's my horde? Where's my waves of infantry? Why can't I play my fantasy? Honestly, man, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. There. How? Do you guys remember there was a time not all that long ago, about 2 years ago? Actually, less than. I think Bridgehead came out about 21 months ago. There was a time less than 2 years ago where a squad of Scions cost 50 points. Now, that same squad costs 75 points. Or if you take 3 5-man squads, that third one will cost you 85 points. That squad of Scions is going to cost you more than a squad of Space Marine Intercessors. That squad is going to cost you more than Farsight. So it's not that everyone's gone up in points. It's that in the space of less than 2 years, that unit has gone up nearly double. 70%. And they were already unusable. Yep. Why? Don't know. NF, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the 29 months. X-Force, baby! There's a spreadsheet in chat. That is a lot nicer. Let's have a look. Here is my response. Fuck's sake. Literally went out and bought the starter set today. Amazing. Right, where's the spreadsheet then? 1 minute. Where's the spreadsheet? God, it's busy in stream discussion today, boys. Holy shit. So many good memes. Oh, here you go. Oh, wow. This spreadsheet from the fireside. Just think about this for a moment. Think about this. The spreadsheet that is from from the Fireside podcast is actually better and more legible than the document put out by the £6 billion company. It would actually have been better if they put out a fucking spreadsheet like this. Think about that for a moment. And it took them less than a day to do. And it's every single faction. It's every single one. Frog, wait, we lose our army rule if we're battle shocked? Yes. Yes, we do. That's a good spreadsheet, NF. Thank you. I'll be using that, not the Minotaur on field manual when we go through the points line by line. Cheese Marine, thank you for the super chat. Best way to play with your guard, still Tau? I wish I could say no, but I'm having a hard time not. I mean, I think you would be better taking Tau infantry. Well, what would you do for anti-tank, I suppose? Montcar lethal hit people to death? Yeah, probably. Yeah. If crisis suits count as infantry, they don't. They got legs, though, right? Oh. I don't think pure infantry Tau is particularly effective, to be honest. But I do think that tower infantry is now better than guard infantry, point for point. Not just on a because you pay more, so obviously they're better. No, they're cheaper, and they're actually. I'm going to say this: tower infantry are now cheaper and better than guard. Not cheaper because they're better. If they were the same points cost, they would still be better, but they're cheaper and better. T-Sus, thank you for the super chat. You can always convert Tau to look like infantry guard. Broadsides and field guns. I just want to play my guard, man, but I appreciate you trying to help. 1 minute. Is that Mrs. Morning is making a noise? Amy? Amy? Are you making a noise? I was like, why is there a high-pitched, like, whirring sound? It's Mrs. Mordian hoovering up a spider. There you go. I think the rail rifles cost extra. No, the iron rifles cost extra, I believe, on the Tau. I'll just double check. Yes. Yes, of course. Guys, the Pathfinder team costs only 5, with 3 rail rifles and a grenade launcher, only costs 5 points more than a squad of Cadians. Brilliant. All right. Kazakid, thank you for the super chat. The twin lance I bought for a fun painting project is looking more and more like the start of a battlesuit army. You know what? I don't even blame you, man. Like, genuinely, I don't even blame you. Like, yeah. Like, I don't even blame you. It's crazy. I don't blame anyone who's looking at Tau favorably right now. But I just say, you got to be careful, because GW will try and sell GW are probably doing this to try and sell a bunch of Tau. That's probably why they're doing it, so, be careful. What have we got here? So we've got so many super chats coming tonight. There's a lot of super chats. They're all relevant to what we're talking about, but there's a lot of super chats because there's a lot of people who are feeling very, like, you know, emotional about this. And I don't blame them. Like, we put our... People who say it's just a game... Every Warhammer player puts their heart and soul into their army. And guard players especially do. It's often a bit of a meme that guard isn't a playstyle, it's a lifestyle. Kelzo, thank you for the super chat, man. Stomp has gone down to 600 points, a 25% decrease. Of course, right? Because the Stomper was bad, don't get me wrong, but it's gone down because Orcs are a flagship faction. Think about this. If you're excited to play Orcs, if you're excited to play 40k 11th edition, maybe you're getting into it for the first time, and the GW sales guy can go, oh yeah, look at the Stomper. You're going to go, fuck yeah, let's look, fucking yeah, let's get that thing. When you're in full-blown hype mode, when you are ripe for the picking, when you're ready for the milking, you're going to buy a fucking Stomper if you're hyped as fuck for your Orcs, right? Of course. Yeah. Lyman Abraxas, thank you for the 48 months, man. X-Force, baby! Yes! Armored infantry is going to be the way. No. Strong disagree. It's gone up significantly in points. Unless you... Well. Okay, if you run armored infantry with basically no infantry... Maybe, but right now, command squads can't. You can't make command blobs, which massively reduces the efficiency of the infantry being able to do orders. So no, armored to vehicles. So armored infantry absolutely is not the way. I would love for armored infantry to be good. In my opinion, armored infantry is dead because the main strength is you get cheap orders for your vehicles. You now don't do that. You can't do that until that's fixed. If it gets fixed, you can't do that. Yeah.
Backbone of the guard.
Macon, thank you
Ready
for
to
the super
serve.
chat. So, how's Horse Heresy 3.0 looking? Some people may think I've gone too far when I say this. Some people may think that I am exaggerating. But I say this with no sense of exaggeration in my heart. I say this, I'm not saying, you know how sometimes you say something and then after you say it, you're like, no, I don't really agree with what I've just said. No, I'm going to say this and I don't have that sense in my chest. I think this is as bad as the Horus Heresy 3.0 situation. Let's look at the facts. Horus Heresy 3.0, the missions were balked. 40k 11th edition, the missions are balked. Horus Heresy 3.0 launched with cover mechanics that were fucking broken. 11th edition is launching with cover mechanics that are fucking broken. People are already saying you need to not allow towing in. Everything having towering is fucked. Now, I will say the cover mechanics in Heresy didn't work, whereas I'll say the cover mechanics in 40k do work. They're just horrific. So cover balked, cover balked. Army list. Oh, and Horus Heresy launched with terrible army list building. 11th edition, terrible army list building. Like you say I'm being controversial, say I'm exaggerating, say I'm going beyond the pale. I don't give a fuck. As far as I can see, this is as bad a launch as Heresy 3.0. Now, there are different things, like Heresy launched with a bunch of stuff going to Legends that they then brought back, but that was always going to be the case. Like, well, not always going to be the case, but that was always like a temporary issue, right? But that wasn't even the main thing. We talk about the core problems. Yeah. Yeah. Crazy. CB Cooper, thank you so much for super chat. My list gets nerfed, but my TTC vowels get buffed. That's one way to look at it, yeah. Sir Newbie, some memes and streams got to try and smooth our poor guard. I saw some of these come in, man. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. There's some brilliant memes in here. There's some brilliant memes in it. All through this. Let's have a look. The attempt on my guard has left me scarred and deformed. Old Warhammer Grognard, is it possible to learn this narrative play? Not from Games Workshop! Oh my god, I love it. That is pretty good. I'll give you that one. That is pretty good. All right, what do we got next? Oh my days. Oh my days. It's happened again. Gentlemen, for the third time this stream, there has been a Death Strike chat, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Oh my god. That is a $100 super chat. Oh my god. And it's coming in from David D. Davidson. Million 07s, mate. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Holy fucking shit, man. Sir Newbie, welcome to the Rift, brother. Yeah. Sir Newbie, that is a Death Strike in your honor. Unfortunately, David, that's the third Death Strike, so you now need to pay the step cost. I know you thought you'd paid enough. You've got to pay the step cost now. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. David, you absolute mad lad. You incredible, beautiful, crazy, degenerate bastard. Thank you for going above and beyond the call of duty. And I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, and a scholar, and an absolute goddamn hero. And I tell you what, all this glass raising that I'm doing to David and the others, this rum and coke's, this rum and coke's going down quite nicely. And the more I drink, the better. The more I drink, the less this this beautiful field manual hurts. There you go. There you go, David. Seriously though, thank you, man. And you've been incredibly generous to that, especially when you've done two more. You've done two more super chats after that. The Krieg face and absolute immersion. 007, mate. Fuck it out. Fuck it out. Oh my days. David, you've been extremely generous tonight, mate. And you're generous in many streams, dude. So I don't think it's not gone unnoticed. You've absolutely been going above and beyond the Call of Duty. You've been smashing it stream after stream after stream. And I just want to take a moment, in amongst all the hype and all the beef, a moment to say a personal and heartfelt thank you. It's very much appreciated. And I really do want to say from the bottom of my heart, man, thank you. Thank you, mate. All right, what do we got next? D's Nuts, thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Azaleas, thank you for 35 months. You had to be bribed to do roll call. Shame on you. I know. X-Force, I know. Oh my days. Cosmic True, thank you for super chat. Guard are now the Mongolians. Do throat singing. That sounds like I'm doing something else. Sir Nuvi, thank you for the super chat. They agreed to give the starter box a go, and one friend who left in 9th and was a guard player. As soon as I told about the Ursus, he peaked. I shall try 11th, but we're giving 4th and K47 a go. Yes, mate. And that's the thing. You know what? Do you know what I would say? Like, honestly, try 4th. I love that you're getting to K47, but on the point of Midhammer, try a bit of Midhammer. And if some of your mates have got models that don't really work in Midhammer, just homebrew them in. Like, just, be reasonable. Like a repulsor, make it a bit more expensive, make it a bit less durable than a Land Raider, like maybe 14, 13, 12, or 13, 13, 12, something like that. And then, or 13, 13, 11, I'd say. And then just just give it like a battle cannon or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, just homebrew it and be reasonable about it, or use it as a count-size Land Raider. Do you know what I mean? There's all sorts of things you can do. But New Recruit has newer units. New Recruit has added new units into 4th. They even got Votan. Holy shit, man. What? 11th edition? Never even heard of it. Midhammer all the way. That's crazy. New Recruit. Whoever's doing that at New Recruit, they know what they're doing, and I fully support it. You know what? It might actually be... I've been using New Recruit as a free service for a while. It might actually be time to start supporting that and paying for it. Yeah. Mr. Morden. Mr. Morden. Love B5, mate. Love the reference. As one who spent a lot on 40k and time getting my wife in it, GW keeps making me regret my decisions and over 3+ years of investment. Still optimistic, sadly. If Vulcan isn't back by the edition end, I'm out. I don't blame you, man. Dude, I don't blame you at all. And let me just say, that fucking sucks, right? It fucking sucks. Because after 3 years, GW has just... you've not done anything wrong. And that, you've spent 3 years, a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of time with your wife as well. And after 3 years, you're looking down at your investment of time, husband points and money, and thinking, have I just wasted all of this? They've made you feel like a fucking mug. Nobody wants to feel like a fucking mug. Why would you support a game that makes you feel like an idiot for supporting it? It makes you feel like you've been scammed. This is the problem that GW's got, man. This is the problem. Their incompetence, their absolute incompetence, and their inability to like fix things, and it's just making people question why they deserve the support. And here's the big one, right? GW is a £6 billion company. Some people say, oh, that's based on the stock value. Okay, they're a multi-million pound stock, multi-million pound company in terms of the resources that they have available. They have never had more resources at their fingertips. They've never had more money. They've never had the ability to hire the best people in the industry like they have done right now. And this is the result that they can produce. That is a fucking joke. The fact that there are individuals out there who can do GW's job better than them in basically for free in a fraction of the time, it's like, why are we supporting them? Sorry, MG, they can only afford so many AI tokens. Fucking hell. Marrow Wolf, thank you for the 3 months. In your opinion, what is the worst primary mission? Okay, I thought that Recon was the worst, but the internet is telling me that Disruption is the worst. And the internet was pretty bang on about Purge being the best. When we looked into it, Purge definitely was the best. And now, yeah, it looks like Recon is probably going to be the... not Recon, Disruption is looking pretty bad. Because you have to do so many action Disruption. Yeah. Joe, they literally chased all their good talent away with horrible workplace experience. The GW brain drain is real. It is. Like, I wish I could tell you. I wish I had evidence for the horror stories that I've heard. But I have heard, and it's pure hearsay, and I won't even mention who it's about because it is pure hearsay. I have heard that there are like people in Games Workshop who have got away with like actual violence in the workplace. Like the fighting in the car park thing isn't a meme. Now, if that's true or not, who knows? It could be a rumor. It could be hearsay. As Val likes to say, all rumors are lies until proven true. But would you want to work in if it is true, would you want to work in a place like that? Is that an environment that's conducive to talent? I don't fucking think so. Yeah. They literally I said this a couple of years ago. Brain drain. I said GW is going to go the way of Disney. I can literally let me pull it up. Let me find the receipts. There you go. It was 11 months ago. There you are. 11 months ago. 40k for Star Wars. Is Games Workshop making the same mistakes as Disney? At that time, people didn't pay much attention to that video. Well. Vindication. The way of Ubisoft. Yep, exactly. Yeah. There you are. Francois, thank you for the super chat, man. Lamau, I struggled to fit 100 guards into a list before the slate. Meanwhile, my 20 Corn Berserker bricks with 100 chainsaw attacks got cheaper. Wait, how much are 20 Berserkers now? I gotta check this out. I actually I'm actually nervous to check it out. Oh, you'll be pleased to know, where is it? Defilers aren't even expensive in... What the fuck? Defilers aren't even expensive in World Eaters. Fuck's sake. Corn Berserkers. 345 points for 20 Corn Berserkers. It's not expensive though, is it? 345 times 5. You can just about fit 100 Berserkers in. All right, like it's all right. I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought for a moment it was like a 20 Corn Berserker is gonna be like just the same price as 20 Guardsmen. It's not quite got that bad yet. Not quite. Give it 3 months. GW will fix it by then. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Be like your short yesterday. Ban 40k and only K47. I'm not banning 40k. Jesus, man. I'm sad. You're not gonna kick the 40k community while it's down. Fucking hell. McCon, thank you for the super chat. The worst part is, I legit bet that none of this is on purpose. I suspect this is the best effort put forth by the GW designers. Yep. That's the bad. That's the worst part. This is the best they can do. This is the epitome of their talent. And not just this Minotaur and Field Manual. This entire launch, from not having 11th edition at UKGE to Grot Week to this Minotaur and Field Manual and everything else in between, this is the best they can do for an edition launch. With multi-millions at their disposal, this is the best they can do. Core rules missing from the rulebook. The app not working on day one. Actively breaking data sheets with changes, like with the GSC and the Valkyrie.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
This is the best they can do.
Indeed.
Kazakin, thank you for the super chat, man. It's just painfully obvious the factions were done in isolation, with Marines and Orcs first, then Tau last when they got back from the pub. Dude, I think I don't think this balance patch was designed with 11th edition in mind. None of these changes make sense through the lens of 11th edition. Like, Recon Guard just got absolutely nerfed. And by the new force disposition, and then they've just made all the points go up. Do you want my bet? This is a balanced data slate. I reckon a lot of these changes were made through the lens of the end of 10th edition. And they didn't bother updating any of them going into 11th. End of 10th going to 11th. But see, it doesn't make sense. Because there are some mind-boggling changes, like... Why did the Cyclops demolition vehicle go up in points?
You heard me.
Why did they make the bombast cannons, the field ordnance battery, cheaper? And then say that artillery was going to get cheaper, but then have a granular points cost for the bombast cannons. Surely that's the opposite, right? Surely there should be less for taking the bombast cannons. Do you know what I mean? Like, and these kind of changes are I'm just talking about from the guard perspective. These kind of like nonsensical, do not make sense changes are rampant throughout every faction. I don't get it. It's strange. It's very strange. Have they panic nerfed shooting after realizing in playtesting it was busted? Because that was mentioned a couple of months ago. Thing is, Chaos, if that was the case, why did they significantly buff Tau? Tau were pegged to be the #1 faction in 11th because of how good their shooting was in 11th. Reports that were leaked from playtesters said that Tau were a problem from several months ago, like you heard, right? So if they overcorrected for shooting, why did they make the best shooting faction in the game even better at shooting? It doesn't make sense. And it doesn't, and this is what also doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because Tau were one of the top 5 factions at the end of 10th edition as well. So it doubly doesn't make sense. Yeah. I don't get it. That there is the changes, nearly every single change that has been made today. I'm not saying all of them, but I would say the majority of the changes that we've seen with this field manual are nonsensical. I said this at the beginning of the stream. I'm going to say it again. This is the worst balance patch that I have seen in 10 years. Since the launch of 8th edition, this is the worst balance patch that I can remember. Because of how wide sweeping it is, how broad it is in what it's affecting, but in how nonsensical it is in the changes that have been made. It's if you want my cynical opinion, I think GW has gone full mask off. I think if the only way these changes make sense is if you look at it through what stock GW has taking up space. Like I think that this balance change is not meant to improve the game. I think it's meant to sell models. That's the only. Don't look at it through the lens of a game. Look at it through the lens of a business, and then it's like, oh, why would they buff that unit? Because they've got stock of that unit. I think it's inventory. I don't think this is a balance update. I think it's inventory management. I think GW's gone full mask off. This is like 7th edition. This is like 7th edition, when they kept releasing broken stuff to sell models. This is exactly this, but now they're trying to get money for old rope. It's the only reason. Said it straight away. Just look at the basic of the combat patrol. Yeah. Although, then look at the 10-man squad in the combat patrol. Yeah. That new, not combat patrol, battle force, but I know what you meant. That battle force, by the way, now doesn't work. Because you can't add a command squad and a commissar to the 10-man squad. Doesn't work. Inferno, thank you for the 28 months, man. What K47 models would be nice to paint? I really like paint any of the new plastic ones. The old metal ones and the resin ones, they're a bit goofy. I love them because I love old ass goofy models. But if you want a model that's pleasurable, if you want models that are pleasurable to build and paint, my personal favorites are the Stahl Trooper. That we're not beating the allegations, but no, seriously, the Stahl Trooper are just a piece of piss to build. Like, you'll build like a box of them in like 20 minutes, and they're really, really fun to paint as well. I've got these aren't finished, but I got a couple of examples here. So they're like they're basically the Axis Terminators. So they're wearing super heavy power armor, and they build very, very quickly, and they paint very quickly as well. There you go. And if you don't want to collect Axis, then I recommend the new Ursus. The new Ursus are very cool. Yeah, the new Ursus bears for the Soviets. And if you like robots, this is my favorite Ursus pose, leaping off the rock to like munch some people. And then if you want some Brits, the automated infantry are very cool. But if you're a Necron player, if you're a Necron player, you're going to stick with 40k because Necrons did very well in 40k. But if you want the Brit robots are very nice. But out of all of them, I think the Stahl Trooper are probably the easiest to build and paint. Yeah, and they're if you get them as part of like a starter set or an introductory set, they're pretty affordable as well. And you can get shitloads off them secondhand off eBay because they're in all the starter sets and stuff. So yeah, but it's I think from Warlord Games, it's like 9 of them for 37 quid, but they're the equivalent of Terminators in terms of like points values and stuff. So, you know, Style Troop and Squad on average comes out to like for like a squad of 6 with with machine guns and like a light anti-tank gun and stuff like that. I think comes to about 200 plus points. So you're getting pretty good bang for your buck. Yeah. But like I said, I'd look at getting them from secondhand or from a starter set or something, so you can get them for pretty cheap. Yeah. As for vehicles, the Linebacker's lovely to build and paint, and so is the Vogel Spinner. And then you've got Bolt Action Infantry where you can get 30 blokes for like 37 quid or something. So yeah, there you go. But yeah, Kate, those ones are very good. Hexing Gaming, thank you for the super chat. Some memes in stream discussion to cheer you up. Hey man, I'm not that sad. I'm a little sad, but I'm not that sad. Let's have a look. Hexing. K47 busting a rift with 11th edition. I love that. We got the is it the proper song and everything? Oh my god. Or is it just the picture? Oh, it's just the picture. There you go. I think we do need Warhammer 11th edition GW executive. Oh my god. There you go. This is all a Greenvolt agent who's stuck in GW. Terrible news. A war boss is 75 points and can clear almost 15 guardsmen by himself. Yeah. It's bad. I think we do need you know what? I think we need a coffin dance meme for tomorrow's short. I'm gonna tag Evan in that. There you go. That's brilliant. I love it. I love it. That has cheered me up, to be fair. Gangastani! Hey! Gangastani, man. 47 months. Xbox, baby! Joke's on you, MG. They're just a mini-selling company. That's it. Games Workshop is no longer a war gaming company. They're no longer a war gaming company. They just sell the miniatures. And unfortunately, the only reason I buy the miniatures is to play the game. So if they're not making a war game anymore, I guess I don't have much reason to buy the miniatures. It's me, Marco. Thank you for super chat. GW playing 5D chess in the balance update? Bro, they can't handle playing 40k! Brilliant. You're right. You're absolutely right. Oh my god. What have we got here? Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. I fixed the memes and stream discussion. Bust a rift. Oh yeah, I saw it, man. Let's have a look. I don't want to talk about 40k and Shame's work slop. Brilliant. It's Warlord Wednesday, and I want to talk just about conflict, about action stuff. I want to live. I want to be happy. For conflict, for the Rift Buster, a Rift fuck, the points Warlord Wednesday. Welcome to Green Vault Glory. 40k did it again. The conflict grew. Yes. Oh man, the destruction of 140k 11th edition. Ashraton points increases. You fought for truth. You defected from greed. Welcome home. The guard lives. The fight continues. I love it, man. Welcome to the Green Vault. There you go. Overpriced, undelivered. Propaganda, retcon into oblivion. The Emperor doesn't protect corporate greed. Doesn't protect you from corporate greed. That's true. There you are. Rescue Operation and Exodus 47. Fuck's sake. Oh my god. There you go. That's actually made me piss myself. I love it, Cosmic. Brilliant. Exodus 47. All right, what do we got here? Marrow Wolf, thank you for the super chat. 3D printer go burr. 3D printer does indeed go burr, man. Oh. Thing is, though, why would you waste good resin on 3D printing? The thing is, though, 3D. You know what's kind of crazy? 3D printing doesn't save the situation because it doesn't matter how much you print. If the game is bad and the points are fucked, you print in models that are shit. Oh, man. Gangastani, thank you for super chat. Check out Exile Edition on Northern Exile's Discord. I've got my eye on Exile Edition. I do. It's not complete yet, but it is getting there, so I have got my eye on it. Snow Peace T, thank you for super chat. Low quality memes and a rant in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. I'm sick, physically and now psychologically. I woke up feeling a pain in my bottom, and when I saw the 2 points, I understood why. I didn't commit anything new to 40k because I was waiting to see what was Legend did. Anyway, I'm just happy because of the points too. Nerfing Guardian View is something that really came out of their butts for no goddamn reason. You know this, but now imagine us, Greens with barely any army. I mean, that's true. Yeah. I only have that list you wrote for me. I can stand in a Valk and a command squad. I can print it on demand, yet I don't feel like it. That's exactly what I was saying, right? 3D Printer Go Bro doesn't help you here. I don't want to put more effort just for GW to throw everything in the air in 3 months. Bro, 3/4 of my Kazakin are still unpainted. And it isn't even playable anymore because I went from 995 points to 1,025 points. Completely dependent on a 3 detachment point attachment that I can't use in 1k games. To be fair, they did say they were going to fix that, but we'll have to wait until that comes out. Anyway, low quality memes until morale improves. I have a 10-man infantry ready to print. I haven't printed yet because I got sick. I'm just happy I designed them to be K47 compatible as well. Nice. Lay down your weapons. You are surrounded. All I am surrounded by is fear and dead men. Yeah, counter chance are so OP, guys. I had to go up 25 points. Days without junior fuck ups 0-0. GW, the meta is shit because you're working on 11th edition, right? You're working on 11th edition, right? I'm saving that one. 1 minute. I'm saving that one. There's too many of these that are too good, man. I'm going to be using so many of these for combos. They think we will work on Steel Legion. Now release the new Deus Slay. Oh, man. What should be Imperial Guard playstyle? Elite Infantry, points to match. Fuck. Well, it's cavalry, isn't it? Conflict 47, StarCraft, Warhammer 40k. Yeah. Invasion America! Goosebumps! Yeah. I tell you what. I'm looking forward to Invasion America now. Oh, the memes have been the best bit, man. Honestly, the memes have made me feel like a lot better, I have to say. Sergeant Sharp, thank you for the super chat. I've never been so glad of a purchase as I have for my purchase yesterday of a K47 starter set and a Guardian for my K47 British. There you go, man. And this is what I was saying, right? Whether it's Conflict 47 or any other game system, it's not a good sign. It's not a good sign when people who have drifted away from your game have been vindicated on doing that. That's not good. That's not good at all. I don't know, man. Like, maybe I'm being stupid. And I absolutely could believe that I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, right? I could believe that. So if this ends up, I'm not declaring this as a prophecy. I'm not declaring this as a prediction. I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm not saying 7 to black ships or anything. But we always say that, oh, 40k will be fine. 40k will chug on. 40k will continue. GW, the line will always go up for 40k. There's always that sort of general sentiment because it seems like no matter how much GW fuck up, line always go up, right? I don't know, man. After this launch, after every point of this launch on the graph being fucked, I mean, is this where line go down? I don't know, man. Am I just, reading too much into it? Am I over exaggerating? Or is this where line go down? I don't know, man. Look what Disney did to Star Wars. Yeah, but Disney still makes a lot of money. But Star Wars doesn't make Disney a lot of money. That's the difference, right? I don't know. I don't know anyone who can look at this situation, the launch of 11th edition, and say it's been done well. I think this has been a very poorly handled launch. I mean, look at the launch of this compared to 10th edition. Like, 10th edition, I thought GW put the work in. I did. And I thought the launch of 10th was good. Was the game absolutely fucked because of like balance issues? Yeah. But it wasn't that. Here's the difference between 10th and 11th. In 10th, there was like 1 or 2 factions. Like I think Death Guard looked a bit weak, and GSC looked a bit weak. And then Eldar looked massively overtuned. But everybody else was pretty happy with the state that they launched in the edition. Like we're talking the vast majority. And, they did a hot fix for towering and they did a hot fix on Eldar Mortal Wounds. And then after that, it was, and then they did there wasn't that much to hot fix. Does that make sense? And it wasn't until 10th edition, I thought the launch of 10th edition was good. I thought where 10th edition went wrong was it became the edition of loss. And they ripped too much out of the game. That's where I think it went wrong. But the general launch of the game was very positive and very well received. I don't think anyone who plays 40k right now, even if you did well in this balanced data state, can look at the situation and go, this has been a good launch. Yeah.
Follow me to glory!
Yeah. I don't know, man. I just think it's been a bad fucking launch, man. Yeah. Hexing Gaming, thank you for the super chat. Can we get a K47 Fest as well as a Guard Fest? Yeah, I'm probably gonna run one next year. I'll get this one. I'll get this year's Tantalus done. I'm very excited for that. I'm going to be releasing the update for that either end of this week or beginning of next week. And then when we've got that edition done, I don't mean done in a bad way, but when we've successfully done that, I think we will look at organizing a K47 one. Yeah. At the very least, I want to run a few K47 like events. But I would love to do a big apocalypse battle style thing. Yeah. All right, let's Eat My Sandwich, thank you for the super chat. GW to Mordian, I have altered the datasheet. Pray I do not alter them any further. fuck, man. No, I hope they do alter it further. It literally couldn't get worse than this. Now, what I mean by that is they absolutely could nerf us more. Don't get me wrong. But what I mean is like it's already fucked. That it can get more fucked, but that it's almost like reached a plateau of fuckedness. So actually, please do alter it. Yeah, don't fucking keep doing this. Being serious, if they don't correct course, how bad do you think we will get? Will we reach 7th edition or beyond? I think we could reach 7th edition levels of issues with this edition. And I mean, that's where it could hit GW in the wallet. What I don't know is if GW corrected things in 12th edition, would people come back? Here's the thing. There's been a lot of new people that have joined the community. And there will be a lot of people that will see GW. Let's say 12th edition fixes this. A lot of people who get hoodwinked and go, oh, but they fixed the game. We can come back to it now. So it might go that way. Or it could be, there's only so many times that you can fuck up GW before people just walk away and don't come back. I could see, even if they fixed it with 12th, I could see people not coming back. I think fool me once, shame on me. Shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I know a lot of people who won't want to get fooled twice. Yeah. It's a me, Marco. Thank you for super chat. Maybe I'm a cynic, but I think it'll be 6 years until 11th edition is playable if this is the peak of their capability. Yeah, exactly. This is the peak of their capability. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is the way it is now. It is. This is the way it is. That's it. This is the way it is now, guys. You've got to decide whether you like this or not. No, right. I'm going to say this. No more waiting for the next update. All right. Had that for years at this point. No more waiting for the new update. This is the decision everyone has to make. Either you like this or you don't. No more coping. It's either shit or get off the pot. It's that simple. This is the best I can do. This is the way 40k is going to be. This is the way it's continuing to going to be. If you like this, if you like it, if you're okay with this, if you can stomach this, if you're happy to play this, then keep playing it. But no more hoping it's ever going to get fixed, because it fucking won't be. It's never going to get fixed. This is the way it is, and this is the way you just have to accept it's going to be. And if that's the way it is. That's it. Elijah, thank you for the 5 months, man. Well, give me 6. Thank you for the 5 months. Well, gives me 6 months to pay my pile of shame. Yeah, man. Yeah. Albert Gabriel, thank you for becoming a channel member, man. Thank you for your support. Uncle Clumsy, thank you for the super chat. Got fresh built infantry squads in stream discussion. Feels bad. Yeah. Let's have a look, man. I can't see it actually. I just saw this meme. I have a sisters and a guard army. Someone replied with, "Go out with honor." That's fucking bad. That is. That's fucking bad. That's a dark meme. I love a good dark meme, man. Fucking hell. I collect sisters and guard. Go out with honor. Oh, man. Wait, Uncle Clumsy, you said you built infantry squads. Why does it feel bad to build it? No, these aren't bad infantry squads. This shouldn't feel bad. Fuck's sake. Oh, man. You got me. You fucking trolled me, man. I love it. I was looking through for guard infantry, and then I went, hang on a second. Was it that one? Russell W., thank you for the super chat. No pre-orders in stream discussion. Yeah. No fucking pre-orders. Yeah. Agreed. Absolutely agreed, man. No fucking pre-orders. There you go. Got another one here. Remember, no pre-orders. There you All right. Valhalla Melter, thank you for super chat. Wow, it'd be nice if there was a way to make our battle infantry more expensive if you're taking loads of them in recon, but not tax everyone else. Dude, if only there was some way, but I have been assured that it is physically, biologically, chemically, ethically, ecumenically, and morally impossible to do that. Also, Valhalla Melter, I feel bad that your Harlequins got diddled. I know you were very excited for Harlequins, and it turns out that they fucked them. Yeah. Fox Knight, thank you for the super chat. When will we get the Saltcast going over this? Simon is away on holiday. I think he's in Mexico. So, not for a while, unfortunately. But this is the one-man live Saltcast. There you go. James Loader, thank you for this. Thank you for 36 months. X-Force, baby! I'm building Imperialist Navy. Might as well suck in style. True. If you're gonna lose every game, might as well do it in style. Yeah, there you go. Lazy Goose, thank you for 28 months. X-Force, baby! What's up with Valkyries? So Valkyries are a transport aircraft which don't have hover, which means that they can come on the board 6 inches, drop their troops off, and then leave. But those troops could literally just walk on the board edge 6 inches and achieve the exact same result. So there's literally 0 point in putting troops inside Valkyries now. Like, you might say, oh, Mordia, what about jumping out so they can get, like, mechanized assault bonuses? Yeah, why not do the same thing for cheaper with something like a Centaur? Literally 0 point. Yeah. Looks perfect to me! Gangastani, thank you for the super chat. So when is Mini Mordian coming? Get to work, MG. Oh, so I love. We've got to procreate. No chat, not everyone in chat, but specifically Gangastani 9528 said that that we had to do it. So there we go. There we are. Trevor S7, thank you for super chat. At least Ogren and Bulgren are cheaper. Don't think they are, mate. Pretty certain Bulgren went up, right? Yeah, no, mate. Bulgren went up. So now, if you take your first squad of Bulgren, it's the same price. If you take a second squad of Bulgren, it's now 15 points more expensive. So they pulled that ladder up as well. Ogren are a little cheaper. In fact, Ogren, I think are the same, 10 points cheaper for 6 of them. It is now cheaper to take 8. It's now cheaper to take bricks of 6 Ogren than it is to take a squad of Guardsmen. Ogren are now cheaper than Guardsmen. It's all about Ogren and recon squads. There you go, baby. It's all about... Because remember, you've got the Abhuman Auxiliary Detachment, which allows you to give take aim to your Ogren. It's all about Ogren, boys. Gangster Guardsman. I've heard enough. Buff Tau. I've heard enough. Minus 10 points from Farsight. You know how there's that meme with the Eldar where it's like, I've heard enough, plus 10 points on Azaman? We've now got the Tau version. I've heard enough. Minus 10 points from Farsight. There you are. Wind Whistler, thank you for the super chat. Death Strikes cost more for 2+. GW has caught onto your shenanigans, Mordian. I told you. The GW spy's been watching. See, the thing is, I would love to just dedicate this channel to putting out misinformation about the Guard just to fuck with GW. But I feel like anyone who wasn't in on the PSYOP would just be really confused by how bad the advice was that I was putting out. Michael, thank you for 17 months. X-Force, baby. I think mechanized is the best way to play 11th. Ooh. I don't know, man. I don't know. Because all the infantry you want to put inside went up by 10 points. Unless you're thinking, like, maybe centaurs, and then it balances out to the same amount. Centaurs went down 10 points, I think, which is nice. It's not enough, though. They should be like 60. Yeah. I think there will be a way of making Met Guard work, but it's just not. It's just gonna be way less efficient. Yeah. Yeah, like that, and that's the issue. Like, I mean, I guess you could put Ogrin. Oh yeah, Ogrins. Ogrins aren't guys. Ogrins are now our best infantry. 3 chimeras with Ogrins inside is the way you want to go.
Jaffa, Cree! Telmako, Kritak.
It feels like an Ogrin did this Munitone field manual.
You heard me? I said Cree.
Wind Whistler. Sorry, what was that? No, not Wind Whistler. Nexagon, the Pope of the Tea. Thank you, the 43 months, man. Excellent, baby. My best friend just bought 2k points of Knights. I heard Knights did okay. Can anyone confirm in chat if Knights did okay? I heard some people say they were fine, and some people say they were bad. But I don't know what the situation is. Chat, you can let me know if no, they did not. Did they get worse? Did they get worse or did they get better, chat? I haven't looked at that one. Chaos or normal? Both. Like, did Chaos get better or worse? Did Knights get better? Did Imperial get Knights better or worse? I think it's good to tell, as a Knight player, the Lancer Crusader got obliterated, but everything else got a buff or stayed around the same. Huh. Okay. So there was, but wasn't the Lancer and the Crusader like some of your best ones? Or is it mostly you were fine? Because I thought those were the two. Yeah, Lancer at 20, not 10. It's a big, yeah. They're roughly the same as 10th, but if you take any seconds, they get step tax. Fuck. Thing is with Knights, because you've got so few models, even like, sometimes even putting a Knight up like 5 points means you can't fit that Knight in anymore. Yeah. It's not about the individual cost, it's about, does that stop me from getting a 4th or a 5th Knight? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So it looks like it looks like Helvins are 5 more at 140. So Knights did get nerfed then. So overall, Knights got nerfed. That's the take. Okay, fine. They all the good shit went up. Okay, fine, fair enough. But Knights weren't dominating the meta, were they? The thing is, Knights weren't dominating the meta, and in 11th edition, everyone gets towering now. So one of their main advantages is also gone. But I guess they could potentially, I guess the sight lines have kind of opened up for them a bit. Eddie Astor, I'm getting to him, man. I'm just well far behind because we've had so many come in. But I am getting to him. Yeah. All right. Let's have a look where we're up to. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing anything. Give me a second. Scrolling back a second. Yeah, I'm very far behind. I do apologize. Okay, there we go. Hardcover Pilot, thank you for the super chat. The Barline datasheets still say 2 leaders. Command Blob's still on the menu, and this is just the GW app team fucking up. I hope you're right, Hardcover Pilot. I hope you're right. But the thing is, there's three possible fuck-ups here. It's fucked up. There's 3 possible fuck-ups here. 1, the app has fucked up. 2, they haven't the data sheet. 2, we can't add the 2 together. And it's intended to be that way, in which case the game's fucked up. Or 3, GW hasn't updated the unit entry for the guard squads, and that's a fuck up. And it's possible all 3. So, yeah. It's funny. People said I was mad. Do you guys remember when I said I had a conspiracy theory that the reason that GW made the points so simplistic? Do you remember when I said this? GW made everyone take power level instead of granular points because their app couldn't add up. Do you remember when I said that a year ago? A couple of years ago? Actually 3 years ago when this first announced. I think I might have been right on that one. Because remember in 9th edition when they launched the app and it had granular points and it couldn't add up things properly and kept breaking. And then in 10th edition, everyone went to power level and the app worked. And now they've gone to step costs and granular points and the app's broken again. Huh. I think everyone was forced onto power level because of the GW app. And I maintain that stance to this day. There you are. The Lazy Goose, thank you so much for the super chat. What is up with Valkyries? So I think did you do this as a member flex earlier? You did. Sorry, mate. It just took me a little while to get to it. But like I said, dude, thank you for support. And like I said, it's because they've taken hover away. You know the aircraft, which in its lore is a VTOL aircraft. Yeah, it can't VTOL anymore. Fox Knight, thank you for super chat. I'm so glad that everything I saw about 11th caused me to decide not to buy any 40k until after it's settled. I guess I won't be buying any 40k for a while. I think you made the right decision, man. I don't think anybody should be paying for this level of quality. I don't think anybody should be paying. I'm not saying 40k should die. Again, I want 40k to be the best it can be, but I don't think anyone should pay for the quality of product that GW is putting out. And the game is the product, not the models. The models are a product, but the game is the product. Crucible 76, thank you for the super chat. Things are grim and not in the dark way. List in stream discussion. Let's have a look. So Yarrick just sits at home playing with himself, using the Recon Vox relays to throw orders out. Probably something better detachment-wise, but I'm lazy, so it's in Grizzled. Commissar Yarrick, 3 Kree command squads, 3 Deathcore Kree blobs, Basilisk, 3 Caden Recon squads, 2 Hellhounds, Eradicator, Vank. Yeah, looks fine. It basically looks like a 10th edition list, but you've been... Wait, no, but... So it looks fine, but you don't have any tank orders apart from Yarrick. Are you going to use Yarrick to try and get tank orders onto the tanks? That will limit your tank's maneuverability, won't it? How many points did Yarrick go down to? He went down 20 points. It's not really enough, is it? Yeah. I think it's fine, but you're fucked on tank orders, man. But here's the big thing, right? The guard order economy is so fucked at the moment. Especially the tank order economy. And until they fix the command blobs, yeah. The guard order tax has broken quite badly. Yeah. Yarok is 130, Farsight is 80. Yeah. Yeah. And I think your list is fine, but I don't think it's I think your list is the best you can do. It's the best of a bad lot. And the lot isn't your fault. Yeah, but I think it's decent. Fidel Castro, thank you for super chat. Thank you for the big super chat, man. So the Commissar's political overwatch ability is completely broken because it says while another officer is attached to the same unit, you can reroll Battle Shock. You can't add him to a unit with another officer in it. Yep. Now and here's the thing. Here's the thing. Is that an app fuck up or is that intentional? We don't know. And how long is that going to stay broken? How long is it going to... Are they going to catch it in the first data slate? When are they going to update the app next? This is the thing. And this is one amongst many abilities which now don't work on launch. The launch of their flagship product. You're absolutely right, Fidel Castro. It's a fucking joke. Heretics and Heroes, thank you for super chat. Hey, Mordian, sucks about the points, but I've got something in Street Discussion that will hopefully cheer you up. Good, because I could do with some cheering up. Hey, looks great, man. Hey, Mordian, been a while since I checked in. It has been, man. Hope you've been doing all right. Started paying more attention to 40k again with 11th issue coming. Unfortunate that the points aren't looking so good. Also unfortunate we didn't get any proper Steel Legion with the return of Armageddon. But where GW fails, the fans will succeed. Here's a little kit bash I threw together. I've got a video on the full build and paint process too. Amazing, man. Share the link, dude, and I'll pick it up. He looks sick as fuck, mate. I've still got the model that you painted for me. He sits on the display shelf. Pride of place in my officer core. Got my officers in one place on the shelf. Yeah. Dude, he looks amazing, man. I hope the channel's going all right as well. And yeah, man, I think you've absolutely smashed it. I love the bits you've used for that kit bash. Really love you've made use of the old bionic arm. Yeah. Very, very, very well done. You know what that does? That does cheer me up a bit. Yeah. That does cheer me up. Macon, thank you for the super chat. Message stream discussion, more to players and such. All right, let's have a look. I know a lot of us are joking about it being a great day for K47 and so on, but wanted to say this in all seriousness for the players listening who need to hear it. For those of us joking about K47 eating well today, how it's time for 40k players to bust a rift, etc., we aren't saying it out of malice. I think this is a really good point. Yeah. I'd love for 11th edition to be a good edition and for 40k to be in a good way. And I think all of us Warlord boys share that wish. I can say I certainly do, and I know Cosmic and that lot who love their Kriegers. Yeah, 100%. At the same time, it's not hard to see that neither of those wishes are true. That said, even if us K47 people may be joking around, what do? If you want to keep using your 40k armies, play Horus Heresy, whichever edition, for your Guard or Marines, or play one-page rules for any of your 40k armies. Want to escape GW's reach? Warlord Games has Bolt Action K47, two games that are comparatively insanely cheap by contrast and are excellent. Archon has StarCraft rolling out now, which by all counts seems to be getting received really well and looks great. Mantic Games also has Halo Flashpoint, an excellent skirmish game which is a very low barrier for entry. Star Wars Legion from Atomic Mass Games is also a great army scale game. Different mechanics and such, sure, but still good. All of those games, and others I haven't mentioned or don't even know about, share a couple of common traits. 1 second. Yes, I think it's important to note that we often, because K47 is kind of in ascendancy right now, we do talk about that a lot on the channel, but putting our Warlord bias and ball washing to one side, there's a lot of other games out there. This is no longer the Warhammer hobby, it's the wargaming hobby, and there's a lot of choice, there's a lot of excellent games out there that don't treat you like a mug. Yeah. All of those games and others I haven't mentioned or don't even know about share a couple of common traits. They cost you less, they are better put together systems, the people who run them are competent and good at what they do, and they're owned by companies that don't treat you like trash carrying a wallet only fit to be drained. I know, easy to say, just switch games such. At the same time, as someone who did, I can only implore others to try. I did it, and I'll tell you, I've never been happier than after I did. So yeah, we're not joking about K47 and others to dump on 40k players. We're having a comedic jab while honestly hoping those of you who've not tried in the game yet to do so and find something we hope you enjoy as much as we have. That's absolutely it. We're not joking about K47 to shit on 40k players. We're trying to sort of, it's one of those things where like if you don't laugh you'll cry. And it's one of the things where we want to have like a bit of a joke with it, but it's not coming from a place of hatred or malice or smugness or anything like that. It's coming from a place of one war gamer to another, imploring people to like unshackle themselves from GW's incompetence. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's really true. And I do think we do, as K47 players, we do have to be careful to not piss off the 40k players, because like I said, no one wants to feel like they're getting kicked whilst they're down, and I really, really sympathize with it. And all I'm going to say is, I'm still a 40k player, right? But let me tell you, if 40k was the only game that I played, I'd be genuinely upset about this today. Like, I know I'm beefing a lot, and you know we're crashing out a bit, but like that's mostly for it's, you know, there's an element of truth to it, but it's mostly for comedic effect, right? You know, we like to, you know, I like to be honest, but at the same time, I also like to be entertaining, right? And so, so I'm not quitting 40k anytime soon. Like I said, I want 40k to do, like my consoles, I want it to do as well as possible. But I can't deny that ever since I became a multifaceted wargamer and played things, and, you know, played 40k, but also played other game systems, I can't deny that I've been a lot happier. Do you know what? Do you know why? It just takes the pressure away. Guys, that's all it is. It just takes the pressure away. You know, if this is your only game system, if 40k is your only game system, and you're looking down the barrel of this, like, it sucks, man. It really sucks. Your favorite hobby in the world is going to shit. Like, man, it fucking sucks. But if you have something like Old World or Heresy, like 2.0, or another non-GW game system that we have mentioned many of them, right? You look at the situation, you go, yeah, that's pretty bad, but you know what? It's not the end of my world. And not in a selfish way. It's just like, yeah, it's pretty bad, but at least it's not my entire wargaming hobby going to shit. Does that make sense? We're not telling you to... I think this is the best way of putting it, right? Non-40k players, or should I say non-40k only players, aren't telling you to quit 40k. We're advising you to diversify your portfolio. And I think that's the best. I think that's a very sensible, when you put it that way, it's a very sensible thing to do. It's time to add more eggs to the basket. Exactly. That's it. And we're not demanding you doing it. We're not telling you to do it. We're not ordering to do it. We recognize there are people who just don't have the luxury of the option. You know, I keep referring to Hardcover Pilot, right? You know, because he's in that situation where he wants to play the games, but he just can't, right? Like, and that's an awful situation to be in. It's like, it's just time to add more eggs to the basket. Yeah, exactly, right? You know what I mean? It's just time to add more eggs to the basket. And I think that's the healthiest way of communicating it. It's not about, you know, these other, here's the thing, right? These other game systems, they don't need to step on the heads of 40k to make themselves look good. That's not necessary. These other game systems stand on their own 2 feet, and their achievements and their merits are their own. And so I think that's the best way. So I think we don't want to be like going, herder 40k sucks to suck, lol, Buster Rift. That's not healthy. It doesn't make the K47 crowd look good. It doesn't endear anyone. It doesn't endear anyone to playing that game, and it's not the truth either. The truth is, every wargamer just wants every other wargamer to be as happy as possible. And those people, and those of us who collect more than just 40k, we're just saying, add some more eggs to your basket, guys. It will, you will be happier. It'll take the pressure away. And at the end of the day, this whole thing is meant to be fun. If it's not fun, what's the point? Yeah. Exactly. And we're not even saying you have to buy into these game systems straight away. You've got 40k models, which will be compatible with so many game systems. So many game systems, right? Go and try one-page rules. Go and try, you got your guardsmen. Go and try one-page rules. Go and try K47. Hell, go and try Old World. You can rank them up, movement trays. Go and try them, right? Don't spend a penny and try a few games out. And if you like it, you like it. Yeah. Go and play an older system. Doesn't cost you a penny. Yeah. There you go. I think that's the way of putting it. Yeah. We don't want to put any... Yeah, proxying is your friend. Exactly, right? Exactly. No one's going to come out of this looking good if the wargaming community is dunking on each other, guffawing and all that kind of stuff. That no one's going to look good out of that. It will put people off. It absolutely will do. And that's not good. That's not what we want. That's not the way it should be. I've said it from the beginning, but other game systems, they're good because they're good. They're not good because they're not GW. Yeah. That's the way to look at it. And if you like the look of 11th edition, then fucking play 11th edition, of course, right? But I think a lot of people are going to be... I think the majority of people are not going to be happy with the way things have gone. Yeah. Biotines and Baneblades. Just bought Drop Fleet Commander starter box in streams. Drop Fleet Commander! Amazing game. Do you want to play Battlefleet Gothic but don't want to wait around for it to be re-released? Try Drop Fleet Commander. I think it's written by some of the guys that wrote... I don't know if they wrote Battlefleet Gothic, but I swear it was written by Andy Chambers and Alessio or something like that. Got a Drop Fleet Command starter set, absolute GW killer. No, it's not a GW killer. Stop it. The sprue value is insane. I thought I got the wrong stuff at first. I saw the Star Destroyer looking spiky bit. I could figure out where it went in the box art. Box art has 6 frigates. Turns out that's any 6 frigates in the army. Blew me away, magnetized, and happy. I mean, it does look cool, doesn't it? I've been saying I want to try a little bit of Drop Fleet out. It does look cool. Yeah. It's a rich, vibrant wargaming world out there. It's a rich, vibrant wargaming world out there. It would be a shame not to sample many of its delights. Yeah. The Last Guardsman, thank you for the super chat. 10 blood claws are cheaper than 20 guardsmen. And Space Wolves didn't even do very well out of it. How much are blood claws, man? 135 points. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Nico, thank you for the super chat. It's the death of Star Wars all over again. I can definitely see why people would draw similarities to it and get similar vibes from it. I think we'll have to see if the line goes down. I mean, can we see the GW stock line? Did it go up today or go down today? I mean, the GW stock line, it it flatlined today? It flatlined today, but generally the line's still going up. The line went up 0.94% today, but over the last 5 days, it's gone up 8.5%. And over the last 1 month, it's gone up 5.61%. So, you know, it is kind of flatlining, though. But no, it's overall, the line's still going up. So, I don't think we're quite at death of Star Wars situation yet. But hey, you know, let's find out. Massive dividend announced. We'll go up more tomorrow. There you go. The stock market does not care about points reveals. That's true. But if the general sentiment, I guess we'll have to wait and see, like, earnings. We're going to have to wait and see some earnings, won't we? When's the next earnings report due out? Must be soon, right? They do them every half year. Is it this month or next month? Sergeant Sharp, thank you for the 32 months. Xbox, baby! The Cyclops went up in spite of my love of the bomb tonk. Yep, Cyclops up 15 points. From 25 to 40. Why? Who knows? Julian Fox, thank you for Super Chat, man. Well, my mech guardsman army is done for. Is there a 47... Is the K-47 transport army? Yes. In fact, they have an entire platoon called the Recce Platoon, which rewards you for taking infantry inside transports and allows your transports to basically reactive move when they get targeted. It's very powerful. Yeah. Helen Jedi, thank you for the super chat. Battalion boxer moved from cart. German bot action army is in. I don't blame you, man. Get cheaper and you get a full army. I don't blame you. Harry Big Noodle, thank you for super chat. I sent you an email on my list. Please help. I mean, I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything to help you with... My list has got up 105 points and I don't know what to do. You made this because I was on 18 game loss streak and I feel like this edition might not help me out. I love the game and would love to play 11th. Fuck, man. Shit. How many points are you over? 105? Okay. I think you drop one of the Scout Sentinels. That saves you 55, so you've still got 50 points to drop. I think you swap one of the Lemur's battle tanks out for a Lemur's Eradicator, which will save you 25, or we'll say Eradicator, which will save you 25 points. So you got 25 points to save. And you're probably looking at taking the 20-man Cadians and turning it into a 10-man Cadian squad. No, you still kind of want that blob. Drop one of the 10-man squads. And that will give you 50 points to spare. It's kind of gone too far the other way now. You can swap out 2 of the Death Corps of Krieg squads for Ogrins. Either a 6-man squad or 2 3-mans. I think that would do you okay. Yeah. So we're trying not to drop too much. So you only really lose one Scout Sentinel, and then you're swapping a bunch of stuff out. There you go. Okay, I hope that helps. I know it's feeling dreadful, but it's good to try and look at the positives. Yeah. So that's what. So we're trying not to drastically water your list down. So I think that keeps the list in the. You're only losing one Sentinel overall. Yeah. So I think overall that looks. Yeah, that's the way I would do with it. That's what I'd try. That would be my first instinct, but that's based on 0 games played. So don't be surprised if you need to tweak the list some more. Yeah. What have we got here? John Shepard, thank you for the super chat. Story and stream discussion of a miniature wargaming documentary I watched. So I watched a documentary today called Miniature Wargaming the Movie. It was interesting. It followed both manufacturers and players through the hobby. Also, it followed the manufacturer in the process of designing a miniature-based board game, which was due to be released in 2016. UK Games Expo, a week before the expo, they received an apparently friendly cease and desist order, but the company wasn't named. I think the person involved worked at both GW and Mantic, so it could have been either that. I asked them not to release the game. His game was a space-themed dungeon crawler, and GW and Mantic both have them types of games. Well, I mean, that kind of sucks. To put all that effort in them to get a cease and desist. I mean, I have no idea if Mantic does it, but GW obviously has a habit of doing that shit. But it could have been either one, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, too much of that lawfare shit going around in my hobby these days. I'll say that. Killak Nelak, thank you for the super chat, bro. Tower busted because despite the claims of the Tau community, Phil Kelly loves Tau. I am tired of them complaining otherwise, and I play Tau. Oh, yeah, no, Phil Kelly fucking loves the Tau. He's just not particularly competent. Like, he's writing the best law books he can write. He's just not particularly good at writing law. Yeah. What do we got? Welky Shitpost. Thank you for the super chat, man. To think Battle Line squads were 60 points. Yeah. What was that beginning of? That was the... do you guys remember when Catachans were 55 points for 10? Catachans have remained completely unchanged and have gone up 20 points. That's a 33% point increase. Do you remember that? Do you remember when Chimeras were, what, 70 points at the beginning of the edition? Maybe 65? I have a question. Well, to be fair, you could probably say with this document. But when was the last... Actually, this is my question. When was the last time, overall, Guard came out good from a balanced data slate? I'm not talking side grade. I'm not talking like negligibly better. I'm talking like actually they came out good from a balanced data slate. I cannot remember the last time we got some buffs. Like meaningful buffs and stuff. Someone will be able to tell me. But yeah, Grotmus. I mean, Grotmus, we got the Grizzled Company detachment, but we didn't get the we didn't get any points buffs with that, did we? I thought we got points nerfs after Grizzled. Yeah, we've been scraping the bottom of the MREs for a while. Yeah. And again, I'm talking the overall effect. I'm not talking some things go up, some things go down. I'm talking overall, we just did better out of a change. Never starving, but never eating good. Yeah. Guard and GC are cursed. Guard gets fucked balancing and GC gets fucked rules. Yeah. It's been a while since the balanced data slates come out and I've been like, yeah, baby! Yeah. The Hidden Heretic, thank you for the super chat. At what point will the community admit that it's time to blame the competitive part of the game? Just catching up, and yeah, it's just sad. So the problem is that GW is hyper-focused on... It's not necessarily the competitive community's fault. The problem is that GW is balancing around the top players. So there's an argument. Do you balance... Here's an argument, right? Well, here's the argument when it's sort of... Or the debate when it comes to balancing a game. Do you balance around the majority or do you balance around the top cutthroat percentage? Because the argument is like you balance the top stuff out because the way the argument goes for like balancing the top stuff out is you balance the top stuff out because the casual guys will just take what they're taking anyway, right? And the balance around and the argument of balancing around the majority is you balance around the majority because the competitive guys are always going to find the next thing to break. So you you almost shouldn't worry about that unless it's absolutely egregious. Now, interestingly, some people will say you always balance around the top, but there's multiple examples of game systems that don't do that. And the result is that those game systems do tend to have happier communities. Yeah. People blame tournament players, but I've seen absolutely cutthroat lists at NIGH events and as much as tournaments. You're absolutely right, OD. But that is because the 40k community now, I do not believe there is a casual scene anymore. If there is, it's like, you know, it's on like a little sanctuary somewhere. I believe that the competitive mindset has consumed the casual community. Yeah. Yeah. Paolo, the best solution is to nerf the main core unit faction because the simultaneous was too powerful, clearly. The casuals just play competitive slower. I think that's a good way of putting it, Siriade. Yeah. Yeah. David D. Davidson, thank you very much for the super chat, man. 1 second, let me have a look here. K47 bot action progress and a PSA in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let me find it. Been priming all weekend up to now. Painted my Opal and my first bot action / K47 model is painted. Bust the Rift, everyone. If anyone wants to find a new game but have models they are attached to, try One Page Rules. It's free and simple to get into. Worst case, you don't like it and you find something else. I encourage anyone that is fed up with GW to find a way to play with their models using a different game system. Yeah, that's it, you know. If you want to buy more models, do it, but use the models you've got and try a new game system out. And if you find one you like and you want to support it, then you can open your pocketbook. I think that's the best way of doing it. Yeah. Man, I love you've got a big Japanese army there. Loads of assault guys, ghost warriors. I mean, that looks like a couple of starter sets? Is that a couple of starter sets and then some extra bits on top? Man, I love that, bro. That looks cool. And then you've got some Brits as well. Nice. And so you've got a big mission. There's an IS fucking 2 thrown in there as well, isn't there? Nice. Oh, you got some axes. My God, he's got ape. He's got absolutely ham. I love it, man. Oh, I love the Opal Blitz. Yeah. And there's even more. My God. My God, it just keeps on going. Oh, my days. You see, going to other game systems, it doesn't mean you're going to spend less. It just means you're spending exact same amount, if not more. You just get more for your money. Oh my God. Tell me you're a Warhammer player without telling me you're a Warhammer player. Yeah. There you go. I love that. And David, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That's it. Look, guys, just find a game you enjoy. At the end of the day, just find a game you enjoy. What What do we got? Albert, thank you for the super chat, man. Just received my precious Molot and automated platoon. Now that Invasion America looks really tasty, I will buy it a starter to like. I'll buy a starter to like the Japanese style. I mean, I haven't seen Invasion America yet. I mean, it's not. Was it like a couple of months? It's end of August, isn't it? Oh, it's so far away. I want it now. I want it now. Yeah, I think that's cool, man. And dude, the Molot is the Molot's a great model. The new automated infantry is awesome. And yeah, Invasion America. I've learned some interesting tidbits of lore about Invasion America, but I can't tell you yet. I'm not even allowed to hint at it. It's just there's a lot going on. Should be good. Yeah, it should be good. Yeah, so on Monday I can tell you about the automated infantry platoon rules, but I can't even hit. I haven't even seen the first draft of Invasion America yet, so I've no idea what the law's going to be like. When I get my hands on it, I'm going to be reading it, and then I'm going to do the classic blue balling thing of saying, "Oh, I wish I could tell you this, but." Kazakin, thank you for the super chat. The spider sensor tingling. Data slate update coming Saturday. Oh wait, no, just pins and needles. I mean, that's a big question. That's a big question though. Will GW do emergency balance patches? Because they said they were going to do it monthly. I wonder if they'll do hot fixes on top of that. I think they've got to, man. I definitely think we'll see I bet my bottom dollar that we will see an update before the first month. Yeah. Monthly, Jesus. Yeah. So GW. So here's the thing. Games Workshop knew this was going to be a shit show. Do you want to know how they knew it was going to be a shit show? Because they did a Warhammer community article on Monday saying, we know that the beginning of an edition could be a volatile time, so we're going to update the game. Normally we update the game quarterly, but we're going to update the game monthly for the first 3 months. I think we're going to see weekly. I give it a week. Yeah. I mean, they have to. They have to fix the app. Like, they have to fix the Valkyrie. Just from the Guard perspective, they have Valkyries, command squads, and other core rules to fix. Yeah. Like, it's not like, we're not even talking points costs here. Maybe they'll update the points of the month. Fine, sure, whatever, I don't care. Like, whatever, they'll do that, right? But, well, I do care, obviously. What I mean is, they'll update the points in a month. Fine. But there's things that, like, actively don't work, which need fixing now. Yeah. This sounds like they found someone who was fibbing their job and it was too late to fix it. Yeah, that's a great point, Siriade. Someone who said, yeah, I've definitely done the update, and then they didn't. That's a great point. Again, I think every step of the way, this launch has been mismanaged. Heads are going to have to roll. But the thing is, it's like in a what is it, like a dictatorship? It's like in a. So I've been hearing for a while that GW's been purging like a lot of staff, and I said they need to do like a Stalinist purge earlier. The thing is, what was the Red Army like after they purged? They were shit show. It wasn't until they stopped with all the bullshit that they were able to get their shit together. So firing a bunch of people isn't going to fix this problem. They're just going to have even less resources to work with. Yeah. That's the issue. That's the issue. Like, yeah, they don't need a purge. They need a rebuilding of the team from the ground up. They ever got their shit together? They did. Like, it's a common misconception that the Red Army beat... Sorry, I keep doing this. I've been listening to a lot of history recently. From everything from the Incas to World War II and even beyond. Right? I've been fucking going mad for history. You hit your 30s, one thing's going to happen. You either massively get into history or you massively get into smoking meats. I ended up on the history side of things, right? The misconception is that the Red Army beat the Germans through sheer numbers. That's not actually true. They had a lot of numbers. The numbers helped. But it wasn't until the Red Army got competent that they started beating the Germans. It was when they stopped the shitty wave tactics and they stopped having commissars being able to like take over that they actually started doing well. The Red Army didn't beat the Germans just because they had more bodies than bullets. The Red Army beat the Germans because there were two notable moments when the quality of the Red Army basically began to exceed the quality of the German army. And one of those moments was Stalingrad, where they lost, was it like 500,000? It was something ridiculous, like 500,000 or 250,000 battle-hardened troops. And the other one was Kursk, when they also lost a huge amount of experienced troops. And at that point, it was... the German army just didn't have the quality it needed to pull off like the fancy maneuvers it had been able to do earlier. So yeah. Yeah. So it's not that they didn't do the shitty endless wave tactics. It's that those tactics almost lost them the war. And it wasn't until like Zhukov came along and basically whipped them into shape that they were able to do what they needed to do. And then they had quality and quantity, and the Germans just, didn't have a chance. Yeah. It's not that the Red Army got good, it's that the Germans got bad. A little bit of both, NF. A little bit of both. Like, it's the Germans got worse and the Red Army got better. So it's like the Red Army got a bit better and the Germans got a bit worse, but the gap was quite large. Yeah. So yeah, there's a bit of history for you. Anyway, don't know how we got on that. Super Onyx Fire, thank you for the 8 months. Remember me saying not looking forward to horde lists? Yeah. You actually, I said I thought they might make hordes better. You said they were going to fuck hordes, and you were right. Yeah. Eddie Astor, thank you for Super Chat, man. They should put Auspex Tactics in charge of points. Auspex, don't get me wrong, Auspex is a good lad. And I consider him a friend in real life. But he's much more of a news reporter than a competitive player. And I think he would accept that definition as well. He's not a bad player. Not even slightly. He's beaten me a couple of times. I've beaten him a couple of times. We're pretty equals pequals. But I wouldn't consider myself like a top tier player either. Yeah. I do believe though. Do you know what? I think what 40k 11th edition needs is a community patch. I think we need the equivalent of... I think the 40k community has to take back control of their game. GW has proven they cannot be trusted to manage it. I think we need the equivalent of the Renegade rules and the square-based comp for 40k. That's what we need. We just need a group, a couple of people, a group. We need a group of people who, it could be like, even if it's like a couple of guys, right? A couple of guys who just take the lead on this. Honestly, if I had to vote for anyone, I'd say Fireside Podcast. I do. I mean, I think David Gaylard and Vic VJ are both very good competitive players, but I've also met them personally. I've chatted to them personally, and I've followed them for a little while now as well. And not only do I think they're very perceptive, I also think that they are on the level. I think they would be able to address competitive things and at the same time not lose sight of the bigger picture of the non-competitive side of things. If I had to pick a couple of guys, I'd pick those two. Out of everybody, those would be the two that I'd pick. I mean, you've got to be careful not to have like loads and loads of people, too many cooks in the kitchen, as they say, or too many chefs at the broth, whatever it is. But yeah, I mean, if out of anyone, those would be the two that I would pick. If they did that, if they took the lead on that and they did a good job on that, I'd sign up to their Patreon. Do you know what I mean? I'd support that. And I would feature their changes in my battle reports and any tournaments that used it, I would use it. I think that's what honestly, I think that's what we need at this point. You know, we just need it could be, I don't really mind who it is, but someone who's got the credentials that the community has faith in them, and who has the ability to basically do it as like a full-time job almost, right? Someone who steps forward and does that. That's what we need to get behind. What about Warlord Games? Fuck's sake! No. It has to come from the 40K community. Yeah. What have we got next? Brooke, thank you for the 38 months. X-Force, baby! How the fuck are troops 5 point less than Marines? That's the good thing, Eddie. That's a good thing, Brooke. They're not. They're the same. 5 intercessors cost the same as 10 guardsmen. So don't worry. They're not 5 points less. They're the same cost. Serie, you basically need a new ITC. Yep, we need a new ITC, boys. The worst thing that happened is GW buying up the ITC. The worst thing that happened. Yeah. James G, thank you for super chat. What is the best way to source 4th edition modes, e.g. eBay search items and a thematic Soviet starter for Wargames Atlantic industry discussion? Okay, so if you want to play 4th edition, the best way to do that is to get yourself a copy of the 4th edition rulebook and then build all of your lists inside New Recruit, because New Recruit supports 4th edition, right? So what you do is you use 3rd edition and 4th edition. So 4th edition basically has all of the bits. So you see that it's not complete, right? So 4th edition has all of the things in here. It's okay. Basically, 3rd edition and 4th edition are basically the same edition. 4th edition is just 3.5, right? So what you do is you use the 4th edition rulebook, and then when you're building your lists, you use the 3rd edition options, unless it's not here, in which case you build your list using the 4th edition options, okay? So everything for 3rd edition is compatible for 4th edition, okay? So that's why I'm saying use the 4th edition rules, but a mixture of 3rd edition lists and 4th edition lists. And that's basically do that, and that's how you play, that's how you source everything you need for 4th edition. There are also free PDFs of 4th edition rules out there if you want to do that. Just if you Google it, you'll find it. And it's also important to note that when it comes to using 4th edition stuff, you're totally and utterly entitled to not use your 4th edition codex and to use your 3rd edition codex if you think that one's better. So for example, you have a 4th edition Chaos Space Marine codex, but a lot of people think it's a bit dog shit. So most people, when they were playing 4th edition, would not use the 4th edition codex. For Chaos Space Marines, they'd use the 3rd edition Chaos Space Marines 2002 version. Okay, but you could use any of them, right? So that's how you that's how you do your that's how you do a 4th edition. You recruit for your lists. Use anything from 3rd and 4th edition to create your lists, whatever you want from there, but use the 4th edition rules. There you go. The Reds. Oh, also you said there was a Soviet list in stream discussion. Let's have a look. James G. Let me find it, man. I can't find. I can't see it, mate. I might have to scroll back a bit. Okay, bear with. Da, 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 da. I don't see it, man. I'm sorry. What did you say? Is it a list? A Soviet start from one. Oh, 1 minute. I know what it is. Actually, don't know if this is it. Oh, there you go. I think this is it, right? I think you're big bopping in the what do you call it? In the Discord. A fantastic, if niche, Soviet army for K-47. 14 assault rifle with RPGs. 20 tank sniper teams. 12 daughters. Sure, the projector guns have their glowing core exposed, but they mostly work. 6 proto-Ursus. 3 weapon crews. 1 heavy anti-tank gun. Crew and leadership. Thematically, these are some of the first Soviets to get hit by the German Rift Deck and receive early versions of what would become fleshed out daughters and Ursus. No armor, no walkers, no help. Every unit must do their job with what Stalin provided. An easy 1250 to 50 point army with lots of room to expand with armor and power armor, all for $80 from the friendly local gaming store. It's not good, but it is thematic. Dude, no, you're absolutely right. I think you could absolutely use the Damned Army box set in K-47. Yeah, you could absolutely use this to represent either. I mean, you could use it to represent Axis because Axis are pretty fucking evil. These guys are pretty evil, or because these guys are red. You could use them as what do you call it? Soviets. I think you're right with the plasma gun thing, though. I think these probably would be best for Soviets. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I agree. You want your full plastic Soviet starter army? Here it is. Agreed. Good shout. Damn good shout. All right. The Red Scout, thank you for super chat, man. 18 Bulgrins, 30 Rough Riders, 2 Shadow Swords, and 3 Commissars with the lead enhancement fit into 2K. Just saying. You know what, Red Scout? You're right. And that is absolutely a viable list. I will say this, though. It's not the kind of list that made me want to get into the Guard. When I got into the Guard, I was like, I want to play with lots of infantry and tanks. And now it's like, yeah, I got all this weird shit. I got the Shadow Swords. They're kind of cool. But the rest of it, I mean, this is the thing, right? Did classic, traditional, thematic Guard get better in 11th edition? Sometimes it's not about having a viable playstyle. Sometimes it's about having an army style that you like running. Like, it's all well and good having like a good way of, it's all well and good having a good build. Doesn't mean shit if it's a weird, wonky, janky, immersion breaking build. Yeah, I'm not here. If I want to do that shit, I don't know, man. I wouldn't even do it in a video game. I always play thematically. That's it. It's just not very thematic, is it? Yeah, it's just a bit. It's not very immersive. Yeah. David E. Davidson, thank you for 20 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you for the extra platoon to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. Thank you, man. Guardsmen for the Guard in this point economy. Yeah, I mean, guys, actually, that's such a good point. It's now the most sensible thing you can do when building your army is not to include guardsmen in your guard army. But you know what? Here's the thing. We don't play Imperial Guard anymore. It's not called Imperial Guard anymore. It's called Astra Militarum. And there's no Astra Militarum squad. So why would you be worried about running Imperial Guardsmen? Yeah. Look at it this way. The cost of a guard army is going down. That's true. You probably... I'll tell you this. eBay is going to be flush with good deals. Yeah. A game is too good. 3 hours and we show the points. We haven't got to them, man. There's been a lot of super chats. People have had a lot to say about this whole thing. We're getting there, though. We are getting there. We might have to cover the points tomorrow. We'll see how it goes, right? This is the reaction stream and the beef stream. Maybe if we don't get to it tonight, maybe tomorrow can be the, okay, we've slept on it. We could talk about things a bit more objectively stream, you know? Via Rain, thank you for the super chat, man. Well, on the very thin silver lining, Krieg 20-mans cost the same as the other battle line 20-man blocks again. Feels like a monkey paw wish result. Yeah. I wish all the guard squads would cost the same. No, not like that. Yeah. Yeah. For Helen Melter, thank you for the super chat. Worst bit is Eldar players telling me to be happy. I thought Eldar got nerfed. My understanding was Eldar got nerfed. Didn't they like put warp spiders up again? Well, you know why Eldar got nerfed, don't you? Because they won the rematch. You know, like a few weeks ago, those warp spiders helped win the rematch versus the Admech, so that's why the Eldar got nerfed. Yeah. That's why they got nerfed. Eldar players dared to win a game, so they got nerfed. Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat. 11th edition memes, since it's all it's good for. What have we got here? 11th edition mutant field manual. Us. No! GW rules writers, congratulations. You are being rebalanced. The guard. GW Corpo, please do not resist. I'm saving that one. That's a good one. Right. What do we got next? The 5 players. I got you, brother. Games Workshop. The 11th edition manual. I'm saving that one as well. Fuck's sake. Me looking at the 11th edition Minotaur Field, man. All of these are excellent, man. Oh, man. I'm not going to be buried in a grave. When I'm dead, just throw me in the trash. Oh, man. Yeah. Literally peak memesmanship with all of them. Yeah. Peak memesmanship. Glenn Lee, thank you for super chat. The jig is up. I've been busted in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Oh my days. The jig is up. The rift officially opened when I got home yesterday. This morning the missus said, the missus said, I thought you said you won't buy anything from GW ever again. She proceeds to say in Chinglish, this says conflicty. Conflict? Wait, what's Warlord Games? The fire rises. The revolution spreads. The fire rises. The revolution spreads. Oh my days. Oh my God. He's got all in. That's a good army, man, to be fair. Damn good army. Let's have a look. I love it. That's awesome, bro. That's great. Wait, what's Warlord Games? Technically, darling, I never lied to you. There you go. And no lies detected. There you are. I love that. Everyone's busted, man. Everyone's busted. Tactical Heckler, thank you for the super chat, bro. Guard has been diddled into oblivion. Looks like I'll be printing up my Space Marine Raptors army, or might have to bust a rift. I will say this to everyone, okay? Okay. Whether you are looking to get into a new game or not, I'm putting all of that to one side. I highly recommend... We've got 500 people stream right now. Let me get this point across. I highly, strongly, strenuously recommend that nobody buys, prints, or does anything in terms of spending money or time based off this balanced data slate. It is very clearly gigafucked. I strongly, strongly recommend that you just wait a couple of weeks. I'm not saying don't play games. I'm not saying don't get a sense of the game. I'm not saying don't know life it. I'm just saying, even if you love 11th edition, love Warhammer 40k, absolutely psyched for this balance update. I don't know who you are, but there must be at least a couple of people out there that are, right? And if you are despondent about this and you're thinking I need to do all these changes to my army, do not change anything for 2 reasons. Number 1, things are very, very, well, things are just very likely to change, and you're very likely to only get halfway through the changes to your army and stuff before the situation updates. And when the situation updates, it could update radically. GW has shown that they are likely to not just twiddle the dials a bit, to rag the levers around, spin that shit, okay? So just wait. If you've got models in your pile of shame, fine, but I still think you'll be wasting your time. But if you want to spend your time on it, fine, okay, right? But I strongly recommend you do not part with a single penny. Now, if the game's that's not a permanent thing. I'm not telling you to boycott GW. If you feel that way, that's on each person has to decide if they want to do that. All right. I'm doing it. I know others will be doing it, but you don't have to. I'm not calling for a boycott. That's something I always said. Everyone needs to decide if they're going to do that or not on their own arguments and basis. All right. But what I am saying is that until the game has reached what I would say a better state, I would strongly recommend you do not spend any money. When you perceive the game to have reached a better, more playable state, then go nuts. Spend your heart's content, buy whatever you want to buy, unleash the weaponized autism, okay? So I'm not telling you, like, boycott GW or anything like that. No. We don't do that around here. What I am saying is I strongly recommend you do not part with any cash based on this data slate, because it's very, very likely that there's going to be some very rapid and serious knee-jerk reactions that are coming in from this. All right? So before everyone goes out there and buys 30 fucking Death Riders, I really recommend you wait. I really, really, really fucking do. Okay? So that's what. So let me make that position clear. I'm not dooming in any way, shape, or form. I'm just trying to give you some good, honest wargamer to wargamer advice. All right. Joe Aquila, thank you for the super chat, man. Still looking to play my first game of Guard. Man, today was rough. I remain determined. Thoughts on my list? Grizzled list and stream discussion. Let me have a look here, man. Caden Castellan, Canadian Command Squad, Gaunt's Ghosts, Rogel Dawn, Rogel Dawn Commanders are 305 points now for 2 of them. Fuck me, man. 2K and Shock Troop Squads. Kazakin went up. Oh my god. Rogel Dawn's went up again? Wait, Rogel Dawn's got double nerfed? They got nerfed and step nerfed? Oh my god. Honestly, Joe Aquila, do you want to know what my advice would be, bro? My advice is, I don't think that I mean, I think your list is fine, right? I would take that exact same list and I would just put it into, like, Hammer of the Emperor. Yeah. I don't think Grizzle Company is going to be a good choice for you, bro. You've got enough orders to just do Hammer of the Emperor, so that's what I'd recommend. Yeah. But I wouldn't put it. But Grizzled is a bad disposition now, so you don't want that. David D. Davidson, thank you for another super chat, man. Future plan for the Freikorps versus Red Revolts in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look here. All right. Future plan to create armies for a Freikorps versus Red Revolt scenario with an army building restrictions for the Freikorps that every unit needs to have dedicated transport, no tanks, everyone must be veteran. For Red Revolts, they get 250 points more. Everyone besides the officers are inexperienced and do not need transports. I think that's legit. The Freikorps were made up of veterans, and the Spartacists and stuff were basically made up of less. They were less. I don't think there was many soldiers in them. There might have been some, but mostly it was like people rising up. Yeah. Currently, they are using the partisan army rule, which does not provide a lot. May switch to Soviets. Going to be using these 3D models by day, tranche, barricades off my mini factory. I mean, dude, they look sick, man. Wow, they look cool. I actually did not know they had like interwar armored cars and shit like that. I remember seeing like pictures of these in history books. I think that's awesome, man. I think that's really cool. I love the interwar shit that you found there. I think that would make for a really, really cool army. Yeah. Are you doing it in you're doing it in bolt action as well? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just use Soviet rules for the partisans because I think the Spartans were pretty dedicated to the cause. Yeah. Chicken, that'd be my main feedback on the list. Just, I think the units you've chosen are fine. My main feedback would be just use the. I've already glanced at this, obviously, but I'd just say just use the Soviet rules. I think that you go in the right direction there. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat, man. 07 sir, big bot action game prep in stream discussion. 07 sir, gearing up for a big bot action game tomorrow. We'll be doing a 2v2 Zalo Heights themed game where we'll be bringing plenty of tanks. Dude, I did the Zalo Heights themed game from the Road to Berlin campaign book it's from second edition, but I used it in third edition. Such a good book, man. Highly recommend that scenario if you've not used it. Yeah. List rules are 1,500 points and 15 dice per player, and we will be playing on a 4x8 board. Also, you're just doing your homebrewing it. That's fine. I'll be providing the total Soviet force myself and a friend choose against the dastardly Germans. Attached below are the 2 Soviet lists and some photos of the army assembled. Nice. So you got Soviet naval troops. Love that. The Black Death. Got some Lend-Lease shit going for the Soviets. Nice. Lots of T-34s and tanks and stuff. Got some T-70s there as well. So that's one of the armies. And this is the other one. More. Is that another T-34? And then you've got one of the assault guns and a Katusha. And then lots of infantry. Nice. That's cool, man. That's really cool. Look at that. Nice. 2 big chunky forces. That's going to be a hell of a game. Yeah. That's going to be a hell of a game. I have a quick glance at the list, but I can kind of judge what they are from the units, right? Lots of naval troops and stuff. I mean, I'm just going to say, just looking at the lists, I think they look spot on. Is it a KV-85? Nice. Yeah, that looks very thematic and looks spot on. Lots of veterans supported by armor, and then the Katusha did really good work at Zalo Heights. So, yeah, good to include one of those as well. Good choice, I say. Damn good choice. Peaches the Destroyer. Thank you for the super chat, man. I'm not here to blow GW, but 11th edition doesn't look near as bad as you keep preaching. Man, yes, the games are great, but shit, it's too much salty beef constantly. Peaches the Destroyer. I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that anyone gets sick of all the beef and salt. I can, right? I absolutely can. But I will say this. I do disagree. I think it is as bad as it looks. Now, let me make abundantly clear. Do I think it will be physically possible to play games of 11th edition? Of course. Of course. And do I think when you look at things in isolation that some of it doesn't look as bad as it may first seem? right? The thing is, you need to look at the entire part. If you look at you need to look at the entire part, and you need to look at what was said versus what has been delivered. So will you be able to play 11th edition? Yes. Will you be able to have fun with 11th edition? I don't doubt some people will. But is the balance of the game fucked? Is the game more narrative? Has the update to the app been a bad joke without a punchline? Yep. But sure, you'll be able to play the game. But is it going to be, are we going to see a lot of Tau versus Tau on Purge the Foe? Yep. Yeah. So there you go. There you are. So we can agree to disagree, but I do think it's bad. I think when you look at the full picture, I think it's bad. Yeah. It's not physically unplayable, but it's certainly going to have some deep, deep-seated issues. James Homer, thank you for super chat. Hi, Mordian. What's the K47 version of the Codex? The app or the supplements? Everything. It's the website. So you do have the K47 app, but if you want to find your codexes, go to k47.com and then go down to army lists, and then every army list with all of the full rules, army rules and everything is freely available. And these aren't like little indexes to get you started. These get updated constantly. So when this first came out, we didn't have the Specialist Access Platoon. Now we do. We didn't have the rules for De Untermann. So yeah, so basically your codex is free and available online. But if you want, the app basically helps you with list building. Yeah. There you go. All right. It's a me, Marco. Thank you for the super chat, man. I was going to main my Marines edition anyway, so listen to discussion for my Salamanders. I mean, do you know what's funny? I did actually think about maining. I did think about getting some Blood Ravens, didn't I? I said, you know what? Maybe I should buy like 60 Intercessors and go like full Blood Ravens at the beginning of 11th. Maybe I will. Maybe I will, man. Okay, so you've got Volcanistan. See, I don't know anything about Salamanders, though, Marco. And I don't know, much about what's changed. So you'll probably have to tell me if things are good or not. But I see fucking drop pods in here. That's novel. Gladiators. My God, gladiators are so cheap, man. Scouts are cheaper than guardsmen. I'm just looking at this list and I'm just going, this is so balked. This is so fucking balked. All I'm seeing here, Marco, is a bunch of units that seem like they shouldn't be cheaper than guardsmen. That's my feedback. Shrouds EG, thank you for becoming a channel member, man. There you are. Thank you for your support. It's a me, Marco. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, sorry, it's me, Marco. Sorry. Not it's me, Marco. I'm talking James Homer. No, done that one. I'm going the wrong way. John Henry Eden. John Henry Eden, thank you for the super chat. GW needs to split the rules, one for competitive players and one for those who just want to have fun. So the thing is, GW has tried that in the past and basically, oh no, that's not true. GW has never had separate points values for competitive and casual play. They sort of tried that with power level, but it was a bit fucked. Yeah. Back in the day. But that's the only time they've really tried it. But it wasn't, they didn't do it the right way. It's because, like I said, Games Workshop fundamentally just does not seem to... Games Workshop just doesn't seem to be able to understand what people mean by casual play. And it's like, casual or narrative play. They're like, oh, here's like Crusade with all these like really in-depth like options for you to run your games. They're not balanced, but here you go. And people are like, no, that's not it. That's just adding more layers on. Okay, well, here's like a really simple way of doing it. Here's power level. No, that's not really what we want either. Well, here's a big like campaign deck. No, that's not what we really want either. We're not talking about narrative play or newbie play, you know, because power level is basically for noobs, right? We're not talking like we're noobs. We're not talking like we want to run a narrative campaign. We're just talking about beer and pretzels. It's the one mode they've never actually done that. They've either done it like super, super simple or super, super over the top, but they've never just had, hey, what if we had like a separate point system and a separate way of doing missions for casual play? But I don't think they want to do that. I think Games Workshop wants everybody on the same page. And the reason why they want everyone on the same page is because GW is obsessed with data. They're absolutely obsessed with knowing what is being bought for what and for why. So they don't want to split things down because they want to know, if they pull a lever, if they can see that feeds through into people's purchasing habits. That's why they silo the games, because they want to know if you buy something for Heresy, you're going to use it for Heresy, because that way they know if Heresy, in their mind, is worth investing more resources into. That's why they do the things they do. They're obsessed with knowing like why people are spending the money the way they are so that they can try and make decisions based on that. But I think they do it too much and they end up creating a bunch of self-fulfilling prophecies. All right, what have we got here? James Homer, thank you for super chat. Do you know if Resonant metal models of K47 Starter armies will be replaced with the plastic counterparts as they become available? Yes. So apparently, all of the starter armies that currently exist are going to be redone at the end of the year, but it's going to be the very end of the year. So that means it's looking like it's going to be a solid 6 months away, and it might even be 9 months away, because it might be that they get announced for pre-order at the end of the year, but then it's a 3-month pre-order window. Or it might be that Warlord Games just does them and release, just doesn't pre-order them, right? Just goes, oh, here are the new starter armies. So they're absolutely getting replaced, but it's 6 to 9 months out. So bear that in mind for if you think you want to wait that long or if you're happy to buy the existing ones now. Nico, thank you for the, Nicholas, thank you for the super chat, man. I just want a solid edition, not perfect, to feel my guard. I love my guard since 3rd edition, but I just can't justify playing 40k. Just sad. Here's the thing, right? I absolutely agree with you. Nico, I know exactly what you want because it's the same thing that the vast majority of guard players want. Guard players are not complex creatures. We have very simple wants, desires, and needs. Guard players just want to be able to run armies that feature guardsmen and tanks. And maybe season with some of the little bits. Like, oh, I heard a cool YouTube video about Bob the Ogrin. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take some Ogrin. But the core is that identity of, I want guardsmen and tanks. And some people want only tanks. And some people want only guardsmen. But what you want is a relatable human element. Most people get into the guard not because they want all the weird and wacky and like kooky shit. Because if they wanted that stuff, they'd be playing another faction other than the guard. Like if I wanted a bunch of like weird monsters and shit, I'd play maybe, well, until they took them all away, I would have maybe taken like Dark Elder, like Homunculus Coven. Or maybe if I wanted a bunch of monsters, I'd go like Tyranids, right? There's lots and lots of weird, wonderful, kooky, sci-fi shit out there in the rich world of Warhammer 40k. And there's lots of like super over the top like space marines and demons and stuff like that, right? But what attracts people to the guard is autism. No, okay, no. What attracts people to the guard is the human element. You don't get into it for the Balgrins or the Ogrins or the Rough Riders. Those are all seasoning. You like those things. You're not saying you don't want those things. You like those things. But they are the seasoning to the meat and potatoes that you enjoy. That's it. And so all you need to do to make guard players happy, you don't need to make guard overpowered. Do you want proof that you don't need to make guard overpowered to make guard players happy? Even when guard was considered a top 3 faction in 10th edition, the win rate barely moved from 42 to 45%. It always stayed in there because most guard players didn't really care about what the top level shit was. Most guard players liked their infantry and their tanks and a bit of seasoning of the abhuman and other shit, right? So they don't care about being powerful. They just care about that vibe being viable. Not terrible, not OP, just being able to turn up with me infantry, with me tanks, maybe in differing ratios from player to player, but with me infantry, with me tanks, and to just, like, play it. And to not feel like an idiot, or to feel like what I'm doing is wrong, but just to play it. And the problem with this balanced data slate is that core identity has been fucked with. That's the problem with this balanced data slate. It's not that guard don't have ways to pivot. It's that the core identity of what draws the vast majority of players into the guard has been fucked with. And now it feels like if you want to play this faction and not get fucking shafted every game that you play, you have to play it in a way that was not the reason you got into the faction. That's the issue. You can turn up with your infantry. You can turn up with your Rogel Dawns. You're just going to have a really unfun time. And that's the issue. Okay? And so all Games Workshop needs to do to make guard players happy is to make the infantry and the tanks just be okay. We don't care, about being overpowered. We just want to be okay. And that's the difference. Right? Why the fuck are you paying? Guys, you're paying 310 points for a Rogel Dawn commander? I mean, come on, man. What's going on here? What's going on here, boys? I mean, that's got to be more than some Imperial Knights. That's more than a Defiler. Think about that. Defilers, considered one of the best units in the game. They've been nerfed into fucking oblivion, but it's more than a Defiler. It's more than a Land Raider. When did we get to Land Raiders being cheaper than Dawns? Do you see what I mean? You can turn up with your infantry and tank guard list and look across the board and just be like, I'm outnumbered. There's going to be a lot of Marine armies that genuinely, model for model, will outnumber guard. Their tanks are cheaper than our tanks. Their infantry is cheaper than our infantry. A lot of guard players are going to be turning up with, cavalry and some Ogrins. Well, Ogrin squads are 3 to 6 and cavalry are 5 to 10. I think you're going to see a lot of guard players looking down the board and going, wait, how many tanks do you have, Marine player? Tanks and, dreadnoughts and shit. And they're going to be like, oh, 5 or 6. And you're looking down and you've got 4. And you're like, how many infantry models you got? And they go like, oh, I've got like 30 or, 30 or 40. And you're going to look down at your list and go, I got about 30. Yeah. Right? Yeah, did you see what I mean? It's not so the only way for you to compete is to basically break the vibes. And we're not even talking compete as in like competitive play, as in like even in like a normal game. Yeah. Redemptors went down with no step costs. Crazy. Yeah. Bob the Gene Stealer, thank you for the 47 months, man. X-Force, baby! EGADS, nearly 4 years. Glory to the Four-Armed Emperor. Glory to the Four-Armed Emperor. Praise be. Praise be. I love it, man. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Hobby update and stream discussion. Buster Rift, more work in progress. All right. Let's have a look, man. Got my last units for my Axis army. Started working on them. Nice. So they're what you bought. Hey, is that a second Puma X? I thought you liked Jenny. Why would you run double Puma X if you didn't like her? Double Puma X is pretty hardcore, Cosmic. Just be aware. Like, run it once, but run it, but give Jenny heads up you're running it, okay? The Stug looks cool, man. Is that a 50 cal machine gun team? Cool. Very cool, bro. I love it. Should I go fucking in the fjords? Perhaps. Should I go busting rifts? Perhaps. Hardcover Pilot, thank you for super chat. A Defiant hobby update in stream discussion. I've had it with all the 40k dooming. Cadia stands. Dude, there's no reason to doom. You're building a Lemur's battle tank. It's the new best tank in the guard. There you go. Nice. Do you know what's funny? I obviously have a lot of Lehman Russes. I said I was waiting for the balance update to come out to see if I should build the 3 Rogal Dawns I've got in my pile of shame. And I'm like, nope. I am so fucking glad. I'm so glad in the last TTC I painted another 6 Lehman Russes. I've got every variant I could do. I need now. Every goddamn variant. Oh, the new guard list is basically just for me, my new guard list. I'm just gonna say it. Fuck GW. I don't care what they say. For me, my new guard list is I'm still taking Lehman Russes and infantry. I'm doing it. I don't think I'll be as efficient as I once was, but I just need to find out a way of making my. I just need to find out a way of getting tank orders that isn't horrifically expensive. I don't know what detachment I'm going to run, man. I have no idea. Ugh. It's going to be so bad in comparison to what it was, though. 75 points. Why? Oh. So bad. My banks have gone up. My infantry's gone up. Armored infantry. Okay. I just need to hope that I can run 2 leaders in a. I need infantry command blobs if I'm going to be able to run armored infantry. Yarrick yells at one tank. They all just follow. Yeah, maybe. Yarrick can only do 2 orders though. Maybe we're going to see the return of Lord Solar Leontis. I just kind of want to. Because the thing is, right? There's no good weapons for the tank commander. They really needed to give granular points cost to the tank commander. Really, really needed to. Yeah. Steel Hammer. Steel Hammer is a very interesting choice. But you can only give one Baneblade the command upgrade, right? Yeah. It gets 2 orders, I know. Double Baneblade's looking decent, I guess. Steel Hammer. It's Purge, isn't it, Steel Hammer? Yeah. See, the annoying thing is that Steel Hammer plus the Abhuman one is definitely the way to go. It definitely is. But I just don't want to run. I just want to run Guardsman. Is there any detachment? This is the thing. Is there any detachment that's even good for Guardsman? I don't think we've got a single Purge one that's good. Mechanized Assault, maybe? Can't take that and... No, it's a bit balked. I just think people are going to run over me, man. The Lira Russers, I've got to... Yeah, that's the thing. I've got to figure out what... It's not about just taking the units. I've got to figure out, like... Oh, I hate it, man. Because I just want to take guards and infantry, and then, like, there's no good disposition for that. That's what's annoying. It's not even that the points got nerfed, it's that the playstyle got nerfed as well. Yeah. Ursula Chimera is 3 tank orders from a Chimera, just saying. That's good. That's a good point, yeah. It's expensive, though. Chimera's 85 versus 85. What's at 170? If you put an infantry squad in there as well, at that point, you might as well take a tank commander. The Power Sword didn't get taken away, Kaiju. It's that update is for the Combat Patrol data sheet. So don't worry, you still got your Power Sword. Still less than a TC? Not with the infantry squad involved. Ursula Creed in a Chimera with an infantry squad in tow is 245 points.
Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the call.
Florida Eccentric, thank you for the super chat, man. Sad that my buddy is moving, but I got his Soviet K-47, bought action armor today. He beat me by 1 victory point in Star Wars Legion. Hey, well, at least you had some fun before he went away, and you had a good game, right? Nice. Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat. Another meme in stream discussion. Remember, GW, cheaper units. Oh, no, let me see if this will play. Or if I need to go do it on YouTube. Oh, yeah, there you go. That should work. Let's have a look. GW telling us 20-man blobs, indirect, and other things will get cheaper. GW releasing the 11th edition field manual.
Remember, Sally, when I promised to kill you last?
That's right, Major. You did.
I lied.
Oh my god. I love it. I'm gonna tag Evan in that. There you go. GW, I lied. Oh no, Arcade. Thank you for the super chat, dude. Not even kidding. I'm going to run my Baneblade, Adorn, 3 Russes, and 2 Entrances, and surround it all with a friggin' wall of 12 Bulgrid, and just blast the shit out of everything with Persian Steel Hammer. Dude, I love it. Nice. Like, don't... Yeah, I mean... What is the most oppressive guard tank army that we can run? I think we need to fucking make a statement here.
Marine Corps like a day on the Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune.
I think we need to prove a point here. Like, what is the best guard gun line list?
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
And let's just do that and just make it. Let's just make it supremely unfun for everyone involved, and just make the most oppressive gunline army we can. That's the way, man. Yeah, that's what we. Fuck it, right? I'm done being narrative. Yeah, I'm not going to engage in the primary missions. No, I'm not going to engage in the secondary missions. No, I'm not going to engage in the narrative aspect. I'm just going to blow you off the table every game. Done. That's it. It's all I'm going to do. The most uninteractive, oppressive, boring playstyle. Boom. Somehow that means we win. There you go. Evan Bolger, thank you for the 7 months, man. No more las cannons on our Baneblades anymore? Wait, what? Why? What do you mean no more las cannons? Is that a mistake in the app? Did the app fuck up? I've not heard this. Is it a missing weapon profile on the app or something? I know there's a Baneblade that doesn't have las cannons. I think there's an old resin Baneblade that didn't have them. Maybe. If true, that's awful and hilarious. This killed the edition for me, lol. They're still on the Baneblade in the app. I can't get the app to not say invalid war gear. Day one, I'm already too stupid for this. Javo, the app's broken. Literally day one app broken. The app won't stay open long enough for me to read anything without crashing, lol. Fuck. It's just embarrassing, man. Did they not test it? This is what I mean, guys. It's just embarrassing. GW and Bad IT. Name a more iconic duo. It's a £6 billion company that's getting absolutely mogged on by like one man app developers that do it in their spare time. They must waste so much money. Think about how much money they must have paid for the app not to work. Yeah. Yeah. Crazy times, boys. They took away the war game. Where is it? Again, I can't see it in the app. Is it in the app or the field manual? Because I can't, obviously not field manual, the faction pack. Sorry. When you try and add the other two sponsons, it won't allow it. Ah.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
I knew it. The GW app is so shit, it can't handle complex stuff like that. That's why, yeah. Uncle Clumsy, you know what? I can say I beat the Warlock Games I builder. It hasn't got an updated rules by automated Mark IIs with Tesla yet. I don't care if they're technically not out yet. How dare you?
Every meal's a banquet. Every
Uncle Clumsy, they're out on Monday. I believe. Well, my video is out on Monday talking about it. So hopefully the update will be out then. Yeah. Works fine on Android. Hardcore Pilot, I think it's an iPhone thing. Yeah. So they probably tested it on Android and never bothered to test it on iPhone. Yeah. Yeah, let's have a look here. So yeah, so the Baneblade can look right. The Baneblade can. I'm going to assume that you can take command blobs, right? And I'm going to assume that the Baneblade can take the las cannons. I'm going to go off what the data sheet says, not the app. Rogue Trader Jake, Mordian, late to chat, so you may have already discussed this. Can Guard be played with vibes based on the horrible points released today? Just want to play a classic regiment and not regret it. I think it is physically possible for you to do it. I think that you will be punished from a primary mission, forced from a detachment, forced disposition, and points angle. So technically you could do it, but you're just going to have to accept you're not playing in an even remotely optimized way. Unfortunately. Which is a shame. Because obviously we all want to play with our classic guard regiments. But you can do it, but I wouldn't take it to an RTT, put it that way. Uncle Clumsy, thank you for the super chat, bro. Just saying, I'm not a GW hater. I don't want them to fail. I want to stop listening to the investor firms plus Red Army in their ranks. I want the choice of game to be flavor, not GW shutting us again. Yeah. I mean, I try and look, right. I do try and avoid like the political side of things and all that kind of stuff. But I definitely think there's some correlation and causation on maybe why Games Workshop is a lot less competent these days. Right? I wouldn't necessarily I would say though, it's not necessarily about individual people's politics at the company. That may be a factor, that may not be. That might just be online drama, right? But what I would say is that I think the problem is the internal politics. Like, it is the office politics. I think they have a big issue with office politics. And I think they need to crack some heads together. Yeah. I think they do. Yeah, the yellow energy. I don't know if they've got, I don't know what the political affiliation of people in GW is. There's been some signs, but I don't know if it's broad brush or just individuals, right? I will say this. They definitely have a yellow energy problem. Hugely. This entire update reeks of ideas, of yellow energy people coming up with ideas and green energy people being asked to implement it, but no fucking direction from red energy and no fucking actual can-do implementation from blue energy. Yeah. Yeah. I will say this. Someone, tell you what, Mini Dingbat has just left an incredible comment in chat. Fuck, I missed 10th edition. God. How is it I can't disagree?
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
For fuck's sake. Oh, man. It could always get worse. Yeah. so funny. Fuck, I missed 10th edition. I want to go back. But Mordian, you don't like 10th edition. Yeah. But anything's better than this shit. It's like that scene in Planes, Trains and Automobiles. And I can sit there through month after month of 10th edition with a big grin on my face. And people ask me, how can you stand it? How can you take it? And I say, because I've seen 11th edition. I can take anything. Even better, Mordian. Fuck, I missed 7th edition. I don't know. 7th edition with 0 formations and maybe a community patch on the core codexes. I'll give you that. Yeah. I think the 7th edition core rules were actually quite good. I think the problem was the formations got out of hand very quickly. 7th edition to be perfected like Horus Heresy 1.0. Yeah. Yeah. 9th was better. Nah. Maybe. Maybe it was. I'm not sure. 9th had some big problems. Do you know what? I'm going to say it. I missed 6th edition. I had some really good times in 6th edition, and it wasn't that bad. Like, the only thing I can really remember from 6th edition was Helldrake spam being an issue. I think 7th was worse than 6th, because 7th was when invisibility broke the game, and you got invisible Death Stars. Taldar, Tim? 6th, monofaction. I take 6th edition monofaction over a lot of stuff. Yeah. Let's go back to 5th. See, I like 5th, but the problem with 5th is that I wish I like regimental doctrines, so I like 4th edition. I think the 5th edition codex was a bit of a step down from the 4th edition codex. People that joined 8th and beyond don't know what they missed out on. Very, very true. Very, 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 very true. Yeah. Ignorance is bliss. True. The best, but not okay. Discounting Midhammer and Oldhammer. The best time in New Hammer was 8th edition, just before Vigilus Defiant came out. That was the best time. All they needed to do was tweak Marines, and I think tweak Marines, and was it Necrons at the beginning of 8th? I think they were the ones that came out and didn't. Was it just basically tweak the Marines and 1 or 2 other factions? And I think that was peak. That's when 40k peaked, when New Hammer peaked. Yeah. And 10th, you know what? I'll say this. I think 10th was absolutely fine. 10th edition was fine. The first 10th, without the addition of loss and with the indexes, was very good. 10th, pre-codex, yeah, because that's before you lost everything. Yeah, 10th index 10th, basically. Index 10th, but there was a couple of factions that needed a leg up. Index 10th, but with the Death Guard and the Votan fixes that they got to their indexes, and the Eldar and the Knight balancing, that was probably, that was very, very good. Yeah. Fire Kiwi, just painting 120 guardsmen, was able to play 2 match for 11th. Now I can't use my army in 11th. Dude, right now it looks really, really bad. I'd say it could be like a couple of weeks now. They're going to fix it. This will get fixed. It's just going to take 6 months. How do you run a decent army in 11th? Is the real question. If you want to run a competitive army in 11th, I think you go either Hammer of the... I think you go Hammer of the Emperor, Abhuman Auxiliary, and you spam the fuck out of tanks and Abhumans, and that's your most competitive way of running things. Forget Guardsmen or anything like that. Even I'd say maybe Kazakin. Yeah. I can't really do you got more than say 10th, because I loved early 10th edition. I loved early 10th edition, and I loved early 8th edition. I thought 9th edition was too swingy. Things went from super OP to super broken, super OP to super broken, super OP, well, super OP to super trash. I honestly think the first like 12 months of 10th was actually quite good, but as more and more got ripped out of the game, it was the issue is, do you know what's funny? I don't think the detachment system that they've come up with works. It doesn't. I don't think it works at all. They need 12th edition needs to completely do away with all detachments. We need to get back to you have army rules and that's it. Like that's it. Because the problem is that there's too much collateral damage. There's no reason that Steel Hammer should be paying for the sins of Recon. There's no reason that Combined Arms should be paying for the sins of Bridgehead. Right? Until they are willing to put a different list of points for each detachment, the detachment system's got to go. That's why the indexes felt good in 10th, because everyone only had one detachment, and that's why the codexes felt bad. Yeah. Yeah, 9th edition Drukhari and Admech. Exactly. They were too buku. They were too much. You don't reckon Steel Hammer is better than Hammer of the Emperor? I think Steel Hammer only affects a relatively limited number of units. I think it's very good. I think absolutely double Baneblade, 18 Bulgrin or something, 18 Ogrin, something mental, right? Yeah, absolutely. I believe that there's something there. But I believe that's a bit of a... You know what? I think that's a really fucking good list in Purge to the Foe. I'm going to work the points out on that. Okay, 12 Bulgrin. 12. Let's work out the fucking points on that list. Where's the Ashton Minotaur? Okay. Okay, let me get a calculator up. See, I don't mourn... Do you know what? I actually want to semi-apologize to the Tau players. Because the Tau... I didn't believe them, but I think the Tau players were right when they said... It's not that we're not happy to be powerful. It's that we're sad that we've only got 1 or 2 good builds. And I get that now. I do, actually. Fair play, Tau community. So... 200 plus 215. And then Ogrins... what? I hate this layout. This layout is dog shit. Like, how do you fuck up the formatting so badly? I feel like I've gone past O. Oh, there you go. 120. And then let's take a couple of super heavies. If you're in Steel Hammer, you might want a Stormlord. But how much are Commissars? Do they have a step cost? Actually, that's a good question first. No. So 30, 30, 30. Oh, fuck's sake. That was 360 minus. Right, let me redo it. So 2,008 plus 215 plus 360 plus 90. Okay. That doesn't seem right. 200 plus 215 plus 360 plus 90. Oh, it was. I'm just going to go with like 2 good ones and just see where we end up. So I think the Storm Sword is very good. So we'll go 465. You could take a second Storm Sword, but I think I'll probably go for... I want some tech presenters here as well, to be fair. So I'll probably, after the Storm Sword... Storm Lord is a good choice because you do get the... you get the stratagem that works well with it. But I don't really want to be powering forward with it all that much. But it's an option, right? I think I'm looking at Bane. Am I looking at Doom Hammer? Am I Dooming it? We're going full Doom. Can you fit Borgrins inside a Doom Hammer? I think you can. It's got a good transport capacity, hasn't it? We're going Bane Sword is my next favorite, so I'll go for that one. And then 2 tech presentances. That's not a bad list, to be fair. Well, it's not a good list. Don't get me wrong. It's in terms of points values, like what we've managed to make. Oh, but we need to pay for the upgrade for the detachment. Where's Steel Hammer? Battalion Commander, 30, right? So you have 100 points left over. You do kind of need a Hellhound. Or 2. See, the issue is you do need a Hellhound. You need 2 Hellhounds. Because otherwise you're hitting like piss, aren't you? And those Hellhounds are going to die very quick. That's the problem. The Hellhounds are going to die so quickly. Absolute target priority, that the fucking asshole. You don't need a Hellhound? Why? You need to be able to ignore his cover, otherwise you're fucked, right? Yeah. Super Heavy have built-in ignores cover? Oh, you are correct. Which ones get that again? It only affects your main gun. And you strip cover with a stratagem? What, in Steel Hammer? I did not know that. Okay, well then that'll do then. Maybe you buy something else with what I don't know what you spend your last 100 points on. Dealer's choice. Maybe you well, you could turn one of the Ogren squads into another Bulgrin squad, to be fair. And that would cost you 95 points. So there you go. There you go. That's how you run. That's Steel Hammer and Abhuman auxiliaries. So you have 3 units of Bulgrin, 2 units of Ogrin, 3 Commissars, a Storm Sword, and a Bane Sword. There you go. Welcome to your new and then you go purge the foe. Welcome to your new competitive Imperial Guard army. There you go. It's this is my issue with 11th. Armies, it's going to encourage skew lists. Because there's no need for me to take... I have 0 reason to take shit munchers. None of my missions involve me doing actions or holding objectives. It's just, I just kill. And that list is quite good in Purge as well, because I've got very few units to give up for Purge. The weakest units in my army are 2 squads of Ogren. Everything else is Bullgrins and super heavies with a 4% vulnerable save. Yeah. Purge doesn't give you more than 5 VP for killing a turn. That's not entirely true because you get more points for killing more than your enemy. In Purge v... You got... Dude, Canorian, it's Purge v Purge every game. So, it's kill more, hold more. Well, I don't really care about holding more, so I'll just kill more. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Skeletal Commissar, thank you for the super chat, man. Some better photos of my retro style ultra stream discussion. My recent build, Firstborn Eradicators. GW plastic for once, as I do appreciate Firstborn. Let's have a look, man. Let's have a look what you been working on. What have you been cooking up? Did you? You said in stream discussion. I don't see it. Did the picture load? Maybe I need to scroll back up a bit. I don't think the picture loaded into stream discussion, mate. Sorry. I've scrolled all the way back up past quite a bit. I've scrolled down again. I'm not seeing the pictures load. Sorry, man. Might be worth reposting them and then I can pick them up. Or maybe I should close. I could close Discord and try opening it again. But it hasn't changed it. So yeah, just post it. Just try reposting them and then let me know. And if it's still not turned up, I'll check things out on my end. Okay. But dude, I love the idea of more retro style Ultramarines, man. I love that. But Mountain, thank you for super chat. Family photos, a new arrival in stream discussion. Sprue is the Humber, still waiting on the Cromwell T, and I have some Galahads and Grenadiers to finish. But after that, my Brits are complete for a while. Invasion America is next in the queue. Nice. Hey, they look cool, man. The two, the new and the old Galahads do look quite good next to each other. Yeah, that's cool as fuck, bro. Nice. Hey, they look all right, man. I love the linebacker mud skipper. Very, very cool use on that. And the scratch marks on the Hornet are great. Wow. You wait, double Hornet? You cheesy bastard. You cheesy bastard. I love it. Amazing. Amazing, man. Hey, you got a hell of a Brit army there, though. Robots and mechs for days. And then some other cool bits. And then, still a little bit of a human element there as well, which is cool, man. Yeah. I love it. Excellent work, sir. Excellent work indeed. All right. And then we've got... where are we up to? We've got Fox Knight. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Did you see that GW deleted all the combat patrols that are not actively being sold from the app? So you can't play them in the mode anymore? Huh. So like what, like all the FOMO ones? I wish I could be more upset about it. But as I've always said, we do not manufacture beef here. I always give honest beef. And the reality is that Combat Patrol is such a nothing game mode that is probably not going to register on the beef scale. Yeah. Like, nobody plays Combat Patrol. The Combat Patrols are basically just start collecting sets rebranded. Yeah. So, yes, it is beef, but I think I'm not going to crash out. It is beef. It is beef. It's definitely a bit dubious. It's definitely a little scummy, but I think the actual I think there's bigger... Combat Patrol has bigger problems, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. What do we get? What do we got next? What have we got? Jenny Bratz, thank you. Sorry, Road Trader Jake. Would it be messed up if in a friends group to use the 9th edition rules and attachment to 10th edition point values? Just want to enjoy the guard as they're supposed to be enjoyed. All I want, lol. Road Trader Jake. In a friend group, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. As long as all of your friends are happy with it, I say go for it. I think the number one thing is like, is it giving you a massive tactical advantage, or is it just, you know, are you going to use it to like exploit like the new dispositions and stuff, or is it just going to like allow you to run your army the way it should do? Like, put it this way, if you're running a bunch of shitty, easy to kill guardsmen but still going purge, I think that's like fine, right? Because all you're really doing is giving points up. Yeah. There we go. All right. What have we got here? Jenny Bratz, thank you for super chat. Live has been busy, but hobby update in stream discussion. I see your two Pumas and raise you a ZP, a projector, and a Super AT gun. The battle of the kit bashing. I love it. Is that Orc mech gun? Brilliant. Brilliant, man. That's cool, man. That's I like that. That's kind of cool. Yeah. Nice. Good hobbying. Good hobbying indeed. Let's have a look. Canorian, I'm going to address what you're saying in chat, mate, but don't worry, I'm not going to shit on you or anything. We're just going to have a, I would say, polite disagreement. All right? So, Canorian, so let's have a look. Sounds like as soon as you hit anyone who isn't purging, the plan falls apart. I think it's a view that's going to be proven sorely wrong. Well, we won't, because people who just want to rag on it will move on to their next thing and they get it wrong. Like, how do you jump for 11 instead of shooting them dead? And as we see from Commander HL, the Warlord supporters do pretend to not be toxic as fuck, but in reality, they are. Until combat control matters, like Spearhead doesn't change anything. As we see, more toxicity. But you're so right. We're just waiting on Mordian to agree with you that we should all just fuck off. I wish you could just not agree with that everything was shit and not become a target for future suspects, but toxicity abounds. So, Commander just telling me to fuck off and this isn't a place of fans of Warhammer. Right. Commander HHL and Canorian, I think you guys should not interact with each other for a little bit. I will say Commander HHL is known for trolling, but I do think he can take it too far. So Commander HHL, I'm going to ask you to wind your neck in. Canorian, I'm going to also say that I also think Commander HHL is wrong. Well, it's not a GW only channel anymore. I would describe this as a wargaming channel now, okay? But Canorian, let me, and I'm going to be very fair-minded. This is why I say I'm not shitting on you, okay? But I do, when I see people beefing in chat, I got to step in, right?
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man.
I know that it can seem really annoying and it can be very aggravating. It can really piss people off when someone online is going on and on and on about like negativity, especially if that negativity is towards something that you personally feel, you know, maybe more positively towards, or maybe you think that, yeah, it is fucked, but do you have to make like a big deal out of it, or somewhere in between, right? I get it. And I even said this at the beginning of the stream. I said, we have to be, it's important that the busting a rift K47 shit doesn't go too far. And I've been careful to rein it in. I do not think it's coming from a place of toxicity though. Right? I absolutely believe there has been some crowing from the fans of K47, But I don't think it's because K47 is the second most prominent game on this channel. But if this was, let's say I never got into K47 and I was still no lifing Old World as much as I had been, you would have similar things coming from the people that were going Old World, Best World. Instead of Buster Rift, imagine it was people going Old World, Best World. Okay? Okay. What you're seeing is people who are it's not toxicity, it's a very human and normal reaction where you've got people who maybe they've drifted away or they've stepped out of the GW bubble, and what they're feeling is a sense of vindication. Are they expressing it in the best way? No. But I can tell you hand on heart that this is not a dunking on 40k moment. Or not a dunking on 40k sentiment. It's a celebration of a decision that they've made. That's what it is. And I can say right now, for myself, and I know I speak for a lot of other people in this community, whether it is K47 or Bolt Action or Old World, that it's not hate. It's not that they want 40k to be bad. It's just that it's not they want 40k to be bad. There's an element of vindication, and there's an element of like there's an element of wishing people. There's sort of two angles to it. I'm trying to think the best way to sort of verbalize it. One of it is there's an element of they're like, I wish that people made the same step that I made and they could see how good this game was. And there's also an element of them going like, they wish that 40k was better. Does that make sense? But I absolutely get it. Like I said at the very, very beginning, it's really annoying when you're maybe down in the dumps about something and someone else down in the dumps about 40k and someone else is saying, lol, 40k shit, lol, play this game instead. I get it, right? Because that's how it's going to seem and that's how it's going to come across. Yeah. But I definitely think there's an element of, yeah, that's my take. Yeah. I mean, look, hey, I'm all for people enjoying the hobby, and I've been inspired by the K-pop symbols up to my game. I just don't always agree, but I enjoy this channel, and it sucks that as I sit here, it just carries on. I mean, look up, it's going on. I mean, what's going on then? It says a lot more about them than it does about me. I think at the end of the day, also, Canorian, if you've been running some solid defense, I think I tell you what, and I am going to push back a little bit. And again, I think some people have been maybe trolling a bit much. Okay. I've acknowledged that, and I've chastised, I've pulled Commander HH up and said, I've chastised him, right? Okay. I also think there's maybe a bit of accountability that needs to be taken on your end. Whereas if you are running defense, if you're saying it's not bad and you're saying lots of positive things about it, and if you look at the results of the poll, for example, right now, which is 77% of people say it's not good, they're not happy about it, you're going to get pushback. Right? So I think if you can accept that maybe it's not all unwarranted pushback, and we can accept that maybe there's been a little bit of over the top trolling going on, then perhaps we can meet in the middle there. Yeah. But everyone, if you are just getting, I've not read everything in the chat. I'm just going to take people at their word. If you have been getting insulted, then everyone needs to cool off. Okay? Everyone needs to cool off. Right? But like I said, I think there's, I would suspect there's probably been that, good and bad bits presented by, both sides, right? So, yeah. The Kanoi, and I'm not fence sitting there. I think, glancing at it, yeah. I think that's probably the situation. I haven't said GW is amazing. I haven't said they're doing great. I've said I don't think it's all doom and gloom. Instead of disagreeing, I'm not getting pushback. I'm just getting insulted. I mean, I'm seeing a little bit of both, to be honest. I'm seeing some legitimate pushback. I'm seeing some illegitimate pushback, shall we say. But yeah, I would just say at that point, agree to disagree. And like I said, what you probably got is two or more people who are not going to convince each other. So at which point you go, I've stated my bit, you've stated your bit. Let's not insult each other any more than has already happened, and let's move on. All right? Okay. So I'm not even asking you guys to kiss and make up because you might not like each other. So everyone just agree to move on. Bury the hatchet, water under the bridge, move on. Okay? That's the because no one's going to get any happier by getting deeper into the weeds, right? Right. So everyone involved in the discussion, just move on. There we are. Okay? Right. What have we got next? 40k's gotten so bad we're having to break up the fight in the stream. I don't think it's 40k's got so bad. I think that there are some emotions that are running high. And I think that is the case. Yeah. And that's it. Look, right. It's just it's just a shit sandwich, man. I think we can all agree. You know what? Let's bring us all together under this point. Whether you think it's absolutely dog shit or whether you think it's not that bad, can we all agree that it probably should have been a lot better? I think some people, I think we're to a certain degree arguing, to a certain point, we're arguing degrees of badness, right? We're arguing degrees of badness. It's just how bad you think it is. Yeah. That's it. Some people are going to say, hey, look, you can improvise, adapt, overcome, and all that kind of stuff. Some people are going to be like, fuck this, I'm going to K47. We could all agree this could have been a much better update. Yeah, this could have been a much, much, much better update. Yeah. I think that's the Grot Week was amazing up yours. Yeah. That's it. I think everyone just wished it was a lot better. Right? And some people and everyone's handling it differently. And the reality is, and this is not me being like HR Mordia, just pissing yellow energy everywhere. I think the reality is that it's just it should have been better. Yeah. I think that's it, right? We all wish. And we're not even wishing that we got we're not even wishing that we'd got OP. We just kind of wish that do you know what it is? We all just wish infantry hadn't been bummed, right? We're just looking at the situation going, why have you done this? Our infantry going into 11th wasn't very good. What have you done, GW? Yeah. Yeah. Canorian, I've been all over GW's complete lack of any sort of management on this release. It's why it's been a shit day. Instead of being a day to talk about what's in and out, it's been shit creek. Yeah, dude, I totally agree, man. Yeah. That's it. Let us not argue over the degrees of badness, and let us all agree that it's not been done well. Yeah. We're it's like this is the problem though. Like, when something bad like this comes out, the community does start tearing itself apart a bit. And that's, you know, no one wants to see that, right? Yeah. At the end of the day, we're all war gamers together. We're all guardsmen together. Even if you don't play 40k anymore, you're still a guardsman. You're still part of this community. And, yeah, it's just one of those where, like, we all just wish it could have been a bit better. Or a lot better. No one's happy with what's been produced. Yeah. It's not our fault, it's GW's fault. Yeah, exactly. In the end, all I want to say is, suck it, Canians! I'm a filthy greenskin, I ain't no guard. No, you're a Blood Axe mercenary, mate. You've been hired. Yeah. Yeah, and Kadorian, that's exactly the right way. Like, and the rubber, you know, the paper, you know, as we always say, you can't armchair general these things. You got to get out there, play the games, and report on what you find. Yeah. I need to see the worst by your own eyes. Yeah, exactly, right? Like I said, my take is it's going to be playable. It's just going to be deeply, deeply flawed, and this is going to have a negative impact on the enjoyment of the game. And that's a summary of the multifaceted issues that I think exist. Yeah. Yeah. My app doesn't even work, so I don't even have the ability to see why I should be upset. To quote Cypher, ignorance is bliss. There you go. All right, what have we got next? We're all, guys, it's been 5 hours, but I don't mean to alarm you. We're nearly caught up on super chats. Nearly. Elliot Henderson, thank you for the 41 months. X-Force, baby. Tried making a list. It crashed and wouldn't reopen. I'm hearing a lot of that. Apparently, I think it's mostly on iOS, but apparently the app is balked. Badly balked. Trevor S, thank you so much for super chat. App is working fine on Android, also letting me do 4 Baneblade sponsors. I wonder if they didn't test iOS. That would be my... It's a classic half-job GW. Yeah. It's a classic phoned it in. Oh, you know, the guy probably testing it, the guy who tested it, because they would have left it to like one guy, right? Probably has an Android. So he probably never bothered to check if it worked on iOS. He's like, yeah, it works on my phone. I bet you that's the situation. Yeah. Rogue Trader Jake, thank you for super chat. Mordian, so classic guard, always fighting up for the bottom, lol. Emperor blessed, the Emperor's finest. I mean, that's it, right? That's why I started today's video with a new reject the meta, embrace the guard video. If you guys haven't seen it, I can play it for you now. It's a bit rough, but I'm gonna be maybe putting it out tomorrow or tidying it up, then putting it out. Yeah. But yeah, it's play it. Do you guys not see it? Who didn't see the intro? Put your hand up in stream if you didn't see the intro. If you didn't see the intro, I'll play it now. It'll take a second. Okay, seems like most people didn't see it. All right, fine. All right, let me mute my mic. Give me a second, and I'll play it for you now. I'll turn my face off so you can just enjoy it for itself.
Hold still right before we crash. try to leave, cause we both know what we'll choose. If you pull and I push too deep, and I'll fall right back to you. Cause you are the piece of me I wish I didn't need. Chasing relentlessly, still fine and I don't know why.
Are you sufficiently inspired, chat? Are you sufficiently inspired? I'm feeling inspired, and I made the fucking thing. There you go. Absolute immersion. Yeah. Absolute immersion. That made me more sad. Play it again. Play it again. I mean, I'll upload it as a video for tomorrow. Okay. Needs more Baneblade. There's a surprising lack of Baneblade animations out there. I definitely need to look into it. But I made it today. It took me like 4 hours to make that, and it was quite rough. Yeah. Yeah. I need to see you Numa yaying in your chair and watch your content before I'm inspired. There you go. Anyone know what that song is? It's Clarity, but it's like a remixed version. So the original version sounds a bit different. I think it's Clarity Hardstyle Remix. Yeah. I like using the hardstyle music because I feel like it feels you find a lot of like the hardstyle music gets used for like motivational stuff, like when like gym motivational stuff like that. And so I find it's obviously we're not working out, but I find it's quite good for motivating you in that regard. It's quite good for motivating you on the hobbying side and stuff as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there you go. Do you know we need some post-up clarity? I have had a moment of clarity, but I'm gonna let me make a note, because I've had a thought. I've had a thought, an interesting thought. There you go. There we go. Okay. There we go. He's snorting the glue. Yeah, that video isn't out on the channel yet, but I could do it. Have it go out. I can have it go out tomorrow. I was gonna play around with it a bit, but sometimes just so what I wanted to do is have it so the pictures fit to frame and stuff. But honestly, I don't think it really matters, to be honest. A lot of them are quite vertical as well, so yeah, I don't think it really matters. But yeah, there we go. All right. I think mostly it's the vibes rather than anything else. Rogue Trader Jake, what are these energies you speak of? Okay, people keep asking me about this. It's kind of I tell you what, man. It's enough to do a bit on. Okay, so let me make a note of it, and then I'll do a bit on it, and I'll catch one of the super chats quickly, and then hopefully we'll have So it basically refers to bullshit HR stuff that can cause companies to go to shit, right? So I need to. But people keep asking me about it, and I need to. I do need to do a bit on it because I think a lot of people will recognize it in their office as well. But let me quickly blast through some super chats, and then we'll get to the energies. All right. Skeletal Commissar, thank you for the super chat. Photos and stream discussion now. Let's have a look. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, here we go, man. Wanted to show off some photos of the retro style Ultramarines. It's a little bit lighter than the game store. Ignore the dead heretics in the background. My plans to make second company under Titus. Basically, if we had Captain Titus instead of Captain Sicarius in 8th edition, planning on making the heroes with Primaris parts, as I feel it mimics the bland style of more important people are bigger. I'm replacing a lot of... I love that. I'm replacing a lot of the command structure. Some units I don't like to make it my own, like the Inceptors. The last photo of my firstborn Eradicators to replace the Inceptors. They double as a tactical squad, melter upgrades. Planning on doing the same with the Infernus Marines and Hellblasters, though the Hellblasters, Incestors, and Assaulters will Primaris most likely. I mean, if you just do a head swap on them, they'll look firstborn. Because no one can really see the knee pads, especially from 2 feet away on a table, right? Nice. They look good. They look great, man. Literally, take Primaris Marines, give them a head swap. Job done. I think the more I see Primaris Marines with a head swap, the more I realize that it was a big mistake, the helmet they went with in in 8th edition. Yeah, all you needed was the old helmet and they would have been readily accepted. They look awesome, man. I like those as a Eradicator stands in. Yeah, that's cool. Very, very cool. Good job, man. And beautiful models. And I love the paint scheme. And I really endorse the hobbying project. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Your HR stories are kind of the best, to be honest. Always entertaining. Dude, I have so many. You see, I've never really tapped into... So I have a lot of stories, right? And I've told most of them from the perspective, most of them that are about drama that's happened on the gaming table, like Dave the Dickhead and stuff like that. But an untapped well of Mordy and Glory story time is my time in the corpo world. Like I've touched on this a few times, like the time that one of my managers threatened me with a baseball bat if I left the company because he'd fucked up the team so badly everyone else left.
Forward, you dogs,
it was
to victory!
kind of in jest. Kind of. But it was definitely also the mark of a desperate man. The time when one of my managers threatened me with going AWOL if I didn't complete my courtesy period and tried to make it sound like I was going to go up against a firing squad. The time when the CEO of a company put the entire company's funds into his own crypto coin and ended up rug pulling himself and taking the company under. The time when I got passed over for a promotion because I wasn't French. And the time when I the time when I didn't get the time when someone's webcam broke at work and they demanded that I bought them an entire new laptop during the peak of COVID when no one could get any computers, and I got reprimanded for it. Those are some of the stories I have. I got more, but those are some of the stories. Yeah, it's yeah, good. I got a lot of I got the corpo world. People think working in an office is boring. It really isn't. It really, really isn't. All right. So yeah, I've got a lot of stories, man. Tactical Heckler, thank you for the super chat. I like the idea of removing detachments. Enhancements list should include all options. My question is what mono rule for each faction would you do? Like, honestly, man, I think the 9th edition way of doing things was better. So I don't think 9th edition itself was necessarily a great edition, But the fact that you just had a massive list of relics and enhancements, we called them relics back in the day. The fact that you had like a simple army rule, which then you had a simple army rule that affected all of your units, but then you had like loads of like you just had stuff. You had like a simple army rule, and then you layered stuff on top of it. Yeah, it's literally the detachment system just doesn't work. The current detachment system we have just doesn't work, in my opinion. I think it's a deeply flawed system, and I'm very disappointed that they kept it with 11th edition. I think it was a bad idea. Yeah. Corpo workers daily exercise and not drink the toner card on the nearest printer. Yeah, I agree. What have we got here? Rogue Trader, thank you for super chat. Fair enough, lol. Send in the next wave. Send in the next wave. John Henry Eden, thank you for super chat. Idea for K47 in stream discussion. Behold my super weapon. Is that the Mao with the Sturm Tigers? Like, is that the Mao and Sturm Tiger combined? That's brilliant. Yes, it is the Sturm Mao. There you go. I love that. Commander Detail, thank you for super chat. Message stood loud and clear, dear First Leader, but can it fit the hole in a piece of paper? Dude, I want to say thank you for taking it on the chin. I appreciate that. You may not have been completely to blame. I appreciate there was blame on both sides. But I want to say thank you to you and to Canorian for, when being told to stop, both stopping. So thank you. And can the edition fit the whole of a piece of paper? No, but I suspect it only took GW one meeting and one piece of paper to map it out. Hypertastrophe, thank you for the super chat. Can we agree to launch Ultramarines and Cadence to the black hole for like 4 editions? The spotlight makes everyone else seem dim in comparison. I mean, Cadians are already not in the spotlight, bro. It's all about Krieg fatigue now. Which is really going to annoy the Krieg players because they've waited ages to be in the spotlight. And now after 1 edition, I was like, yeah, fuck Krieg. Fuck Krieg, fuck Krieg, fuck Krieg. Also, Ultramarines are cool. Like, but I do think that Ultramarines could do with... The thing is, you're never going to not have Ultramarines as the poster boys because Ultramarines, it's all about brand recognition, baby. Now, I don't agree with that because I'm not a soulless Corpo drone anymore. But the Corpo drones that run GW are like, brand recognition has to be blue. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. Just talk about points. I have appointments to bust a rift. We'll get to the points in a moment. We're very nearly almost caught up. James Homer, thank you for the super chat, man. Is there anything not phoned in with GW? Unfortunately, at this point, it definitely feels like it does feel like there is less and less effort being put in. But there is a few explanations for why this may be happening. One, it could be that the people working there are very burned out. I mean, GW has a ridiculous release schedule. 2, the people there just aren't that competent. I think the unfortunate reality of Games Workshop is that they, for a long time, enjoyed a situation where they could pay relatively low wages, not terribly low, but relatively low wages, and get very good talent. Because if you wanted to work on Warhammer, there was only one place to do it. Unfortunately, that is no longer the case. If you are a very competent person, then you can absolutely strike out on your own and make a living off wargaming. Look at the best example is Duncan Rhodes, but he is one amongst many people now. And one amongst many people who've just taken the YouTube route, and there are other routes other than that. So, unfortunately, now that GW isn't the only... GW hasn't really increased the wages that they hand out, relatively speaking. But as a result, now, people can make more money not working for GW. The best people can make more money not working for GW. So now they're left over with the rest. And these people, I'm not saying are bad people or evil people, but they're not going to be the most competent. And every year that goes by, they're going to be less competent because the situation's only going to get worse. And then you've got the situation of, even if you have the best people, GW, I suspect, massively understaffs certain departments. So I found out the other day that they used to have a dedicated photography team and a dedicated model painting team, and they got rid of the dedicated photography team, and instead they asked the people that paint the models to take all the photographs. And the people who were painting all the models already had quite a heavy schedule because of the ridiculous release schedule that they were expected to handle. Do you think it's a coincidence that they didn't have all of the Space Marines in that battle report that they did painted red? No, the ones they had were the other ones that they painted for 10th edition, the display ones. So basically, even if you have very good people, you've also, which I don't think they necessarily do. I think they have good people. I don't think they have the best people anymore. And I think, unfortunately, those people are now being overtasked. And GW is, I think, entered that stage, that late stage of corporate existence, where they're no longer just looking at how they can make as much money as possible. They're now looking at how they can save as much money as possible. So you might ask, why would they fire the photography team? Because if they fire the photography team, that's a bunch of wages that they can save. Right? So that's where, so they're entering that point where not only are they trying to maximize profits by selling as much as possible, they're also trying to maximize profits by spending less and less. Hence why you've seen issues with the quality control of models, models how you've seen a lot of high profile cases of models not being checked before they're going out and things being missing from boxes. Yeah. And a good example of this as well, so people know that I'm being fair, is actually Warlord Games has been experiencing a bit of a problem with this as well. Not necessarily, I don't know, Warlord Games has got some bloody talented people working there, but what I mean is quality control. Warlord Games has been suffering from success, where they have had so many models flying off the shelves that the usual packing team has been has utterly reached capacity. And so they've been trying different things of being able to handle that capacity. They tried bringing in a bunch of like temporary workers, but it turns out that like agency workers and stuff, but like that just didn't work because the agency workers just, if you're like someone who's worked at a wargame company for a long time, even if you're just packing the models is a very important part, but even if you're just packing the models, you get to know like, oh, that's a Mark II infantry, that's a Mark I infantry, right? See what I mean? Whereas if you're just an agency worker, you're just going to pick things out the buckets the way they are. You're going to go, oh, that looks about that German grenadiers, German veterans, basically the same thing. Shove them in the box. Do you know what I mean? You're going to have people who, because they don't know there's a difference, they're going to miss things. So that was one solution they tried. That ended up with some quality control issues. Now, and that's why I think now they're basically just training up a bunch of extra people, but that takes time. That takes time, and those people, whilst they're getting trained up, are also getting no one is perfect, and these kind of things can affect anyone. I think the difference I would say, and this is not me just being a ball washer, I think this is me being this is a fair difference, is Warlord Games experienced it due to an unexpected spike. Like, they did not expect Conflict 47 to pop off the way it did. Like, don't get me wrong, they're very happy about it, and because it has popped off the way it has, they have been able to dedicate way more resources into it. Like, that's why so much stuff has come to plastic so quickly. Like, originally, they did not plan on making this much plastic models, because plastic models are really expensive to make, like, to set up, right? They did not expect to have to set up this many plastic production lines in the first year. But because they sold so much Conflict 47, they've got the money to reinvest and now set up those plastic production lines, which is awesome. With Games Workshop, the difference is that they have the money, they're just not spending it. And in fact, it's not even a case of not spending it, they're actually cutting back on the amount they're spending. So that's the difference. GW, Warlord is suffering from success. GW, someone somewhere has done the maths and has worked out that they will make more money if they cut the quality control versus the issues that will crop up from like customer service and whatnot. Yeah, I agree with Canorian, exactly. Warlord's issue is that they didn't expect it. Games Workshop was they didn't want to spend it. GW's reticence to spend money on things they can't quantify value of is constant now. They won't fund their streams, they won't expand production to assure quality, and they cut back on paint guides. Exactly. Exactly, man. Exactly. GW, and this is what I said, Canorian, earlier, right? GW is obsessed with data. That's why they silo everything. That's what everything GW does in terms of like the weird, like, why are they legendsing certain things? Why are they not allowing like cross-pollination between like 30k and 40k and all this kind of stuff? It's because they're obsessed with data, because data allows them to identify consumer trends. But this starts falling apart when you have things that don't directly create quantifiable data. So GW doesn't, GW cuts the photography staff away because they're like, well, we can't see the difference between, you taking beautiful pictures. There's no income line on that. There's only an outcome line on that. There you go. That's the problem when they get data driven. And when I say they're obsessed with data, I am not just talking about from I've observed this and it's a hypothetical. I have spoken with high up people who are ex-GW staff who have literally confirmed it to me. Like, they are obsessed with this. Absolutely obsessed. We're not talking ex-GW staff who are on the front lines of the stores. I'm talking ex-staff who are up in like the proper management team. Yeah. We just need to raise a few billion to take them private again. It's not the first time someone suggested that. And you know what? I reckon the 40k community could do it. Should I launch a GoFundMe? Should I work out what the controlling stake of GW should be and then launch a GoFundMe to take control of it? I need to raise 3 billion. What we need to do is for the line to go down. What we need is an Ubisoft style crash. Right? We need 11th edition to be like Assassin's Creed, the Japanese one, right? Which utterly crashed Ubisoft. And then we need to basically get in there before Tencent. That's what we need to do. We need to be like banging on the door with like big brown paper envelopes being like, like, let us in. We're going to pay you cash right now. You got like, got a bunch of people like fighting the Tencent people in the car park. Like, we can only hold them out for so long, Mordian. There's millions of them. That's what we need. Like, run up to Kevin Roundtree. Just like with like 2 massive duffel bags just full of like £50 notes. That's like, right, we own this. First order of business, you're fucking fired, mate. Second order of business. Yeah, that's what we need. We need it to crash and then get in before Tencent. That's what we need to do. All right. What have we got? Lungu Grungus, thank you for the super chat. Every time we touch, I get this feeling. See, the thing is, I do like that song, but I haven't heard the remix version. I'll have to check it out. Yeah. I just heard the original version. Every time we touch, I get this feeling. It's sung much better than that, but there you go. Thoughts: Steelhammer plus Abhuman, Baneblade Commander, 6 Ballgrin, Creek Heavy Flamers, Lemus Vanquisher, Dawn, Lemus Demolisher, Commander, Lemus Exterminator, Hellhound, 20 Kazakin, 5 Rangers, Scout Sentinel. It looks okay. I fear a single Hellhound is a bit of a crutch. And if it gets kicked out from under you, you might be having a bad time. So, if you could have 2 Hellhounds, that may be the way I would go. Even swapping... Even if it means swapping out an exterminator, I think I still consider it. I'd be tempted to swap the exterminator and the Krieg engineer squad for 2 more hellhounds if the points line up. But yeah, that not bad. My only observation, it's not an observation of your list, it's an observation of all the guard lists I've been seeing that have been sent in. Very, very few units. I think for a lot of guard players, they're going to find themselves a sub 10 meaningful units faction. Now, if you take 3 squads of Bulgrin, 2 squads of Ogrin, 2 Baneblades, and 2 engineers, that's 9 units. I think for a lot of people, they're going to find themselves a sub 10 unit faction. A ton of Rombos, thank you for the super chat. Some pushback in stream discussion. I always welcome some pushback. Let's take a look. Preface, 40k is far from perfect and I want to get better. I've frustrated parts of the game and this rant is not ball washing. I play K47 quite on other games outside GW. Fine. I understand a lot of people are upset with the start of 11th and are talking about playing other games. Great, play other games also. But I'm frustrated with the way some people talk about other games as if they are different than 40k and would be immune to the stresses that game system goes through. The community that plays 40k is competitive and pushes the system to its breaking point, playing 100x as many games of the systems. If 11th was a carbon copy of the current K47 rule set, the community would tear the system to shreds. I totally agree. In a funny sort of way, 40k is a bit of a dam. But it's a bit of a dam, but it's also, I would say, I agree with what you're saying, but I would also say that 40k has the community that it has cultivated. I think there's a it's not just about other game systems, maybe stuff. If you took the current 40k community and the way it's been cultivated and attached it to another game, you would have the same problems. But that's not necessarily a reflection of the game system. It's a reflection of the community that's been cultivated and the attitude that community has towards the game. So I think there's only a bit of nuance to it. Those who go to the systems cannot bring their current 40k habits and mentality to expect different results than they see in 40k. Totally agree. If I distill the most competitive list K47 to offer, I could easily get a 70% win rate in games. I agree. Take all the Ursus. Yeah. These third-party games are more fun because people don't squeeze them dry. Totally agree. I'm just much playing my casual 40k list when I bring non-efficient units that I love. Please explore the game. Yes, but not when you play someone who doesn't do that. The issue I have is if I do that and my opponent doesn't reciprocate, problems happen. Basically, I get tabled in 2 turns. And even if I bring a full vibes list and I'm playing for vibes, no one likes getting tabled in 2 turns. Please explore the games and have fun, but if you go to the systems bringing the same 40k mentality, you'll end up in the same doom spiral. Exactly. Don't go to where you've come from and make it like where you came from. For those who don't have people to play casually, 07, my heart goes out to you. You have my permission to rage as much as you want. I agree with that. It's not about the game. It's about the system. Yeah. Yeah, that's my main point. A lot of 40k problems come from having to fix the problems that the players make. I think, it's the community that's been cultivated, and that community has been cultivated because of the direction that GW has taken the game in. And I also think there's an element of I think that this issue cropped up in 6th and 7th edition where the game became too competitive. Then we had a great reset in 8th edition and the game became a lot less competitive and a lot more vibes. The 8th edition was utterly broken. The Infinite Poxwalker army, the Ogrin Hyperloop, and the Cake Topper army are all examples of this. But then towards the end of... Then 9th edition happened and a switch flicked. And I think what that switch was the core design of the game towards competitive play. 9th edition is where we got standardized table layouts. 9th edition is where we got cumulative scoring and all that kind of shit. 9th edition is where we got like huge booms and busts of nerfs and stuff like that. So 9th edition was where GW, end of 8th, beginning at 9th, is where GW dialed the competitive focus up. That's continued through 10th, and that's why we have the problems we have now from 10th to 11th. That's the issue. I also will say this, at the same time that GW's been dialing the competitive nature of the game up, their skill, their capability, their competence on being able to manage that has decreased. At the beginning, I think at the beginning of 10th edition, we saw some incredibly intelligent changes made by Games Workshop. I think as the edition went on, I think we saw increasingly knee-jerk, brain-dead things, and that has culminated in what we've seen with 11th edition. So there's a combination of the community has become ever more focused on breaking the game, and GW has become ever less competent on managing the game. And that's why we find ourselves in this sort of situation right now. Yeah. So a ton of Rombers, I don't even actually see that as pushback. I actually completely agree with basically everything you've said. I've just added my own 2 cents to it. James Homer, thank you for the super chat. Do you know when K47 June release is being sent out, or are they already sending and just working down a list? They tend to send things out to the Americans 2 weeks early because it has to go across the pond. It should be with you by the end of the month. They're already shipping them out now, but it's ironic. Things get over to America so quickly these days that the Americans get before the Brits do, which is funny, but yeah. But yeah, you'll have it by the end of the month at the latest, I would say. Commander HHL, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for the extra squad to hold the line. And 22nd AX Cardinal. You know, Straight Silver is my favorite Gaunt's Ghost book. It's the one I listen to all the time. Chapter 2. The Wounded River. From Bassin to Saron. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Lower Decks, thank you for super chat. It's one thing to bugger up for Imperial Agents or Deathwatch, but quite something else to bugger up for popular factions. Deathwatch cockroach lifestyle, baby. Every time they try and squash you, you come back. I do think I have some concerns on Deathwatch. I have concerns for every faction that doesn't have a codex right now making it through 11th. Because I don't know how long you get. I mean, either that. I think one or two things will happen. You'll either get squatted, or you'll spend the entire edition with your index basically unchanged, like Imperial Agents. Yeah. I think you could. I think you could make it through the entire thing, but I mean, did Deathwatch get any points changes? If not, that's hilarious. Yeah. All right. But Mountain, thank you for the super chat. Can we have a moratorium on designing miniatures, large weapons, and tandy glue connections? Plastic wasn't the fix. Wasn't the fix. That's my review. Oh, you just mean like in general? I think super glue. I think some people are like very, very like anti super glue, and they're like, no, I must use plastic glue only. I have found that it is controversial opinion. Sometimes on plastic models, you need super glue. Like I did it on my NIGH eras. I just use super glue on them now. I did it on another mech recently. I built a plastic. Oh, it was the Humber armored car. There was a bit that just wouldn't stay down, so I just super glued it, and it stayed down first time. It's not necessarily about the. I think sometimes you want the lightness of plastic with the quick drying action of super glue. That's the sweet spot. Yeah. Damn Legion, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the support. I didn't get a message attached to it, but I hope you let me know if there was anything you had to say, or if you were just being nice. Oh, rate my bot action start and stream discussion. Okay. 11 order dice. Is this the Anzac Force, is it? Rate your list. Okay, so Rifle Platoon, Commander, Veteran with extra soldiers. I like that. I think making a big command... There's 2 ways to do command squads. Either big squads of veterans or cheap as possible inexperienced. And I think you've done the right thing there. And then you've got a rifle. You've got lots of submachine guns. Nothing wrong with that. Rifle section, submachine gun, LMG, and tank grenades. Don't bother on tank grenades. They're basically a waste of time. Also, unless you just want to put the SMG on for vibes reasons, it's generally best to not have LMGs and SMGs in the same squad. SMGs want to run forward and get up close and personal. LMGs want to hang back and shoot. So rifles and LMGs absolutely work, or you go mostly SMGs in a squad, but not both. Same there. Same there. It is, by the way, it's totally okay to spend, a handful of points to give you sergeant SMGs just because it looks cool. That's totally okay. Yeah, same thing there. So basically, I would just drop the anti-tank grenades from these and probably keep the vibes of the SMG. Yeah. Boys anti-tank rifle, that's good. Light mortar, that's good. Artillery platoon, light artillery, that's fine. Armor platoon, machine gun carrier, command vehicle. Okay, so you don't have... Your issue is you don't have a lot of anti-tank because anti-tank grenades aren't anti-tank, ironically. They're basically just... they make the infantry feel better, but are actually quite shit at doing anti-tank jobs. So what I would suggest with all of these anti-tank grenades that you've dropped, which should get you like 80 points, is I would suggest I would not take the artillery as veteran. I'd just take it as regular. It doesn't need to be veteran at all. And I would not take this guy on his own as veteran. I would take him as inexperienced. And I would take the light mortar team as inexperienced as well. And I'd take the anti-tank rifle team as a regular. Okay. So rifle sections, veteran, that's fine. Now, with the anti-tank grenades gone and the changes in veterancy, I also would not take either of these as veteran as well. So you want to save points with regular here, save points with regular here, save points going down to regular here, save points going down to inexperienced here, save points going down to inexperienced here, save points going down to regular here, drop all the anti-tank grenades. And with that, you want to get yourself an extra light artillery team and an extra Matilda 2. If you can't afford an extra Matilda 2, turn the machine gun carrier, use the points to try and turn the machine gun carrier into an extra Matilda 2. Yeah. There you go. Built from these. Nice. Yeah, so basically, I think that's good. I just get yourself an extra. I mean, you can. I would be sorely tempted to work out the points cost, the money costs of getting just 2 boxes of Commonwealth infantry, 2 Matildas, and 2 howitzers, and work out if that's cheaper than the bundle, because that's all in plastic, so it should be cheaper. It should be cheaper. Okay, that's my advice. Okay, I don't know if it is, but my gut instinct is telling me that's pretty much all plastics. That should be better. Yeah. I don't. Well, obviously the howitzers aren't plastic, but that's the only thing that isn't. The rest of it, I feel like, should be better. Yeah. There you go. Check that out, and if it is cheaper to do it that way or similar, I'd do that. Okay. All right. Great night. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, Mordian. Sorry I'm late. So is the sky falling for guard? What's the realistic meta for the guard looking like? So the sky is kind of falling for guard. Okay. Yes and no. If you like playing a traditional guard playstyle, the sky is definitely falling. If you are not bothered about playing the guard and you're happy to play the Astra Militarum, for lack of a better term, and you don't mind taking all sorts of weird, skew, kooky shit, that's perfectly playable, but definitely weird and kooky. Then, like, mass Bulgrins, for example, then you're going to be having a great time. Yeah. So it's if you're hyper competitive and you don't really care about vibes, you're probably not happy with the update, but you'll have ways of improvising, adapting, and overcoming. If you're a more traditional coded guard player, you're going to be pretty upset. Yeah. All right. That's my take, basically. Hardcover Pilot got my fuck the meta list in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. Here's my reject the meta, embrace the vibes. This for the start of 11th. Operating off the assumption that Battleline might not be able to attach to leaders is an app error and not intended. Also, I own all the models in this list, so it's a nice bonus. Okay, Caden Sterling, Command Squad, Commissar, Rogel Dawn, Tech Priest. The double Dawn Commander's heavy, man. I do think one Dawn Commander, one Rust Commander, but the Rust Commander's just not that good, so yeah. Caden Shock, 2 20-man blobs, 2 artillery teams, 2 Rough Riders, 1 Hellhound, 1 Battle Tank, 1 Exterminator. So I think with the stuff you've taken, I would definitely recommend trying to get 2 Hellhounds in the list. Because you've got a lot of shooting that doesn't natively ignore cover. And as a result, it's going to be terribly vexed when that 1 Hellhound goes. I'm not sure quite how you fit it in without completely watering down your damage output. Maybe except you don't need double Plasma Storm, Caden Shock Troop blobs. Maybe a single, maybe a full Plasma Storm blob, and then maybe like a Krieg blob. But then you can drop like a couple of the officers. Drop a Costello and a Caden Command Squad, maybe get an extra Hellhound in there. That kind of feels right. Feels better, potentially. I don't know if the step costs allow that, but yeah. Other option, of course, is to bite the bullet and take a Leman Russ Commander, but you might not want to. You're in Combined Arms detachment, right? So you could take Grand Strategist if you've not done so already. Yeah.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
So you could take a Rogel Dawn. It's a bit of a crutch, but you can take but not so much in Combined Arms, because you've got the stratagem that lets you do tank orders on infantry, right? Or infantry can do tank orders. So take a single Rogel Dawn commander, give him Grand Strategist, take the 2 of the Leman Russes. Now that's going to give you, that's 3 big tanks, that's 3 tanks with 3 orders. That saves you 305 points. And that does get you 2 Hellhounds with change. Does that get you 2 Hellhounds and a Scout Sentinel? Do you need the Scout Sentinel? Gives you reroll 1s. It gives you 2 more Hellhounds. Triple Hellhound. So you're not missing. So you've still got plenty of armor. And if your Rogel Dawn commander goes down, those Hellhounds don't need orders. So there's something there, right? That's something I would consider. Yeah. That's something I would consider. All right. Michael Evans, thank you for the super chat. I know we're talking about how it is right now. Mind giving us some info on what 11th edition fix will look like? A bit of optimism. Look forward to the future. So I think 11th edition fix. So personally, I don't think the I don't think this guard balance data slate was made with 11th edition in mind. Truthfully, I think this is a end of 10th edition balance data slate. That they, rather than releasing at the end of 10th, just decided to do it as part of 11th. Because Recon Detachment was really good at the end of 10th, but it's dog shit in 11th. So I think what we will, I think the battle line points cost will come down. I think battle line points cost will come down. And Leman Russ tank commanders should get granular points on their main weapons. And I think if you do both of those things, Guard's back to being good. So it's definitely it's not a difficult fix at all. It's not even remotely a difficult fix. Make Guard battle line cheap, because it's actually in a purge v purge meta, Guard battle line is actually a liability. Like, this might sound really controversial, but Guard battle line should be sub 100 points for 20. I know. That's a bold take. But I would honestly have squads of guardsmen at 50 points. And hey, if that's too much of an overcorrection, let me know. But I'd have Guard battle line at 50 points, 50 points at 100 points for all of them. And the reason being is that in a meta that's dominated by purge, the Guard infantry blobs just give up points. They give them up so hard. So really, you know, it's not even a benefit to making them that cheap. It just makes them like not feel bad in your army. And then if then purge gets nerfed, and then you've got other dispositions which, you know, let's say like disruption becomes really good, and doing lots of actions becomes good, and having ship munchers which are too cheap can be a problem, then put the points back up. Yeah. So yeah, I think they need to come down. Maybe I'm being a bit extreme, but I do think when you look at them through the lens of the current meta, I do think they need to be way cheaper. Like literally, I think 30% cheaper than what they are now. Yeah. Because even if you make them cheaper, it doesn't make them good. They're still a liability in the current meta. Yeah. 6130 is it's way too expensive, Latviel. Way too expensive. Like that's like 60 I'll give you for the first cost. 130, no way. You might think that what it makes, well, you should charge more because you're getting more order efficiency, but in a game like 11th, if you just move 20 guys out, you just lose 20 guys. So you actually get significantly less efficiency because of overkill. I would say 60, 110. If I was being... And even then, I still don't think they're good at that. Again. Yeah. But there you go. But that would be my take. Fix the battle line, fix the tank commanders, and I think Guard feels right again. I don't think we get better. I don't think we become top tier, but I think that fixes the vibes. It's not right that the Imperial Guard isn't taking guardsmen. Like, think about it. It's a fundamental failing when the Imperial Guard is not being encouraged to take Imperial Guardsmen. That needs to be addressed. I'm not talking from a balance perspective. I'm talking from a vibes perspective. Yeah. You get punished for having large units you can't hide. Exactly. And the big blob has to be in the 9-inch circle as well. Exactly. Right? You see what I mean? Like, when you actually add it all up, 50 to 100, 50 for 10, 100 for 20, isn't actually unreasonable. 60 and 100. I give 60 and 100. Because the moment you take... This isn't 10th edition. 20-man blobs can't screen. A 20-man blob can screen no more effectively than a 10-man blob. They all have to be in that 9-inch bubble. It just takes up more space. See, so when you actually get down into the weeds of it, bigger blobs are now a hindrance. The damage output they can do is negligible, considering the amount of... If Guardsmen were like Votan and could take like Auspexes and ignore cover inbuilt... I tell you, you want another fix for Guardsmen that isn't just making them cheaper? Make the Voxcaster ignore cover. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. It's not a scanner. But Make the Voxcaster ignore cover. Then I will, if they did that, I would pay 145 points for my guardsman every day of the week. No questions asked. That's what, but because then, no tax. Yeah. That's it. So either you need to make the guardsmen feel good, even if they're still shit, or you need to justify their existing points cost. Right now, they have neither. Grey Knight, thank you for the super chat. What about Mechanized? Does that look kooky? So the Chimera is okay. The Centaur got a bit cheaper. And Russ's, by and large, we kind of got away with. The issue with Mech Guard is that the order efficiency is fucked. And what we put inside the Chimeras is a bit fucked. So like if you take 6 Chimeras with infantry inside now, that's gone up 60 points. You've got to put Ogrins inside. The Ogrins, who are famous for not liking going inside Chimeras, are now our best mechanized infantry. Again, do you see how this is failing on some pretty fundamental levels? So, Mech Guard we can make work, but it's not. It's workable, but not good. Yeah. Tristan Wood, thank you for super chat. Hey Mordy, just updated my newbie list discussion. All the point shares made my list ironically have less variation now. Don't blame. Yeah, absolutely. Again, a fundamental failing. This is what I mean when like it's not all it's not all doom and gloom. Guard is still going to be playable. 11 is going to be playable, but has the addition succeeded in making the game better or worse? I think the addition has made things worse. Lists are going to get more skewed. Lists are going to get more extreme, and lists are going to have less variety in it. Going to be much more monodimensional. Lean Russ Commander, Shock Troops, Shock Troops, Shock Troops, Shock Troops, Shock Troops. Is that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Shock Troops. Chimera. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Basilisk, Vank, Scouts, Scions. I mean, it's a classic guard list. It's a class. Hey, the old 5 Russ, 5 Chimeras still rocking. Yeah. It's still rocking. Just make a gun line and blast away. Yeah. I mean that's what the game's going to. The game is definitely going to devolve into making gun lines and blasting people off. But hey, yeah, there you go. All right. Rogue Trader. That's what Jake. Sorry. Clovek. Thank you for the 4 months. Go get some rest. It's 3 a.m. for you, and it's 4 a.m. for me. Well, it's been 6 hours, and I haven't covered the points yet. I do feel like this has been the quite cathartic stream, but I was meant to have like a stream highlight go out for tomorrow, covering the points updates. Oh man, I am knackered though. Guys, we've caught up. We have caught up. It's taken 6 hours and lots of discussion, but I don't mean to alarm you. We've actually caught up. Yeah. Yeah. We've actually caught up. My God. Play the intro again, please, dude, before you call it a night. It's been the therapy stream. Oh. Tell you what. I fucking hate making lists now. Yeah. Yeah. Can we just... Yeah. But the reason... It's because the GW app can't handle complicated calculations like granular war gear. Yeah. There you go. I'm a very happy Necron player, paying my battle line. I love my battle line works and it's priced well. Immortals now cheaper than Guardsmen. Nah, don't say that. Don't. I was just finally getting over it. You cannot be telling me Immortals are cheaper than Guardsmen. Every time I feel like I'm getting over it, I look and I find something else, or somebody makes me aware of something else, and I get sad again. There's only a 5-point difference between 10 Guardsmen and 10 Necron Warriors. Immortals are cheaper than Guardsmen. Video idea, listing all the battle line infantry cheaper than a Guardsman. That's not ideal. This is damaging my calm. Yeah. Do you think it's getting fixed? Surely it must get patched. Yeah, it has to, man. It just has to. There's such a huge, massive divide between the top factions and the bottom factions. Necrons and Tau, and to a certain extent, Marines and Orcs. But no, the other two are just mid. Necrons and Tau are just so far beyond everybody else. It's not ideal, Jeff. It's not ideal. This situation is not ideal. Yeah. Necrons and Tau are so far, and why are Necrons like getting so wanked off? I do not understand it. They've been unbelievably good for basically all of 10th. And then they've been, but they flew under the radar for a little bit, but they were always, I remember talking in the first year of 10th about how Necrons were the inheritors, send me to the black ships. See, a lot of people dismiss what I say, but I've been proven right on basically 95% of everything that I've ever said. Anyway, so Necrons, well, like, if Guard are getting punished for recon, then why are Necrons not getting punished for the last 6 months of domination? It's weird. 10 Fire Warriors are cheaper than 10 Guardsmen. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's obviously very badly done. It's very badly done. And it's very badly done, and we can only hope that it's going to get fixed. 5 flayed ones is 55 points. I'm going to continue to find things in here which are going to annoy me, aren't I? Did Wraiths got diddled, though? That's good. I'll say one thing. At least I don't have to worry about Wraith bricks anymore. I fucking hated those things. 3+ years of Wraith bricks just annoying me. I figured out how to deal with them, but still. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. At least Wraith bricks have died. Yeah. But Guardsmen can get orders. I know. I know you're trolling Pastor Blaster, but we have to pay for those orders. Yeah. Just wrapped a game up with Tal Montcat and Tyranids of the answer. 194 to 67. Tal don't have an answer to them. What? Because you just get across the board so quickly? I find that hard to believe. I feel like Tal's got the perfect firepower for dealing with Tyranids. God OP, we have an army rule. Oh, man. Fucking hell. God OP, we have an army rule. Termagants and Hormagaunts, even at 20 bug size, I think went down. Maybe the Tyr's using Subterranean. I can easily tell taming this in 2 turns. I think if you get up close to the Tau, they can be quite good. I just don't see Battleshot with Mars 1 combined with Norms feels no pain and regen wounds in Assimilation Swarm. Can't deal with the Norms as they're T11. Interesting. But why wouldn't you just kill everything around the Norns? We'll see, I suppose. I know not. Is it the Norn Assimilators which got better? I think it was, isn't it? Yeah. Well, it sounds interesting.
Backbone of the guard,
Yeah.
ready to serve.
QC3. Thank you for becoming a member, man. Thank you for the support. Norns at OC 15 on objective and assimilation taken hold. I think I need to see what's in the Tau lists. I can absolutely. I mean, I can. I built a Tau list that took Magnus down with like 2 squads. So if I can do that, I think I can take out a Norn Assimilator. Yeah. Emissary got cheaper, but Assimilator... Norn Assimilator got cheaper? Fair enough. Yeah. Can we see the Tau list you plan on running for 11th the next 6 months? Bro, it's basically... No, I am happy to hear that maybe there is a... I'm happy to hear there may be an answer to the Tau. Love that, of course. Gives me hope. I'm not dismissing it, but I think I need a bit more evidence to it as well. Yeah. A bit not evidence, a bit more like information about the situation. He had 3 Riptides, double Sunforge, shoot, and there's 4 for Feel No Pain on the Simulation 2CP. Only did 7 wounds to it. Ah, yeah. See, I think the issue he's got there is not the Sunforge what do you call it? He's relying on a lot of one-shot weapons, which could just get stopped by the invulnerable save. See, I would that's not the firepower that I think. Yeah, I think that's very. I think that's a very classical Tau mindset, the way your opponent's gone, but I don't think that kind of firepower is the way to go in 11th, because single shot weapons are definitely going to suffer from the -1. Yeah. Also, I'm kind of curious about how he didn't like guide. He shouldn't have been suffering from the -1 to hit from cover. He should have stripped that away. And you might say, oh, well, I battle shocked him so he couldn't guide as much stuff. But the way I would do it is I would have like a unit in reserve. So it doesn't take the battle shock test. That when I bring it down, it's not battle shocked. Yeah, so I actually think if you want my opinion, I think the best battle suits right now are the burst cannon ones. In Montcar. I need to double check their stats, but you've got the stratagem that allows you to pick 2 units to get +1 AP. And I think you can get like 2 or 3 burst cannons on those things. That's a lot. And you go in Montcar, so you drop like 1 or 2. You drop like 2 of those down with maybe like a unit of stealth suits that drop down as well. And you just unleash a frankly insane amount of burst cannon firepower. And you just stack the shit out of lethal hits. Yeah. Lethal hits with AP1 on them. Yeah. He was guided the whole time with lethals. 4% save because 4 on pain on T11 hurts how badly. They'd be winning on 5s. Yeah. But that's what the thing is though. That's one Norn emissary. Is there not other units he could have targeted? Did he get like tunnel visioned on the one Norn? Because what I would do is just wait for you to. I would bait you to the 4 feel no pain out and then just go after something completely different. Wouldn't even. I would then go, okay, have you feel no pain over there, and then just go somewhere completely different. I'm not saying you've done anything wrong. I'm saying I feel like your opponent may have got slightly tunnel visioned. Yeah. In that situation, what you do, in my opinion, you go after everything but the Norn emissary. And so you let the take and hold player maybe get a turn or 2 of holding 2 objectives, and then you tape, and then you just pick the Norn up at the end. Yeah. That's the way I would do it. Depending on what else is in your list, of course, right? Yeah. But hey, you know, if Tower's struggling with that kind of stuff, yeah, yes, and spiggle the rest of the house units, but 3 Pyrivores and Horspecs aren't easy to move either. Pyrivores aren't that hard. Horspecs is the fucking tentacle one, right? I guess look, hey, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe the tower aren't going to be quite a problem, or maybe at the very least, Tyranids are going to be able to deal with them. We can only hope, right? We can only hope. All right. Let's have a look. Tactical. So we've got a super chat coming in here. It's me, Marco. Thank you for super chat. Tim, we are looking at this wrong. GW has finally realized that his Imperial Guards truly is the most powerful force in the galaxy, hence the price. Of course. They're priced as good as we think they are now. Tato Heckler, thank you for super chat. Let's do the points. You've caught up. Yeah, I think we will do. I think I'm going to take a quick look at them, spend an hour going over them, and then I can always talk about some of the other stuff tomorrow. Yeah. Commander HHL, thank you for the super chat, man. The points cost will increase until morale improves. Nice. Nice. Not nice, but funny. Sorry. I was like nice and nice at the joke, not nice from a like playing perspective. All right, so I need a wee and I've got a slight headache. So I'm going to grab a glass of water, have a wee, maybe have a quick snack, and then blast through the point exchanges. Yeah. So I'll be back in a moment. I'm probably going to be sort of 5 minutes or so. So I'll just, I'll put the background track on. And then you guys can just talk to yourselves for 5 minutes. So everyone take 5. And when we come back, we're going to go through the points. think I've been about 5 minutes, haven't I? I just was checking how some of the shorts have been doing whilst I was having a break. And this one that that I posted, there's been two that were quite prophetic. We had the first one, which was, you know, the Warhammer community versus Warlord crew, right? Which was actually, to be fair, today's one's doing very well. That one's been doing well, but this one, we posted this 4 days ago. This is literally last week before we knew what the points updates were. And I sent this to Evan. I was like, Evan, I want you to make this short. And it turned out to be so prophetic.
So here we go. I'm about to make myself retarded. So here we go. I'm about to make myself retarded. So
that's the dial the GW team turned before writing the Munitorum field manual for 11. Fucking hell. Oh man. Anyway. It's how they clock in for work. Oh my god. All right. Okay. That's fine. All right. So, had drink, had snack. Let's go. I think it's time to I think it's time. We got to talk about these points. I'm gonna get the t-shirt for the stream highlight. Should we get the t-shirt in for the stream highlight? There you go. Looks slightly unnatural. 1 minute. There you go. All right. There you go. There you go, that should do. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creatures of Alpha Centauri, heroes of his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. The new points have been revealed for 11th edition. Now, we're doing this as part of a stream highlight. So, we've had several hours now to get all of the salt and the beef out of our systems. And now we can talk about this objectively. So, with that in mind, let's dive into the points. And we'll begin with a brief summary. Why, GW? Why? Oh my god. They should have given it to an infinite amount of monkeys and an infinite amount of typewriters. They might have actually produced something. Oh my god. This might sound like a bit of an exaggeration, but this might be the worst points update I have seen in 10 years. I mean, I've seen a lot of points updates. And there's been some baffling changes. There's been some, like, bad change in the past. But generally, it's been, like, units have kind of been left neglected, or they've been overly nerfed and overly dropped, and overly buffed and overly dropped. That kind of stuff that you can normally make sense. Like, you can understand the GW logic. But I think what makes this one, in my mind, what makes this one the worst one, just glancing at it, is it seems nonsensical. You've got changes like the Cyclops demolition vehicle going up 40%. Why? You've got factions like Necrons, who have been one of the best performing factions in all of 10th, have been absolutely dominating the last 6 months, and they get buffs. You've got armies like Tau, who've been a top 5 faction in the last few months of 10th edition, for a little while now, and they've received buffs. You've got armies like Chaos Space Marines, which rightfully took Defiler nerfs, but then the nerfs kept going. It's like, okay, GW, you can stop now. Stop now. Stop! What are you doing? Stop! You've got armies like... Some of these changes feel like they were designed for 10th edition, and they never bothered to update them for 11th edition. Like, the balanced data slate that's basically not really appeared for a little while. Like, they've sort of done some very soft tweaks. It feels like they made some changes, and then rather than releasing it at the end of 10th, they were like, fuck it, just put it into the beginning of 11th, it'll do. Like Recon Guard, for example. Now, yes, Recon Guard was doing quite well in the hands of a very, very few players at the end of 10th. But Recon Detachment got the Recon Disposition, and the Recon Disposition is quite bad. It's one of the bottom dispositions. So it was already nerfed. And then they went and made all of the Guardsman blobs super overcosted. Why? So the reason why I think this is a bad change, it's not... That's why I'm saying it's the worst update in a long time. I'm sure there'll be specific updates that people will be able to point to, like when the Twin Lands dropped and so on and so forth. But I'm talking a Munitorum field manual, not like individual things, but like a Munitorum field manual, so a broad brush change that's come out affecting a large amount of units, and a lot of the changes just seem nonsensical, baffling, and just very strange. So that's my broad brush take on it. Now, perhaps, in the fullness of time, when many of us actually get to start playing the game of 11th edition, although some people have been no-lifing it already, right? I mean, some people have been... I've had people come into the stream say they've already played like 2 or 3 games today, so amazing. Perhaps in the fullness of time, some of these changes will begin to make more sense. Like, maybe it makes sense that Tau Fire Warriors, which are better than Guardsmen in every single way, are now cheaper than them. Who knows, right? But I suspect what will happen is, in the fullness of time, the issues that may have been identified by all the information we have on 11th edition, including these points changes, may get exacerbated. Because one of the great myths is that factions come out broken and then they eventually go down. That very, very, without any changes, because people adapt to how to beat them. That very, very rarely happens. What tends to happen is a broken faction's win rate goes up over time because more people jump on the faction, and people get better and better of optimizing the dominating strategy and list of that faction. So I don't think over time we're going to see that. I don't think over time we're going to see the Tau win rate go down. I think it'll come out. Tau players will throw a lot of shit at the wall. They will quickly work out what the best thing is. A lot of people will identify that, and the win rate will start going up. So don't get me wrong, I don't think they're unbeatable, but I think it's going to go up, not down. Similarly for things like Necrons and stuff like that. Okay. There's also, one other thing I want to mention. We're going to get into the guard points in a moment, and we're going to focus on the guard points because obviously it's a guard channel. I can look at some of the other points, but I won't really appreciate how bad they are. Like I know Tau fairly well, but I know and I know Tyranids a bit. But honestly, I'm just going to focus on the guard points updates in this, and make some comparisons to other points as we go through, and then talk about the big picture and the impact and everything. One thing I want to say before we get to that, though, very quickly, is not just the update to the points themselves, but the GW app, and some other changes that have happened around this release. The GW app is released and it just doesn't work. Apparently on iOS, just doesn't work. Like it works if you're on Android, but on iOS it doesn't. Kind of embarrassing. This is, the launch of a new edition. You'd think they'd have their ducks in a row. Well, there you are. You've also got some things, but that's technical issues. Okay, I'm sure they'll fix that. Okay, I'm sure they will. But it's still, and I won't dive into it too much in this video, but I definitely want to do a video about the kind of shocking state of the 11th edition launch. How it, from Grot Week to the app not working to to other bits and bobs. Like, it's not been a well-managed launch, but anyway. But one of the things I do want to note, other than technical issues, is whilst the points updated, there's other things that are updated which don't work. So, for example, like Harlequins can't actually utilize their detachments, and that's like quite a big one, right? That's like fundamentally they don't work. Like that faction doesn't work. And you've got things like for the Guard, they took away hover from the Valkyrie. So it's an aircraft that drops down, drops in, does some shooting and drops off again. But the Valkyrie is a VTOL assault carrier. Its job is to get people from point A to point B. If anything, it should have lost aircraft. Now, you see what I mean? Like, so there's been some very, very weird changes, and I have to say, some people may say I've been exaggerating a little bit with that, like, why DWI and everything. And we kind of had this discussion earlier in stream. Some people think that this update is the end of the world, absolutely tragic, terrible. And some people think that it's not all doom and gloom. But one thing that, and we've had, hundreds of people in this stream. Like at its peak, we had 800 people in it. We've got a poll running right now, which has got about 2,000 votes on it. Vast majority, 76% of people not happy with the Munitone Field Manual. That's some pretty significant data there, right? But one of the things we've all agreed on is that this update is not as good as it should have been. We're basically arguing over the degrees of how bad it is. But this update, first impressions, is that whether you think it's just bad or whether you think it's absolutely terrible, generally speaking, this is not the update that should have happened. It should have been a lot better. Remember, this is 40k. This is not Heresy. This is not Dark Water Quest or anything like that, right? This is the flagship product. This was the real big one. The points mean nothing matters apart from not nothing matters. Everything matters, but the points bring everything into focus. The points are the foundation. And messing this up, it's not good. So, with that said, now let's get into the points. So the first thing that I want to say is I do not, and this might seem like nitpicking, I really do not like the formatting that GW has gone with this. I think it's inferior. Firstly, I think so if you've not seen it, let me pull it up here. So all of the factions they've got their own dedicated website, and all of the factions are now in their own little special areas. I don't like this because it means it's harder to search things and to compare factions against each other. So I don't really like that. I think it was better when everything was contained in one document. I never really had an issue with the Munitone Field Manual being very long. I don't know, it just feels harder to navigate. Firstly, that. Secondly, I really, really don't like the formatting. Like, it seems significantly less clear. There's large gaps. So these look fine, but then this one is very close to this one. And because of the different different spacing, different widths of the rows, not all the rows are the same width. So this row is narrower than like this row, for example. Right, so it's nowhere near as easy to read, and the thing that really gets me is we're now reading left to right rather than just going down a series of columns. Very, very strange. So it's a small nitpick, but I think this is a downgrade. I think it is. So I'm actually not going to be using this to go through the points. I'm not. In fact, I want to do a big shout out to the Fireside podcast. They're a YouTube channel. You should check them out, 40K Fireside. They have released, the same day the points came out, they have released a spreadsheet which has all of the points and shows what has changed, what has increased, what has decreased. So massive shout out to them. Massive thank you to them for making this document. And I highly, highly recommend, and they're a really good channel. They know what the fuck they're talking about. Shout out to Vic VJ and David Gaylard. Really, really top blokes. So go and check them out. Support the channel. At least for making this document, the least we can all do is give them a cheeky like and subscribe, or leave a comment on the latest video, right? So do something like that and show your support. Because this is nice. It's very helpful. So we're going to actually use this to go through the points. So we're just going to work through from top to bottom, and we're going to look at them individually and then try and look at them sort of in the big picture of the internal balance of the guard, right? So we've got, starting off, number one, the Aegis defense line. Now, if there's one unit that could have done with a bit of a rework, that maybe could have done with a little helping hand, it was the good old Aegis defense line. But this appears to be the third edition in a row where Games Workshop has done nothing with it. I mean, we're getting on 4 years now. I mean, we all thought waiting for Dreer to get an update took a long time, but 4 years for the Aegis defense line, I consider that to be a pretty poor form. It's pretty poor form. I think it's probably going to go to Legends like a lot of other fortifications. It's yes, it's there's not much to say about it. I don't think it's going to get significantly better in 11th edition either. Now, there was a time when I thought the ADL was going to be really good, because I thought that with it being much more sort of potential melee dominated edition, that it could have a place. I also thought that potentially with how the cover rules were looking, that it could have been quite tasty. But now we've got the full picture. Those hopes the Aegis defense line haven't panned out, and it remaining unchanged means it's... I don't think you're going to see it in many lists. Yeah, so that's the first one. Second one, we have got Armored Sentinels. So Armored Sentinels have... I think they've remained basically unchanged from what I can see from this document. 65 and 120. I thought Armored Sentinels were 65 and 130. So maybe that's a 10-point change. I'm just going to check this against here just to make sure I'm not going wrong. Yeah, so perhaps there was a 10-point decrease there. It does say unmatched, and maybe there's a little formatting error there. Now I'm going to make a somewhat controversial opinion. Armored Sentinels remaining unchanged is, on its own, not great. Just within this, I would have liked them to come down like a little bit. But in the big picture, I do think Armored Sentinels are looking quite favorable now. Controversial opinion, I know. Now, let me explain. Firstly, they don't appear to have a step cost. Again, we'll check it here. Check it here. No step costs. So 6 Armor Sentinels are now 360 points. They do get 4 rolls to wound when shooting vehicles or monsters. And we might see a lot of those. And in comparison to a lot of our other guard vehicles, which have gone up in points, and have gone up in the Vanquish has gone up by 5. A lot of guard vehicles have gone up in points, and then they've got step costs, and then the orders for those vehicles have become way less efficient. The guard order economy on vehicles is in the toilet right now. But Sentinels have got the regiment keyword, which means they can receive orders from infantry. And whilst our infantry isn't in a good place, our infantry officers remain somewhat interesting and favourable. So I do think we could... I don't think they're going to be particularly meta, but I do think there are more things going for the Armored Sentinels now than they were. I think the way of looking at it is that they've not really got better. Because sometimes when you see something like this, it can make you think they're good. I don't think Armored Sentinels are particularly good. I don't think Armored Sentinels got better, but everything around them has got worse. So their relative position in the pecking order has improved. Next, we get to the artillery team. 95 points, unchanged. Very disappointed with this. I'm disappointed because indirect fire has objectively got worse. It can't get... you can get your indirect fire back up to roughly where it was, but now you have to spot with units, which means you have to expose units, which kind of defeats the main advantage of indirect fire. And they now can't get rerolls to hit. And they can't benefit from heavy. They can't move a little bit and do indirect. So indirect fire has got worse. And I believe I was promised by Games Workshop that indirect fire units were going to go down in points. Warhammer community said indirect fire units were going to go down. Now, it's not just the artillery team where that's not panned out. We're seeing it in multiple areas in the Guard, including and also outside of the Guard as well. And in fact, to give you an example of this, again, this is one of those nonsensical changes which I just don't understand. If we skip ahead a little bit and look at the Field Ordnance Battery, the Bombast Field Gun, the indirect fire option, has a points cost to it, an additional points cost. So not only has the indirect fire units not gone down, but actually where there's been an opportunity to use the granular points to bring them down, they've actually gone the other way. So that was just a complete and flat out lie. And I'm sounding kind of calm about it, but I'm actually really, really fucked off about that. I am sick to my back teeth with Games Workshop lying to me. This is not the first time. It's not the second time. It's not the 100th time. I don't know. And look, I know. I do not believe the excuse of, oh, well, Warhammer community doesn't know what the rules team's doing. I do not accept that. Warhammer community is the marketing arm, the advertising arm of Games Workshop. People read things on Warhammer community and they will go out there and they will purchase models based on what's said from Warhammer community. And then when those things don't pan out, that is money that has been scammed out of people. So I'm very much not okay with GW lying to us about this. Not happy at all. I think it's a big deal. And I don't think they should be allowed to get away with it. But we'll move on. Next, we have got Attilan Rough Riders. Now, Attilan Rough Riders have both got, like, better and worse. So, and in some ways, they've remained unchanged. So, they've got, they're 60 points for 5 and 120 points for 10, which is as it is now. And then which is unchanged. They've then got a step cost where if you take 3 squads of them, it goes to 65 points and 125 points respectively. So that's a little bit worse. But then what they were competing with, which is Guard infantry squads, and we'll get to those when we get to them, have got a lot worse. So it's a bit like with Armored Sentinels. It's not that Rough Riders has necessarily got better. I will say they've got better within the core rules of 11th. I think it's much easier for them to go over terrain now, which is good. I think that their speed is going to be pretty helpful, which is good. I was concerned that GW said that fast melee was going to go up. I thought that might include our Rough Riders. Again, you could say that's a point where they've not been truthful, but I think Guard doesn't really have advanced and charge stuff, so I feel like where GW's focused on I'm not being hypocritical here. I think when GW said fast melee, we're talking jump packs with advance with charge, right? But again, Rough Riders, I think, are in that same position as Armored Sentinels, where it's not that there's this sort of mirage effect that happens, like in the desert, right? It's not that they've got better. It's that the thing they were competing with has got worse. So Rough Riders are basically the same as they were, a little bit more maneuverable, which is nice. But it's not like they're suddenly this super Xbox 360, 420 no-scope fucking unit. They're going to do basically what they did before. It's just that other things have got worse. The Avenger Strike Fighter has remained unchanged at 130 points. This is fine. I actually think the Avenger has probably got better in 11th edition because it can drop in, shoot the thing, and drop away. The way to make the Avenger work is to try and use it to basically have pseudo ignores cover. Because remember, if not every single model in the enemy unit is in cover or behind cover, they don't get cover. So your Avenger could come in from an angle where it could be like, hey, you've got 4 of your models in that cover, but a couple of them haven't quite made it in, and I can see those. I don't get the -1 to hit. But it's a very niche circumstance, and flyers should very obviously have plunging fire. So I think that should change. The Avenger is still kind of shite, but it didn't get any worse. Then we get to the Baneblade. So Baneblades... Sorry, I got something in my lips. Baneblades have got a step cost, but it's only on the 3rd one. Realistically, I don't think this is a particularly impactful step cost. Very few people were spamming 3 Baneblades. People would take a couple of super heavies, but typically they'd mix them up. So yeah, I don't really. So that it's a bit of a nonsensical step cost. It would have been a nerf. Don't get me wrong, but I think it would have made a lot more sense if they'd had a step cost after the 1st. Do you see? Like again, you might think, Morden, you complaining about them not getting worse. No. I'm very mildly complaining about, again, nonsensical changes. Like, logically, it would have made sense to have the first one be fine, and then 2+. Because then you're sort of into the spamming territory, but anyway. As it is, even then, that wouldn't have been particularly impactful Guard has got multiple super heavies, and so people will just take 2 separate ones. Like they take 1 Storm Sword, 1 Bane Sword, for example. I think what this has highlighted to me personally is the kind of fundamental flaw of the step cost. And I do want to do, again, another separate video on this. I don't think step costs are a particularly effective way of managing spam because of the multiple datasheet thing we've seen with the Guard and other factions. If I want to take 3 super heavies and feel absolutely 0 effects of step costs, I'll just take 3 separate ones. And there are still 3 good ones to choose from in the Guard, right? I think some kind of force organization chart or percentage-based list building system would have been a much more effective system over step costs. I think in the grand scheme of things, they'll be relatively low impact. Outside of egregious examples like Defilers. So Baneblades, Bane Hammers, Bane Swords, all of the other Guard super heavies have, from what I can see, have remained unchanged. Apart from you've got the step cost on the 3rd one. What I will say is this: I do think that Baneblade, and I'll use Baneblades as a catch-all term for all Guard super heavies. I do think that Baneblades have got much better in the Guard meta. I think there is definitely a meta build now where you take Steel Hammer, take a Baneblade Commander and another Baneblade, and then you take 3 squads of Bulgrins, 2 squads of Ogrins, and a couple of Tech Priests. Now, I've roughly done that list, and I believe it comes out to 1,995 points. Now, you then go purge the foe on that, And you are looking at a list which gives up very few kill points and takes advantage of both detachments nearly on 100% of the units. Oh, 3 commissars in there as well. 3 commissars in there as well. So that to me is it basically you just create a wall of Bulgrins and then just blast the enemy off the board. I don't know if that works on paper. We'll have to see if it works on the tabletop, but that is a viable list that I can see. It's a very big skew list. There's a lot of 4+ vulnerable saves from there. It's a big skew list, and I think I can see that coming at not necessarily dominating the meta, but absolutely becoming a stat check list, which causes headaches in the meta. And I do think that I think what's going to happen with Guard in the big picture is you're going to find a lot of meta Guard lists that almost become stat check gatekeepers. I think you're going to find a lot of this, where in order to get the most efficiency, you're basically forced to go down a very strange skew, with that one probably being the most obvious one at this time. Yeah. Which I think could cause people get a bit annoyed with the Guard. Yeah. No, by the way, to address Squidfist in chat, I can absolutely see all the comments of people going, "Oh no, step costs! I'm trapped in the washing machine." Yeah, the step. I will say this: the bets thing that has come out of this 11th edition update has been the memes. There's been some absolutely killer ones coming out of the Mord and Glory Discord, and we're gonna do our best to use a lot of those to the community posts. But yeah, moving on, Basilisk. So Basilisk actually got cheaper. Basilisk actually did get cheaper. So for your first and second Basilisk, they're now down to 115 points. And if you take your third, is that your third plus Basilisk? Balanced data slate. So were Basilisk 160 points at the last update? Wow. That's pretty good. I mean, you know what? I actually have to double check that. Yeah. So Basilisk did get much cheaper. They did. That's a good thing. I think, though, that you probably won't use your Basilisks as indirect fire units. I think the dawn of the Bazistug, the Bazug, the Stazilisk. What about the Stug 40k? Instead of the Stu 42, the Stug 40k. What about that one? Anyway, I think you're going to see it as an assault gun. I think the Stugalisk. I think you're going to see the Stugalisk. 115 points for a reliable output. Strength D6 plus 3 shots. Strength 8, AP -2, damage 2 with a movement debuff with a Hunter Killer Missile and a Heavy Bolt on top of that is very, very tasty. I could easily see me putting 2 Basilisks into every list and not really worrying about... maybe I take the step cost. Maybe I don't. Maybe you go fuck yourself. But I will say this. Basilisk got better. This is good. We've then got Bulgrin squads. Now, Bulgrins got a small decrease, going down from 100 points to 90 points for a 3-man squad. But then you've got the proper size squad. So no one's really going to take 3 Bulgrim. I think you're looking at the big 6-man squads. And I think they remained unchanged, but they do a step cost. So I just wanted to check this. So yeah, the first unit costs 200 points. The second unit costs 215 or plus. I just wanted to check that because there is actually a slight mistake here. It says the first and second here is 200 points. It's worth noting it's actually the first one is cheap. The other two are expensive. So do I think you take 3 squads of Bulgrin now? It is essentially a 30-point increase, which isn't a massive difference, but it definitely... Where there's been some other points increases, I can definitely see people just going with 2. So the big thing is what I can do is I can see people taking all of the Bulgrin and no basic infantry. So whereas before you might have spent like 30, you might have spent like 600 points on a couple of infantry, like 2 or 3 infantry blobs. I don't think you'll do that now. I believe there could be a quite evil take and hold tactic. I know, take and hold tactic in 11th edition, where you take 2 to 3 squads of Bulgrin and you just walk onto the middle objective. Now, Bulgrins are pretty tough. They're pretty tough. And if you deploy them in some sort of crazy phalanx, where you've got like the first squad towing onto the objective, the second squad not, but with an engagement range of the front of the first squad. So if someone charges one squad, they'll end up charging both. I could see that. You basically put these like 2, 3 squads of Bulgrin on the middle objective, and then you just line up all of your guns, just covering the middle objective. And you create an interesting situation for your opponent where it's like they have to clear that middle objective, but to do so, they have to expose themselves. And the moment they expose themselves, you just blast them off the board. Because you'll have all the lethal hits. You just bait the trap, have triple hellhound waiting, Lemur's battle tanks waiting. Literally, I'm talking 12 to 18 Bulgrin, and then as many tanks as you can fit. So I think, again, you might not do 18, you might do 12, but I think there's some play there. Another way of taking advantage of this is, like we said, is through Purge, where Bulgrins are a good combat unit. They're very durable. They can do good. They can do screening as good as infantry squads now because of the 9-inch bubble. And in a Purge game, they give up so little points. The amount of effort you're supposed to put into clearing a squad of Bulgrin is very high. So I think you could use Bulgrin and take and hold banner, or you could just use Bulgrin in a Purge situation as point denial and force. You send those barreling at your opponent, they're going to have to deal with them.
Ready to serve.
And then, whilst they're busy dealing with the 18 Bulgrin rush, you throw the tanks at them. You just blast away. Yeah. Hey, morning. The Basilisk on the app costs 100 the first and 135 the second. It might be a slight mistake in this document. We'll have a look. Basilisk. Okay, so it's 115 for the first one, 135 for the second. Okay, well, I still think I'd take 2 of them. Yeah. All right. What have we got next? Okay, Cadian Castellan has remained unchanged. That's good. Cadian Heavy Weapon, he's still one of our best officers. Cadian Heavy Weapon Squad has remained unchanged. Cadian Recon Squad has remained unchanged. All of these things are fine. They've not got better. They've not got worse. Let us now get to the beef. There's been a lot of salt and beef in the Guard community over this update. And if you have been sort of following along so far, you might be a little bit confused why. It seems like Bulgrin have gone up a bit, yeah, but there's some interesting tactics around them. And everything else has kind of relatively remained unchanged. Where the beef has been cultivated is in the infantry corps. Every day in the corps is not a day on the farm. Unless it's a shit farm. Every meal is shit. Every formation is shit. They've gone to the great farm far away that we can't go and visit. That's the farm they've gone to. A basic squad of 10 guardsmen now costs 10 points. Not 10 points. Costs 75 points. Has gone up by 10 points. Man, if they cost 10 points, I'd be pretty happy about it. A basic 20-man blob has now cost 145 points. Now, this is not just on Kriegers. This is on Catachans. And it's on Cajun shock troops. Now, this is an annoying point. This is a pretty annoying point change. It's a horrific point change. It's a terrible point change on multiple levels. So firstly, it seems very out of date. This looks like a point. This is what I was saying earlier in the video, where it's like Games Workshop seems to have like made some changes based on out-of-date information and then never bothered. Like, they phoned it in, they held it back for the end of 10th, and then just like put it into the beginning of 11th. At the end of 10th, Recon Guard was doing well in the hands of a few players, but infantry squads were already considered by the vast majority of people to be pretty bad. Like, if you were looking at the meta lists of the end of 10th, I mean, you were looking at a couple of 10-man squads running around. Not a lot. Maybe the occasional 20-man Cajun Plasma Storm, but even that wasn't seen as the best way, just a viable blob. Now, going into 11th, the Recon Detachment isn't very good. Because the Recon Detachment leads to the Recon Disposition, and the Recon Disposition is one of the worst ones. It's kind of a fight between Recon and Disruption. And it's like that meme with the two monkeys fighting in The Simpsons. The people, dancing around. All people playing Purge dancing around, right? So, it was already, the situation was already solved. And then they've nerfed them. And it just doesn't make sense. In what world is a 20-man Catachan blob equal to a 20-man like Cajun or Catachan squad? I could see Cajuns being brought up or being equalized with Kriegers. Maybe the Kriegers come down, maybe the Cajuns go up, but I can see them costing the same amount. Cajuns are sticky, and I've got better officer support. Kriegers fundamentally can regrow more people and get the inbuilt +1 to hit from Grim Demeanor, right? But the Catachans just don't make sense. Why? This change happened partway through 10th edition, where GW decided that all of our battle line squads were going to cost the same amount. And it's been about 2 years of this, and it's very strange. So it seems out of date. It doesn't make sense because they were already not good. Guard squads, it seems out of date. The problem had already been fixed. Guard squads were already a massive liability in 11th edition. In a Purge the Foe meta, guard squads are 3 points to the enemy. They can't hold ground worth dick in Take and Hold. Take and Hold, don't do that. Blobs don't do that well. They give up points too easily because they just want a 5-up save now. And small squads are good for doing actions, but actions are inefficient. So it's... The guard infantry is bad on many levels. I made a controversial point earlier in the stream, but I'm going to make it again. You can make guard squads 50 points and 100, and people still wouldn't take them. Not not in a competitive winning list. Even, and you might think that's extreme. Okay, maybe we say 60 and 100, right? Because the MSU would be better than the blob. Order efficiency doesn't mean very much. If you expose 20 guardsmen, you lose 20 guardsmen, and that's it. So even if you pointed them very aggressively, they still probably wouldn't get taken outside of casual and vibe games and themed lists. And the most, and this really leads me on to my last point, the bit that really fucks me off about this change. It is now, you are now incentivized to not take Imperial Guardsmen in the Imperial Guard. That's just wrong. You can make all of the logical arguments, and I don't think there are any, to justify this change. But at the end of the day, a guard list should have guardsmen in it. And you're not going to see that now. Apart from the recon squads. But the backbone, every single guard codex for the last 30 years has said the backbone of the guard is the innumerable soldiers that make up its ranks. It's Wizardland forever. Imperial Guard is actually just ogre kingdoms. Imagine playing an Empire army and not taking any state troops. You wouldn't do it. Even if it was the most efficient thing, you wouldn't do it. You couldn't look yourself in the mirror. Although in the meta of Old World that is the case, but that's a different story. But it is like, why take... It doesn't really matter. That just... I don't care for any logical arguments. That needs to be fixed. We don't need to always be incentivized for taking guardsmen, but those people that want to play traditional guard should not be dissuaded from doing so, should not be punished for doing so. We should be playing... I've made my piece. I've made my point. That sums it up. It's not the best thing to do is to not take Imperial Guardsmen in the Imperial Guard. Fucking tragic. Moving on. We have got Catachan command squads. Apparently they've gone down. I want to double check that because there has been a few inconsistencies in this. Oh, it has. The Catachan command squad has gone down by 5 points. You'll probably see a lot of people running five-man Catachan command squads now because they can scout and they do get 4 special weapons. Seems a bit weird a platoon commander without a platoon though. There's a lot about this change. There's a lot about these changes that just don't pass the vibe check. I think maybe there's been a slight over focus on what's competitive and not what's right. Catachan weapon squads have remained unchanged. The Centaur RSV has gone down by 10 points. This is good. I have no complaints about this. This is a buff. I like it. I do think it should have been cheaper than the Chimera. Oh, it is important to note, though, that the Centaur RSV has gone down by 10 points, but everything you want to put in it has gone up. So Kazakin and Guardsman, basically it pans out to the same points costs. But it's not a nerf, so that's nice. I think, and 75 points I still think is too expensive for the Centaur RSV. It is only worth what goes inside it. I think it should be aggressively pointed at 65 points, if not cheaper. Chimera stayed the same. That's good. What's the problem with the Chimera is that I'm not convinced it's going to be doing as much damage as I would have liked out because it's not going to, unless you're planning on building some sort of crazy bait the trap, take and hold list like we discussed earlier. It's not going to have lethal hits. Without lethal hits, I think it's got decent firepower, but not amazing firepower. I don't think Leaf Blower is dead, but I think Leaf Blower is certainly going to require a bit more. And it's also worth mentioning that what you put in the Chimera has gone up in points. So overall, Armored Fist squads have gone up. Commissar Graves in the minivan has gone up 15 points. Very strange choice. Already was considered a vibes choice. I kind of liked her as a bit of a distraction Carnifex, as a 4+ avoidable save distraction Carnifex. But I think a very, very strange choice. I think they meant to nerf Yarrick again and accidentally put the wrong numbers in the data sheet. Yeah. Yeah. So, very strange there. Regular Commissar has stayed at 30 points, which is good, because you're going to need 3 of them in any list where you're taking any meaningful amount of infantry, although you're probably not taking that much infantry. Commissar Graves and Foot remain unchanged. That's decent. Commissar Yarrick went down 20 points. It's not enough. I think Commissar Yarrick needs to be 100 points. Maybe 110. At 130, it's still no competition between him and Lord Solar. Because remember how badly Yarrick got nerfed. Like, a 20-point decrease. No. I'm sorry. You can take 2 3/5. You can take 1 3/5 of a Farsight. I'm not explaining myself very well. Farsight's 80 points. Yeah. Yarrick's been absolutely mega butchered. And 20-point decrease isn't going to cut it. Yeah. Then we have a very, very, very weird change. Again, one of those baffling ones. One of those ones where you think that maybe Games Workshop ran out of tokens for the AI that did the data sheet. That did the data slate. Because the Cyclops Demolition Vehicle went up in points by 40%. From 25 to 40. And it even got a step cost as well. Why? It's not like it's a massive impactful nerf. It's just a... Why? Baffling. Confusing. Feels like maybe they meant to nerf something else and got it wrong. Honestly feels like an AI hallucination, that. I think there is increasing evidence that GW has absolutely been either someone at Games Workshop who's doing this is using AI to do their job, and they're giving the AI prompts, and maybe they meant to put another vehicle up, something similar, maybe not even in the guard, not even in the guard part of the book, maybe somewhere else in another faction completely. And that was meant to go up by 40% or by 15 points something. And the AI's just come along and just gone, yep, Cyclops reveal, boop, boop, boop. This is the kind of change here which does convince me GW uses AI. Or is using not necessarily using AI to like make decisions, but prompting AI to go through hey, change this way, this way, and it's going through. Otherwise, it's a very, very strange, does not make sense change. This update has AI smelt all over it. No human lookers with common sense would ship this. I agree, Silly Fox. Yeah, it's very strange. Death Court of Krieg, the base squad went up to 10 points. So there were already 145 points in blobs. the base squad went up to 10 points. Went up to by 10 points to 75. Now, there's one thing I forgot to mention before. The beef. And why people are getting pissed off with this. It's outside of the guard. So this is already very annoying internally to the internal balance of the guard. And one of the things that was really fucking annoying in 10th edition was how bad internal balance was. And I don't think this balance data slate for the guard or any other faction has addressed that very, very, very key problem. Internal balance has been a problem for literal years at this point. And 11th edition, in my opinion, has exacerbated it. Because not only has it continued to fuck the internal balance of each faction individually, the external macro balance is also gigafucked. Because when you start stacking up guardsman squads versus their counterparts in other factions, it just doesn't make sense. And the three biggest examples of this is 10 guardsmen now cost the same as 5 assault intercessors. Now, I'm not saying assault intercessors are great, but I'm saying in a 1v1, I think the assault intercessors come out every time on top. And even if you say, well, you shouldn't compare units 1v1, even in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't seem right. We're entering a world where guard players are going to look down at their armies, look down at Marine armies, and the guard players are going to be outnumbered at every level. Marine tanks are cheaper than guard tanks. Marine infantry is more cost effective than guard infantry. Guards armies are going hyper elite. And this is going to end up with a very strange situation where you're going to have guard armies being outnumbered by Space Marine armies and guard armies playing the role of the elite faction versus the Space Marines who are going to feel like the Horde faction in that matchup. Do you see? That's, again, whether there's a bunch of logical arguments for this, fundamentally does not pass the vibe check. It doesn't pass the smell test. And this is a very, very big problem with 11th edition as a whole. There's a lot of stuff which does not pass the smell test. There's a lot of stuff that when you look at it individually, you're like, okay, that makes sense. When you look at it in the big picture, it starts falling apart very quickly. Like if you look individually at like asymmetrical missions, some of them look good. When you look at them against each other, which is how you obviously should look at them, because they play against each other, it falls apart with one obviously being much better than the other. And you find this at multiple levels with 11th. It's like things have been looked at in isolation, not in the macro, not the big picture. So you've got guardsmen, which are now being out-hoarded by... Guard armies being out-hoarded by Marines. But then I said there was 3 examples, right? Tau Fire Warriors are now 5 points cheaper than 10 guardsmen. By every single metric, Fire Warriors are superior to guardsmen. Guard players are going to be like, heresy, heresy. Look, obviously, in the lore, guard are the best. But, I mean, on the tabletop, Fire Warriors have inbuilt -1 to wound. Fire Warriors give the enemy -1 to hit, which stacks with cover. Fire Warriors have got a better save. They've got better damage output. Yes, you get a couple of special weapons with the guard. But the guard, to make those special weapons effective, need orders, and orders cost points. You don't have that with Fire Warriors. So guardsmen need support to be good. Fire Warriors don't need support to be good. In fact, they are the support unit, which makes other units good. So it's baffling. Anybody could see this. And here's the thing. I'm not necessarily saying that Fire Warriors need to be more expensive, need to go up in points or anything, because obviously Fire Warriors will fulfill a role within the Tau's internal balance. But the guardsmen are clearly overcosted in this equation. Clearly. It's not that maybe I'm not necessarily commenting on I think the Tau have got some very, very generous points costing. I'm just going to say I don't think it's a coincidence that Phil Kelly plays Tau. But anyway, and has written Tau books and all this kind of stuff. But anyway, it's not that I am perfectly willing to accept from the Tau community that Fire Warriors are the right points cost within the internal balance of that faction. Okay, fine. I'm not even arguing. That's not even what I'm having a go at here. I'm not saying Fire Warriors are the problem here. This is clearly a case of Guardsmen being wrongly pointed. And the list goes on. 10 Blood Claws are now... Space Wolves aren't even that good. 10 Blood Claws are now cheaper than 20 Guardsmen. Immortals are now cheaper than Guardsmen. It's... And those units don't really have hidden costs. It's bad. The guard battle line points costs are the biggest. Is the biggest offender here by a long way. It's a clearly out of date It's a clearly out of date change, and it is completely backwards in comparison to where it should be in 11th. Yeah. And I do want to make this point here now. This is the launch of the edition. This is where Games Workshop should be putting their best foot forward. And this is not... And if this is them putting their best foot forward, I think that's very, very unacceptable. And that's very damning. And I know there's this general sentiment of, lol, the edition is going to be broken for the first 6 months. It always is. When did that become acceptable? Didn't used to be like that. I think this is the best that GW can do. I think that's not good enough. And I think that's very worrying. Anyway, like I said, that'll probably come in another video soon. A lot of beef videos coming. I want to do hype videos. Don't worry, I'll still be doing lots of tactics videos based on this. Death Riders. So we've cut that. I will say that covers the majority of the beef, although there is some roguely Dawny beef coming in the future. But let's have some hype for a moment. Death Riders got better. In fact, I actually have some good news to report. Not only did Death Riders get a bit cheaper on the big squads, they also didn't get step cost. From what I can see, I'll double check, obviously. Nope, no step cost. And Lord Marshal Dreer, who's the thing that makes Death Riders work, got cheaper. It only took 18 months. But he finally went back to his original points cost. Now, I am being a little facetious there. I will actually say this unequivocally, categorically. This is a good change, and I like this. The Dreer Death Charge, where you take Dreer, 10 Death Riders, and just try and devastating wounds things to death, has gone from a 220 point combo to an 185 point combo. That is, a 35 point decrease? That's pretty nice. It now makes it significantly cheaper than a lot of the guard tanks out there. And so what's going to happen is it's got a bit better and the guard tanks have got a lot worse. So relatively, its position is much better, though. But it's not just got better because everything else has gone down. It's actually got better itself. So it's good. And in the context of 11th edition cavalry being more maneuverable, it's good. And in the context of fast-moving melee being good, it's good. So overall, there's no complaints here. And I actually really like this. We've then got the Death Strike. Yes, my beloved. So the Death Strike, let's have a look here. I'm checking a couple of bits. It's after the first, yeah, I thought so. So the Death Strike went down in points. Hey! So the first one will cost you 125. After that, it'll cost you 135. still a big decrease. It's still, if you take triple death strike, you're saving 40 points. Now, some of you might think the death strike is an absolute meme of a unit. I strongly disagree. I have taken it to a competitive event, and I won an RTT. It was only an RTT, but I won an RTT with triple death strike. In 11th edition, they've got better because they're not an indirect fire unit. So they don't only hit on 6s. They still hit on 2s. And you now have a reason maybe to give them take aim as well. Death strike hits on 2s, and there's a couple of sources of reroll 1s out there as well. And don't forget, massive objectives. Is massive objectives a good thing or a bad thing? Massive objectives seems like a bad thing now, actually. Because they could just tow onto the objective. But if they're towing on, you can put your death strike tokens on the bit where they're going to tow onto the objective, and you can force them to expose themselves or get hit by 3 death strikes. So however you slice it, death strikes are you may not like it, but death strikes are now meta. Death strike meta incoming. Pastor Blaster, Joshi was talking about it earlier. They don't maybe give cover because it skips the select target phase or something. Yes, I agree. Yeah. And to be honest, they probably don't give cover because there's going to be a lot of units that are not going to be towing every model onto the cover. However you slice it, because you draw a line of sight from the token, I think, not from the model. So yeah, there's also, I think there's maybe I'm wrong on that one, but genuinely, death strike meta incoming. It's the fall of Krieg, ladies and gentlemen, and we all know what Jurgen's orders are. We already covered all the guard super heavies, so that's good. Field ordnance battery. Overall, I'm positive about this. But as I mentioned earlier, I'm very annoyed about the lying around the indirect fire going down. Again, feels like artillery was meant to get cheaper and it didn't, apart from the Basilisk. Very strange. But we've already covered that, so I won't go over it again. I actually quite like the look of the fob now, and I've got a controversial opinion here. And this is not a field-tested opinion, so don't hold me to it. A lot of people have been looking at field ordnance batteries and going, heavy las cannons. I kind of want to push back on that and go, Malleus rocket launchers. Heavy now means you can move 3 inches. So you could be behind a piece of cover, tow into it, and then start shooting out of it with heavy, and still keep your heavy bonus, right? Malleus rocket launchers fire D6 plus 6 shots at strength 6 and AP minus 1, and they get sustained hits. That's an incredibly reliable amount of shots. It's a decent enough strength where you can fish for 5s against a lot of targets. The AP minus 1 actually matters, and the sustained hits means that even if your hellhounds go down, they've still got a way of counteracting it. Because sustained hits like getting +1 to hit. So I actually think that the Malleus is looking good. I will say, there's no way in hell I'm buying another 3 field ordnance batteries. I already have 3 of them. I've built them with the bombast guns. I'm going to use. This is what I'm going to do with my bombast guns. I'm going to tip them down, so they're firing rather than being up. They're going to be firing directly, and I'm going to say I've equipped them with canister shot, and that is going to be how I represent the Malleus rocket launcher. And I highly recommend that all of you do the same thing. Fob needs to stay stationary to get sustained. Okay, fair enough. The sustained is a nice to have, to be fair. I thought it just had to get orders, but I could have been wrong. But still, I still like the Malleus rocket launcher. And yeah, for me, I'm going to use the bombast gun, and when it's up, it's going to be firing HE indirectly. When it's down, it's either going to be firing canister shot to represent the Malleus, or it's going to be firing AP shells and be an anti-tank gun, and that's going to represent the heavy las cannon. All right. So yeah, overall, I think I do think the heavy las cannons have got better as well, which is good. It depends on basically depending on which direction the meta goes in. If we see more vehicles, I've heard some rumors that there's still some, well, with the towing into terrain thing, a lot of people saying that vehicles might still be very dominant in 11th. In that case, the heavy las cannons could be an option for sure. Gaunt's Ghost went down by 5 points. Yay! Can't really complain about that. Generally considered a very competitive unit. I do think it has somewhat lost its shine because you can just pick a disposition that doesn't require you to do loads of actions and stuff. So I do think a little decrease makes sense. But hey, it's don't forget, Gaunt can do 2 orders, and they are lone operative. Maybe not a bad choice for a fire support. Maybe not a bad choice for some kind of fire support spotting unit for artillery and stuff. No, it's not a bad change at all. Can't complain. Then we get to the Hippogriff. Then we get to the Hellhound. Sorry. So I think the Hellhound has a step cost. It does, but it's only on the 3rd one. Excellent. So I was very... the Hellhound has remained unchanged, apart from the 3rd one, which has gone up by 10 points. Overall... I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Overall, I'm happy. Hellhounds are going to be absolutely clutch for us in 11th edition. We are going to need them to ignore cover to make our shooting viable. They're not a great unit. Okay, 1 minute before you all tell me off. I love them. They're really cool. I have 4. What I mean is they're very good, and they're very good in 11th edition. But when I say they're not a great unit, I mean they're a very obvious crutch to kick out from underneath us. If you expose a Hellhound, it's probably going to die the next turn. And the moment your Hellhounds die, your firepower starts to dissipate and become much less effective. So they're very good, but you are probably going to take all 3. You're probably going to beat that step cost. A lot of armies I can see. I'm not sure 2 is going to be enough. 2 is the bare minimum. 3 I can see. So it's good, but in a funny sort of way, they probably should have come down 10 points, and the step cost should have been to make the 3rd one the same as before, or they should have not changed. Because even though they're good, they're basically mandatory, and you kind of have to take them to make your army work. So, yeah. The Hippogriff AFV has remained unchanged. Overall, I like this. I've been sort of postulating that I think Hippogriffs are going to get a lot better with their ability to nosy in, shoot, and nosy out. Nosy in, shoot, and nosy out. I think Hippogriffs paired with Hellhounds could be very good. And I think or their ability to drive forward and do some damage can be quite tasty, depending on what kind of detachment you want to take advantage of. Overall, I'm happy with the Hippogriff, although I will point out that it is now cheaper to take a Hippogriff than a squad of 10 Guardsmen. So, again, that's not really the Hippogriff's fault. It's just another damning indictment of where our infantry corps is. But no, happy with Hippogriffs. Hydras went down by 5 points. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Twin-linked autocannons on a cheap platform. Nothing to sniff at. It is possible now to get 2 Hydras for the cost of 1 Leman Russ Exterminator. Now, the order economy there is a bit funky. Got to figure some way of like splashing them orders out. Maybe Yarrick or just something. I don't know. But there's definitely something there. And I do think 2 Hydras are about equal because they haven't got quite as much firepower as an Exterminator, because the Exterminator's got like 3 extra weapons and the heavy stubber, whereas the Hydras have got just 2, the 2 heavy bolters. But the Hydras get their shots at max range, and the Exterminator doesn't. It has to get close to do it. And the Hydras gets their own inbuilt like rerolls to hit and anti-fly 2+ and stuff like that, right? So, yeah, I think you could see hiders. The issue with, like I said, the issue in some cases with things like the hippogriffs and the hydras is not necessarily that you don't want to take them, it's that you've got to find ways of ordering them to be effective. And so there's a lot of hidden costs involved. We've then got Kazakin. Kazakin have gone up. Generally speaking, they've gone up, and they've got a step cost. So Kazakin, I just want to check this here, is the first and second. So that your first 2 units will now cost you 5 points each more, and then your third unit will cost you 15 points more than it did previously. I don't like this change. Do I acknowledge that Kazakin would have been a good infantry choice for the Guard? Absolutely. Do I think they needed a nerf for 11th? No. I think they were just a viable infantry choice. It's like every one of our infantry squads, apart from the recon squad, has just been diddled, man. And yeah, and you see this continuing on. You've got Krieg combat engineers, same thing, right? Krieg combat engineers have gone up in points. It's like literally every single part of our infantry corps has been mullered, absolutely mullered. Not happy about it. I don't know who at GW decided that we needed to be the horse faction. Maybe they've got a lot of inventory they need to shift. A lot of Rough Riders and Death Riders that haven't been selling. But I don't want to be the horse faction. I want to be the infantry and tank faction. Yeah. And transport nerfs hurt them even more. Yeah. Bad changes across the infantry corps. Krieg heavy weapons squads actually went down in points. That's crazy. I'm going to have to double check that one. Lol. Well, that's a nice... The Krieg heavy weapons squads going down in points is nice. Just how cheaper to take the heavy weapons squads than the bloody infantry squads. I think Krieg heavy weapons squads with twin heavy stubber is good. The flamers are great, don't get me wrong. They're like damage 2 flamers, aren't they? So the flamers are really, really tasty. And the fact the flamers went down by, relatively speaking, by 10 points is awesome. But I would not sit on the I wouldn't sleep on the heavy stubber ones as well. 60 points for potentially 18 heavy stubber shots, strength 6, AP-1, twin linked. Again, if you're making some kind of middle objective trap, or you're playing Purge the Foe, you're just daring that motherfucker to move out into the open. I think they're heavy as well, aren't they? So you could even do the whole toe behind cover, toe into the cover, and keep your heavy rule. So, yeah. Krieg heavy weapons squad's looking very good now. Then we get to the Lehman Russes. So, all the Lehman Russes have received a step change. And all of them have received it on the 3rd, I believe. Yes. Now, unlike Super Heavies, this is actually impactful. Because typically in the Guard, if you take things in 3s. So I think so I would have liked to take 3 Lehman Russ battle tanks. I'm probably going to stick with 2 now. Overall, I'm annoyed with the step changes on the Russ. But fortunately, generally speaking, I'm annoyed with the step changes in the Russ. Overall, I feel like I'm saying overall a lot. Sorry. I don't think it's as impactful because I think you can essentially, a bit like with the Baneblades, you can take 2 and then offset the step cost of the 3rd by taking a different variant which is just as good or nearly as good. So 2 Lehman Russ battle tanks, don't take the 3rd. Instead, take an Eradicator or take an Exterminator, right? So I will say this, though. I think that I think Lehman Russes have become much, much, much more appealing than Rogel Dawns. Rogel Dawns, I believe they went from 240 to 260, unless that already happened and I missed that. And now they've got step costs as well. So it's like 275. If you take, is it more than 2 Dawns or more than 1 Dawn? I'm just going to check. The Rogie D. Yeah, so the Rogel Dawn, 206 points for 1. And then after that, they're going up by 15 points. So I'm pretty certain they were 240 or 250 and then they went up. So it's 75 for 3 flamers. Oh, do you have to pay for each one, do you? Okay, so the flamers are still the same. Fine. So I definitely think in stubbers then for on the Creek Heavy weapon teams. But yeah, Rogel Dawns, however you slice it, they've gone up ridiculously. I think 11th edition is about the Russ, not the Dawn. So I can offset the step cost of the Rust. That's good. I can't do it with the Dawn because I've only got 1 data sheet. The one thing I am pissed off about the Russes is the Lehman Russ Commander. If there's one thing in this entire fucking Minotaur and Field Manual for the Guard that should have got granular war gear, it's not the Krieg Flamers, it's not the fucking Bombast gun, it's very, very obviously the tank commanders. How did you miss that, GW? How? Absolutely half-assed, underbaked, half-baked, undercooked, phoned in, minimum fucking effort data slate. Fucking stupid. I'm very, I believe, reasonably annoyed about that. Yeah. Ridiculous. Yeah. I can't, the mind boggles. The mind boggles. Our tanks in general should have got war gear costs. Yeah, I agree. It's embarrassing. I agree. I think a lot of people were expecting the Lehman Russ tank command at the very least to get granular war gear. I think also maybe we should get differently pointed sponsons. Yeah. I think that's the number one annoying thing about this data sheet. I keep saying data sheet, sorry, data slate, is the low effort. The fact that we think some changes have been made with AI just says it all, right? Very, very low effort. If they've been working on this for 6 months, that's why we got piss poor data. The last 2 10th data slates were piss poor. If they've been working on this for 6 months, someone has been collecting a paycheck and not doing their job. Someone needs pulling in for a performance review. There is one nerf to the Guard, which is my beloved Vanquisher did go up by 5 points. A strange choice. A very strange choice. Now, I've been banging on about the Vanquisher all through 10th edition, and it never got touched. We go into 11th edition where, arguably, it's got worse because of the changes to cover and one-shot weapons, and it gets a points increase. Again, like the changes to all the infantry blobs, I think this is something that was decided 6 months ago, and they just never bothered to update it going for 11th edition. They just held it back and just brought it as an update for 11th, even though now it doesn't make sense. Yeah, you've got heavy and take aim, but to take advantage of heavy, you've got to limit your mobility, so it balances out overall to where it basically was. So, again, more evidence that this has not been... More evidence to suggest that this is just an update for the end of the last edition, not for the beginning of this one. I've already covered Marshal Dreer, Lord Sol Leontus at 130. I've already said I think I take Leontus over Yarrick. I think I want the extra command points. And the main reason I think Drew is back in the menu is guard order economy, with Rogue or Dawn commanders being ridiculously expensive, guard Liam Russ commanders being not fixed. I think Lord Sol Leontus is once again being recalled to active duty. How many times? He's like Kane. He always tries to retire. He always gets pulled back to active duty. He's tried to get back. We've got to bring him back just for the 3 tank orders. I mean, overall, the Supreme Command Blob has gone up by 5 points. If you take a Catachan squad, a Catachan Command squad, and Leontus, you can. It's only a 5-point increase. That's not too bad. But yeah, I think you need him just for tank orders, frankly. This Muto Field Man has 6 fingers written all over it. So far, there's also no mention of a command point per turn limit. Really? That's probably one of those things that they left out of the rulebook. You know, the rulebook you pay for in the starter box. You know, the thing that they definitely didn't absolutely half-bake the rules, and then just basically told everyone who bought the rulebook, lol, idiot, why did you buy this? Go to the app. Oh yeah, the app that doesn't work. Think about that. You get the rulebook, it tells you to go to the app, you go to the app doesn't open. Yeah. But yeah, so Manticore went down. I'm still not taking it. The Manticore is just a tragically bad unit. I think it's nice it got a decrease, but it's a meaningless decrease. Utterly meaningless. You're never going to take the Manticore over the Basilisk. I think, does the Manticore, it might cause battle shock tests or something, but I'll have to remind myself of the data sheet. Actually, it's actually been a little while since I ran one. Guard Codex Manticore. I love how I took pictures of this codex. Like, what was it? Like 3. This is the index, wasn't it? Was it the index? This is the codex. Oh no, this is the codex. Yeah, I took pictures and I still use these little pictures when referring to stuff. Okay, no, it reduces objective control to 1 for minimum 1. Oh no, so it's terrible. Yeah, no, so the Manticore's terrible. I mean, technically, you know, the AP Minus 2 is better. But the issue is, of course, the D6 shots. Way too swingy. Make it D6 plus 2 or D6 plus 3 and I'll consider it. But no, still no real interest in that. Tempest's command squads. I think Tempest's command squads stayed the same, but Scions went up. Is that correct? Yeah. I think did they all go up? Oh no, the Aquila stayed the same. Wow. Yeah, so we'll cover all the Tempest stuff here. If you were hoping that Bridgehead was going to be good, Bridgehead has died for a second time. The Scion Gigablobs have gone up by 15 points minimum. And then when you they've got a step cost involved, which actually increases them by 25 points. So however you slice it, they've got worse. Now Scions were looking good in 11th. Don't get me wrong. Full rerolls to win objectives, awesome, right? But the issue was that they were already overcosted. So what was really happening with Scions is they were becoming appropriately costed. So going into 11th, it was like, okay, their ability is getting a lot better. Bridgehead is getting a lot better. So these guys are looking like they're now worth their post-Grotmus from a couple of years ago nerf. And now what's happened is basically the goalposts have been moved again. Now, now here's the thing. Even with saying that, I do think there's some Scion play, but it will need to be field tested. The fact that you can double stack buffs from Mechanized Assault and Bridgehead Strike is very potent. You can get Scions with rerolls to hit, rerolls to wound, +1 to hit, +1 to wound. And +1 ballistic skill on top of that as well. So I do think that I'm going to tell you what, I'll move my face up so you guys can see the bits we've gone past. So I do think that Scions overall, overall again, I do think that they still have play, but it's in a very, very specific place. And I think, if anything, what Scions demonstrate again is that this detachment system isn't working. Scions in mechanized bridgeheads, amazing. Scions outside of that, utterly trash, overcosted. If all this really demonstrates is the fundamental flaw of the detachment system, each detachment needs its own separate points costs. Games Workshop will never do that, and until they do that, the system doesn't work and it breaks. So that's the issue. It's not that you can't make them work, it's that you're only going to see them in again, a very niche, skewed army. 11th edition is not going to make lists less skewed. It's going to make them more skewed. I've been saying this. 11th edition is 10th edition dialed up to 11. The internal balance issues, the external balance issues, the power creep, the skewing, the stat checking, all of that. It's that dialed up. Minister and Priest, unchanged. Doesn't matter. Nort Dead Dog, unchanged. Would have been good, but with all the infantry blobs going up, bit shit. But nothing burger change, nothing burger change. Ogre Bodyguard, nothing burger change. Ogre Squad, good change. They're now 10 points cheaper when you take them in big blobs. It is now the infantry corps of the guard is now 18 Ogrins with 3 commissars in the Abhuman Detail Detachment, giving them orders. That's legitimately, replace your platoons with that. Go forth. We are... Now, I love Ogrins, don't get me wrong, but I didn't get into the guard for the Ogrins. But we're basically, yeah, we're kind of playing Ogre Kingdoms now. It's full. It is Tater Skins time. If you take Max Bulgrin and Max Ogrin, you actually come out exactly the same cost. 18 Bulgrins and has gone up by 30 points. 18 Ogrins has gone down by 30 points, so it levels out. So you are your infantry corps now should be 18 Ogrins, 18 Bulgrins, all inside the Abhuman. All inside the auxiliary corps, and then you back that up with vehicles. That's your list right there. Pamar Psyker, unchanged. Bit of a missed opportunity. I think they probably should have come down a little bit, but there you are. If Primar Psykers had come down by 40 points, not 40, but by 20 points, I would have actually said, you know what, there's an interesting play with Guardsman squads with Psykers, because one's gone down by 20 points, one's gone up by 20 points, but no, it didn't happen. Rattlings, fine, unchanged, but basically overshadowed by recon squads now. So Rattlings are okay, not complaining, there's no real beef here, but they have more competition in what they're trying to do. You've got infiltrating sentinels. You've got recon squads. You've got Gaunt's Ghost going down in points. Rattlings have remained unchanged, but their position in the pecking order has actually gone down because they've got more competition. It's kind of the opposite of what's happened with the cavalry. We've already covered the Rogal Dawns. Ridiculously high points costs. Embarrassing. Yeah, not happy about it at all. Scout Sentinels. What I said about Armor Sentinels, I apply to Scout Sentinels. You are going to be starving for tank orders now. In a world where Lima's tank commanders have got no better, and Rogaldorn tank commanders have got worse, and Yarrick is still basically nerfed. We are basically, in my mind, we are very nearly back to the beginning of 10th edition when the guard order economy on vehicles was tragically bad. Tragically bad. So bearing that in mind, basically 3 years of progress on the order economy has been undone. Bearing that in mind, Sentinels getting a points decrease now, because it's now a 10-point decrease for 2 of them. That is actually makes them somewhat attractive. I do think there is a list where you go max Sentinels. It's not that expensive. Max Sentinels is only 660 points. And depending on what loadouts you go for, could get you 12 las cannons, 12 hunter killer missiles, all with reroll 1s to hit, half of which with rerolls to wounds. Or you go max flamers, or you go autocannons, or you go plasma cannons. The plasma cannons maybe... Actually, plasma cannons and Sentinels got no riskier, did they? Oh, no, they did. It's still 1s and 2s, right? Maybe, fuck it. Maybe missile launchers. They've got heavy. So there is an argument for max Sentinels. Yeah. We've already covered Shadow Sword. Slime Arbo, 55 points. Not a bad choice. I actually put him in the same sort of category as sort of Ratlings. He's competing with them. But no real change to his position. Stormlord, Storm Sword. We've already covered that. Taurox stayed the same. Probably overall... I guess now there's a discussion between the Taurox and the Centaur. I think these two being the same points cost makes sense. One is drive forward, jump out, shoot people. One is drive forward, stay inside, shoot people. One can go a bit further than the other, though. So, yeah, overall, fine. Taurox Prime, 5-point decrease. Real argument for taking Scions inside Taurox Primes. Real argument for it. How much did Scions go up? Scions went up, they went up 15 points. So it takes the edge off. It means that if you take mechanized Scions, it kind of means either in Centaurs, it means that you've only taken a 5-point increase. But then you start hitting those step costs and it just starts getting ugly quickly. Yeah, I think it's a nice change, but I think it takes the edge off what's otherwise a very painful sting for Scions. Enderseer unchanged, fine. Aquilans unchanged, fine. I guess as an argument, has the position of the Aquilans changed relatively? I guess Guardsmen have gone down a bit in our estimations. Same with Kazakin, same with Scions. They just have very low damage output. It's like one plasma gun and a sniper rifle. I'm not... I think to really bring them into focus, probably a 5 or 10-point decrease. And you get the robots. Yeah, the robot's kind of cool. Yeah, the robot's kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, Aquilans maybe better. I'm nothing. It's not doing anything in my trousers. I'm not feeling it, but I'm not discounting them either. Creed unchanged. Unchanged, but could be quite useful. If you're spamming Sentinels, Creed can do 3 orders. Cheapest way to get 3 orders on a Sentinel spam list. So there's that. You've got the Valkyrie has gone down by 20 points, but it's still kind of dog shit. Now, I've had some conflicting reports. Some people are saying Valkyrie lost hover. Someone said that on their app it's present, so we'll have to, I suppose, see how that pans out. But I don't I don't think the 20-point decrease fixes the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie needs to be like 130 points. It can't receive orders. If that, I mean 100 points. It can't receive orders. It doesn't get plunging fire. The units it wants to transport have all gone up ridiculously. So, yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Mine says hover. So the thing is, if it has aircraft and it has hover, that means it doesn't get hover. Does that make sense? Because you don't pick which mode it goes in unless this is covered in the, unless this is, you know, covered outside of the main rulebook. Aircraft have to come on and off the board in the weird way. Hover doesn't get rid of that. We covered this when we were looking at how, you know, the rules haven't been written very well. So it having hover doesn't unfuck it from still having aircraft. So it's had a 20-point decrease, but it can't bring infantry on and drop them off in a meaningful way. Those infantry might as well just walk on the board. So, yeah. It's minus 20 points, but it's minus several million IQ for whoever's not fixed the Valkyrie. Yeah. And then we've got the Wyvern. My God, a 15-point decrease. It's got a step cost, but which is actually a 5-point nerf, the step cost. But are you going to take the Wyvern? No, it's still terrible. It has no AP on its guns. Would you take a Wyvern or a Hydra? You take the Hydra. Yeah. 6 at LVO at one point. And that covers everything. Overall, and that's the last time I'm going to say it. So someone should do a count. Whoever is autistic enough to count how many times I said that word, put it down in the comment section of the stream highlight. It's one of those times, you know, when you get into the habit of saying something, you keep finding yourself saying it. I do apologize for it. But in summary, I think the biggest issue I have with these changes is how out of date or bizarre they are. I think the thing I do want to say is that, is Guard utterly unplayable? No. You will find builds and army lists that you'll be able to take into 11th edition that you will find perfectly playable, and some may even be quite powerful. But the big stinker with these is that they just definitely do not pass the vibe check in any way, shape, or form. They lay bare multiple problems with the current GW system. The detachment system doesn't work. The way they're approaching these balanced data slates does not work. The quality of what they are producing from this is very, very bad. And I think this just does not feel like... This doesn't make my Guard feel like Guard. Guard players have never bothered about being powerful. We like to feel like Guard players. We like our tanks, our infantry, and artillery. And at every level, there's issues there. I don't want to take Guard and end up running max cavalry and a bunch of sentinels. Like, not as my go-to playstyle. Is that a nice niche playstyle I might explore once? Maybe take it to an RTT and then never again and have a fun story about it? Yeah. Do I want to run full potato skins Ogre and spam? Go Ogre Kingdom, 40k Ogre Kingdoms? Maybe once. Do I want it to be my faction's identity? No. No, I don't. Does this feel like it's pushing me in a direction that just feels like I'm playing Astra Militarum, not the Guard? Yeah, and I don't like that. I don't like my arm being twisted. It just... Yeah. It just feels like a bit of a weird one. And there's one more thing I was going to say, and I can't remember what it was now, but I was streaming for 8 hours, so you can let me off. Maybe it'll come back to me. Yeah, it just doesn't feel right, man. It doesn't feel right. And I think that's the big issue I've got with it. It's not that I won't be able to pivot. It's not that I won't be able to adapt, but it's just that what my faction is becoming is unrecognizable from the last 30 years of me playing it. Oh, I've been playing it for 22 years, but 30 years of 40 years of existing. That's the last thing I was going to say. I remembered it. My biggest problem with this is it exemplifies everything that I think is wrong with Games Workshop's current approach to unit design and game design. Everything is a bunch of shallow gimmicks. Do you remember I mentioned this a couple of years ago? Or probably about a year ago. I said, every new unit that GW brings out, it doesn't have any longevity to it. It's a gimmick. Like, look at Krieg Engineers. Krieg Engineers are just a mortal wound gimmick, but there's no long-term thought put into it. And you're one nerf away from your gimmick becoming irrelevant and unusable. And I think if you look across 11th edition is the addition of gimmicks. Forced dispositions are a gimmick. This Munitor Field Manual is a gimmick. Hidden is a gimmick that doesn't mean anything. Overrun is a gimmick which hasn't been thought through. So that, I guess, my main issue is that the 11th edition feels increasingly gimmicky. Now, with all that said, what would I do to fix this? I actually believe that there's a very, very easy fix to this Munitor Field Manual for the Guard. It's so easy that it's probably something Games Workshop should have thought of. But if there's a GW spy watching this, this is the fix you need to do. Give Lemurus tank commanders granular points for each weapon, not for one of them, for each. Yes, I know that means you're going to have to write 7 lines, but it's not that hard. Each weapon should have a different points cost. That fixes the order economy on the vehicles. Done. Overnight, done. And I'm talking the Lemurus tank commander with the Punisher cannon should be sub 200 points. And then fix the Guard infantry blobs. Aggressively point them. 60 points for 10. 110 points for 20 across the board. It might seem... 100 points for 20 across the board. It might seem egregious, but as I detailed earlier, infantry squads are a liability in a purge-based meta. If later you want to fix some of the dispositions and make action monkeys much more valuable and put the points cost up again, fine. But the points cost of the 10-man goes up, not the 20, because the 20 would be inefficient for doing actions. Okay? That's all you need to do. I'm talking... Punisher's 150, right? 150 for the Punisher and Vanquisher tank commander. It's just like 40-point decrease. Put a 40-point increase on each of the variants, or 35-point increase on each of the variants, right? From the base one, just for it being able to do 2 orders. So a Vanquisher tank commander, 190. Punisher tank commander, the Punisher's not very good. I think the Punisher tank should have come down by 10 or 20 points. But you get my point. Same thing, right? Work your way through. Do that. 35-point increase on each one. You're done. Easily. Make those costs. Make those changes to the weapons and fix the infantry core. You fix this. It means that The guard feels like the guard again, and those people who want to min-max and take the best possible shit to tournaments still have those gimmicky skew stat checklists that we talked about. That's how you do it. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below if you're watching this post live, or in the live chat if you're watching this right now. Right, it's 5:30. I need to go to bed, and I'm going to run through some super chats very quickly. Iqbal, thank you for super chat. I have a recon guard list for you in stream discussion. I am going to give it a glance. The goal of this list is to infiltrate Poxwalker. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's a death guard list. I'm not looking at that. Get fucked. Don't kick me whilst I'm down, Iqbal. God damn it. Joe Ken, thank you for the 45 months. X-Force, surprised you're live right now. Oof, guard points got fracked. I am about to go to bed in 5 minutes. And yes, we did get fucked. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Ogres, my lord. Ogres. We are playing Ogre Kingdoms. Yeah. Cosmic Drew again. Thank you for super chat. All my infantry found a good home in K47. God, he's relentless. He won't give it up. Nicholas Turner, thank you for super chat. Will you be reviewing the Imperial Guard Legend points? If they changed, yes. If they didn't change, probably not. Commander HHL, thank you for the Bane Blade. Thank you, man, for the sleeping fund. All right. All right. I'm going to go to sleep. Of Ninja, wait, Mordian, how would you go with that? I've run out of tokens halfway through trying to think of a way to fix things on my own. I'm telling you guys, GW is using AI a lot more than you think. It makes, I don't know if they're doing it on purpose, but their employees are doing it. That 6 finger thing, it was AI. They even admitted it. They went, oh yeah, no, we use like Photoshop to like brush the models up. And it's like, you know, Photoshop uses AI, right? When you use that function, that's you using the Photoshop's AI function. And GW was like, what? No? So, yeah. Anyway, we're going to wrap this bad boy up. And I am going to rush it off. I do want to apologize for that. But let me just say a massive thank you to all of you that joined, liked, subscribed, chatted away. And, of course, also went above and beyond the Call of Duty with all of the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and everything. And I actually have a couple of things I want to mention. We've got all of the beef out of our system, but hopefully you can see from that points run through that actually there was a couple of moments of I was a bit angry, but I was actually pretty balanced all the way through. And there's something I'm going to talk about tomorrow. I'm going to sleep on it, but I've got a few things to mention that aren't beefy. I know, controversial opinion, but yeah. Son of Akibia, why do they hate our science so much? It's not that they hate our scions. It's that they can't design the game properly. The detachment system doesn't work. Scions, before Son of Kabia, before Bridgehead, Scions were 50 points for 5. That is because they weren't broken. That was a legitimately safe points value. The issue is having a single list of points that covers all the detachments does not work. It does not work. And that's why the Scions are suffering. Will tomorrow be a K47 stream then? It'll probably be a hobbying stream. Or it'll be a chatting stream with a hobbying stream on Friday. Okay. What do we got here? All right, I've got to go. I tell you what, I'm gonna end the poll. 1,982 votes. 75% of people, bang on, said that they were not happy with the new balanced data slate. You've got to think that's not just guard players. That is a huge, huge, huge fuck up. Like, there's going to be a lot of people that have seen the stream that might not play guard, that aren't part of this community, that haven't been getting marinated in the beef the last year like us, and who have come in and just dropped a vote and then left. This is basically 2K votes. It's not insignificant data. That's probably one of the biggest pollings that's ever been done of the 40K community. When you think about it, that's a big fucking poll. Right. All right. I'm going to go, but one more time, I'm going to leave you with the brand. If for those of you that are still here, you will get to enjoy the brand new Reject the Meta, Embrace the Guard hype video that I made today. And it'll be coming out separately, probably on Friday or Saturday or Sunday. All right. And on that note, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
I dive into frozen waves where the past comes back to life. Fight fear for the selfish pain, it was worth it every time. Hold still right before we crash, cause we both know how this ends. Clock ticks till it breaks your glass, and I drown in you again. Cause you are the piece of me I wish I didn't need. Chasing relentlessly, still fine and I don't know walk on through a red parade and refuse to make amends. It cuts deep to our ground and makes us forget all common sense. Don't speak as I try to leave, cause we both know